hour or so in the save. So I'm going to try loading our existing save. We have added... That's our existing save. That was what I was testing on. Which this character's dead, by the way, because I was putting absolutely reckless testing real fast. So let's open our existing save. It unloads the mod. Right, that would be what happens. Right, so unload the mods. Okay. So what I think we're going to do is it's going to take a minute to reload this and then load up the game, just for me to exit back out of the game. I think we will begin a new Valley Station start. And I know, like, we had just gotten the other one going. To be fair, there's probably only about 2 or 3 people here who are normally here at the end of the stream. Well, I shouldn't say 2 or 3. There's only a handful of people here who are at the end of the stream who would have any investment on the new save. So that's not that big a deal. I think if I'm going to do it, I need to do it now. Because what ended up happening, for those who missed yesterday, I did die. That the house we were staying in, I saw a zombie approach the front where there's like a little L. And so I thought the zombie was just chilling in the corner, and when I went there, I was like, I don't see the zombie. Where did it go? I had line of sight to see the front. Apparently it just kind of went out, like, just barely caught a glimpse of it going in the window, and I missed it. You know, when people reviewed the VOD. And so I was like, all that kind of stuff. Let's go back real fast. Because we can try manually adding the mods to the save. It's gonna break a lot of loot stuff. We'll just start a new save. That's the correct decision. I'm trying to, like, not have just, like, a bunch of restarting saves. Okay, but we're gonna go ahead and start a brand new save. We're gonna use the exact same settings we had. So we're gonna go to custom sandbox. We are going to go back to Valley Station because I wanted to see more of that. And we can go here. So I had the 6 times pop thing. Did the mod re-enable? Thank you for making sure. Yeah, it's re-enabled. Cool. Yeah, so these are the only 2 mods they've added. Interestingly enough, I tried to go in here and add a couple of these mods I used to run, like another Twitch stats. I was adding that one, and I was adding the minimal display bars. Just those 2. And to give you an idea about the situation for modding in build 42.2, just those 2 mods, plus this mods, I wasn't allowed to loot inventories at all. When I click and drag something into my inventory, it just say error in the bottom right and nothing would happen. So, like, just as a reminder, be careful about your mods. That even simple UI mods that shouldn't impact anything are breaking in a lot of cases. So just be careful. Alright, so set it to that. And what I had done on the other save is I'd gone here and I'd dropped that down to 2.5, so it's actually 5 times pop instead of 6. And again, the idea being we're going to be focused on exploring the world more than just meat grinding the zombies like I normally do. There was something else that's going to change. Right, I was going to change those down to their default values. Just because the pinpoint hearing zombies... Again, they're kind of slowing it down. We're getting lots of house alarms. So it is just a thing slowing down the ability to explore the world. Loot-wise, everything else is going to be mostly the defaults, with the exception of the helicopter reoccurring and the minimap on, but everything else is defaults. But then here's the new stuff, and why we have to make a new save for it, is this is the card collectibles mod, with the Pokemon cards. And so you basically have this that just kind of oversees all the other mods underneath it. And it says, like, how often they appear. So we'll get a booster pack 1% of the time. And then, like, you can have different sets. I'm going to leave all those on. And we're going to go ahead and jump in here. We're going to grab our character, 0 to hero. Make sure we got the right one and not the multiplayer version. And we'll go and get into it. So again, puny, unfit, conspicuous, slow metabolism, slow reader. So we are at high weight. And then we got stuff where we can loot a little faster, we learn recipes easier. This just lets us see the stats on food. We can see a little bit better at nighttime. Keep in mind, this does not really help. This does not really help when it comes, like, going into pitch black places like basements. It does help a lot outside at nighttime, but, like, going into buildings that have literally no light, black is black. And also check out Bassett doing like Alchemy Factory, Little Rocket Lab, things like that. So very much if you're looking for that, and you just kind of want to have like the you watch gameplay kind of content, that's there. We got Wakeful. You know what? Let's get rid of Wakeful. I find Wakeful obnoxious. We got Drillin' Junkie, Eagle-Eyed, Organized, Fast Learner, Keen Hearing. So we loot faster, we can carry a little bit more stuff, we level a little bit quicker. So I got 3 points to work with. And I'm trying to deliberately take nothing that gives me any type of stats. Outdoorsy is a classic good one. I'm kind of deliberately trying to not take Outdoorsy. Don't care for Brave. Speed Demon is kind of a perk. I'll take the Speed Demon. And it's not even from Go Fast, it's from being loud. You started Zomboid, survived a few days. What do you do to progress? You keep surviving and you'll gradually gain skills. And then those skills will ultimately make it easier for you to survive more in the future. I'll take that just to fill out the points. And I'm going to save that as my new version of that. But there's like not a story or anything to Project Zomboid, but it is like getting more things, getting more weapons, building up your maintenance skill, building up your combat skills, like your strength, your fitness, which is fighting the zombies, and then doing all that kind of stuff. I mean, lack of proper weaponry to protect for long enough? Yeah, you're going to struggle early on. That's where you get your maintenance skill. Your maintenance skill will make your weapons last longer. Early game, you are going to churn through weapons quickly, and then as the game progresses, your weapons will last longer. Thank you, Radaman, so much for that raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that, playing some Humankind Odyssey. Well, Centers, the Humankind Odyssey. Neat. I am unfamiliar with that game. But for those who don't know Radaman, before I hit the button to go, Radaman's an absolutely fantastic content creator who I highly, highly recommend checking out. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play on the channel. Does a really good job of like explaining game mechanics and all that without spoiling the min-max and, you know, the discovery and creativity and all that. So somebody definitely recommend checking out. For everyone popping in, I am Rual Storge. We are just starting a brand new run because I've added some new mods. That we are now going to have Pokemon cards in our playthrough. So we're on a high-ish population. With the helicopter coming back again, so it's a little sweaty, but not as sweaty as I normally go, because I want to actually be able to explore and check out the new map, and if I play on my normal 16-time pop settings, it's like 3 or 4 streams just to step foot in the first town. So, needless to say, we wouldn't see much. But we did add the Pokemon cards just as a little thing. I'm not making it like a priority to collect them or whatever, but it's a little something to do on the side, just for fun. We're gonna get that started. And thank you, Bassett, for the 280 stream streak. You get maintenance through... There's kind of 2 main routes you get maintenance. One is you fight zombies. Every time you bonk a zombie with a weapon, in the background it rolls a dice to see if your weapon took damage. Every time you win that roll, congratulations, you got a little bit of maintenance XP. The second thing you can do to get maintenance is anytime you're, like, building or, like, crafting or repairing weapons, you'll quite often get maintenance skill from that as well. And so it is just a thing that you will use your weapons and break your weapons, and that will naturally lead you to using less weapons and breaking less weapons. Alright. So, we also have our zombies set to where they can open doors and windows and all that kind of stuff. Well, yeah, a plunger is just a bad weapon. Like, that's just it. A plunger is just an objectively bad weapon. There's certain weapons, like, here's a perfect example. There's certain weapons that are just good, as we immediately pull a crowbar off the very first shelf. Oh, you have so much here. Don't do this to me. I'm gonna learn my lesson from the last time, because I think we started this exact same spot the last run. And before I could get a backpack, we got noticed. So let's make this into... Why do I not see... There we go. Yeah, to be fair, after the last start where I had like 5 house alarms in quick succession and just all that nonsense, some runs you just get hit with a ton of luck right at the beginning. Some runs you get just tons of bad luck right at the beginning. It is the nature of RNG. Alright, that's exactly what happened to us the last time. I stepped in the bathroom and immediately got noticed. Okay, so let's take 2 seconds, change our map, and we're going to go and... I really hate the colors I've got here. I'd much rather have any color than green just for visibility. We're going to mark this as our spawn. And spawn... electrical... I think it was 3 and 4? So what I am going to try to do real fast is, before all hell breaks loose, we grabbed a lot of magazines. You can read magazines pretty quickly, even with slow reader, so I'm going to try and blast through these magazines. Yeah, that window just blew. But if I don't see the doors open and all that, we're good. Because these magazines have a decent amount... a decent amount of weight. I'm just trying to get through all these real fast. Because once they start going through town, we might get just bullied around. You know, I have that. Just heard a zombie jump through that window over there. Because this is going to be a thing that the zombies are going to start moving around a lot. If I can knock these magazines out real fast, that means I won't have to lug around an extra, what is that, 2 encumbrance worth of magazines? And considering we started with 0 strength, so my maximum carry weight is 6, that's stuff I don't want to deal with. Alright. Do you have a better watch by chance? Nope. Okay. Gonna take a quick peek in the trunk of the car. Can't hit zombies with those, and there's not enough time to go inside the cabin safely. Alright. So just like last time, we are going to be unceremoniously evicted from the neighborhood. There was a package of cologne and socks in the mailbox. Now, this is only about, what was it, 5 times pop? Normally when I do my starts, I do 16 times pop, which, like, I'd walk out here and it'd be 3 times the zombies you see there. It's just thick with zombies, so you have to, like, snake back and forth to draw them. The only reason we've got that turned down is there is a lot of changes to the map, which is going to require me to be able to actually move around the map to be able to see them. And that's just not going to happen on those pops. Like, we'll be here, and I'll be halfway through next month in real life, and we'll have seen part of a city. So, especially while it's new, I do want to get a little bit of a view around. We're going to try and just walk away from this. Now, last time we did this start, I got down here, and it was just house alarm after house alarm after house alarm. And we had something like 5 house alarms in the neighborhood. And it was a whole thing. But if we keep going south, we'll work our way down through the neighborhood. There's like a couple of houses down on the end. We can work my way down there, get myself positioned on the far south house, and then we turn around and start working our way back up. And I was pretty happy with the book situation on our last run. Getting a crowbar right on the opener is going to be a way better start for us. Because the crowbar means I'll be practically guaranteed to get at least maintenance 1 by the time the crowbar is done, if not very close. Which means as far as crafting the worst imaginable weapons in the game, I can kind of bypass that phase and go to the just mostly terrible weapons. Cool, we scored another magazine out of a mailbox. That's always a plus. Oh, we're way farther up here than I was in the last one. Okay. No, it wasn't. It was the same house they spawned in that time. I just forgot there's the zigzag here. Now, our last run, which didn't die, by the way, we added mods that were going to cause it to not work. It was one of these houses over here was a survivor house that we didn't get a chance to check out because all hell was breaking loose, and we had the intention of circling back. Now, with our exploring the world, kind of the plan of how I'm intending to approach this is we're going to go around and play normal at the start until we find an annotated map. And once we find an annotated map, the intention from there is to use that annotated map. Why is this solid zombies down here? Here we go. I think it's that house. So I'm trying to ball them up to give me, where they draw away from there, enough room to like sneak around past them. Because we don't want to backtrack back up. Yep, and with that house alarm, it drew them away from the water, so now we just have ourselves a nice, easy, relaxing stroll. The laundromat here. No water-facing windows on your entire building? You monsters. Pencil, give. Wait, get back in. Give me that flashlight. And unlock the trunk. Alright. So we got a lot of zombie movement from there. We'll go back out towards the shore. I'm going to need to cut back in at some point. Once we get down here a little ways, that's when things are going to start getting messy. I'm just going to drop this pen in the ground, because now I got a pencil, which is just better. Let's go ahead, and we got the spade as a backup weapon. So our food situation is nowhere near as it was good on the last start, but our weapon situation is massively better than the last start. And between the two, I'd rather have the weapons than the food, because food is usually pretty easy to come by, even if you have to, like, forage and, you know, eat dodgy berries or whatever. Okay. They got 4 or so zombies in the backyard. Let's go with the intent of taking this house. If we get bullied away, we get bullied away. We just keep going down the road. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Alright, keep in mind we have 0 fitness, 0 strength, 0 combat skill of any time right now. So, very much at the moment, we can only fight a couple of zombies before our character needs a break. There we go. So let's get that watch on and this one off. So now we got to watch with the date and the time and all that. And I did see some zombies moving around in the front by the road. Okay. Alright, so it looks like we're clear on the front and the back of the house. Yeah, and this is the house the last time. We had a zombie chilling at the door by the window. Like, working our way around is a problem. A little dangerous. Alright, nothing we care about yet. Got some food there. The rolling pin makes a terrible, but technically a weapon. We can grab the cooking pot. And this time we didn't get as unlucky where the water was off at the start. Granted, I kind of like those runs where you start and just like, oh, things are already just bad on the get-go. So it's a little sad to lose that. But at the same time, the run is just getting going. Yeah, let's move all of this around a little bit. So all the stuff that we have to worry about spoiling, let's get that in the freezer. And all the stuff that needs to be cooked. Let's get that. In the other area, we can go up to the fridge right now. Even though this doesn't need to be refrigerated, we can put it up there. Okay, grab the squash, grab the shrimp, grab the bacon, turn this on, start reading our next magazine. Hello there. Yeah, don't sell it a bad house. Yeah, shrimp's cooking pretty fast. Yeah, we're not gonna finish the magazine by the time the shrimp cooks. Actually, we'll just eat the shrimp right now. Can't remember if you start over each time. Probably a zombie right there. Yeah, you start over each time, so we'll just have to wait for that. You can't eat shrimp? Yup, I mean, food allergies exist and all that. There's the squash. And we're just cooking all this and kind of stashing a bunch of it. That way, like, if the power fails and all that, it's already made, it's already cooked. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll grab the stuff that looks like it's probably going to have the shortest shelf life, so the bell pepper won't last particularly long. And probably the hamburger buns will also not last particularly long. That should be enough food for right now. Alright. So all in all, a good start. So before we go start trying to loot the other houses, we're going to do it once around the block. I did see there's zombies down there. We're going back to our typical rule. Do you like to play with sprinters? Absolutely not. The sprinters are still very gimmicky these days, where they have like all sorts of animation issues and all that kind of stuff. So 90% of sprinter play is finding out ways to make them effectively not sprinters. And then being able to pull them in ones and twos. So using stuff like windows and fences, to temporarily deny them the ability to be a sprinter. And then even if you have it set to like only 0.1% of each zombie being a sprinter, technically when you run up to each and every group, because it rolls the dice on each individual zombie on whether or not it's a sprinter, it does mean you could run up to a group of 16 zombies, and even on those ridiculously low percentage, it is theoretically possible you would walk up to the group and the full group would be nothing but sprinters. So you have to treat every single group like it's going to be a full group of sprinters until proven otherwise. So it can just be... It could be a very unfun thing. And then you add on top of that, one of the other big problems you have is where, like this, I have to be a bit cautious because we have no stats and everything, so I gotta pull them away in ones and twos and all that. As we get stronger, I'll be able to take on bigger and bigger groups, and you get that really strong feeling of progression and all that. Sprinters, no matter how strong you get, even if you max out your stats to 10 and everything, you still need to pull them in one and twos, and or lean heavily on, window, fence, cheese, and all that kind of stuff. No judgment for people who play sprinters, but I find it has very little feeling of progression, and it's just not really what I want in Project Zomboid. I'm still really surprised they made a mode, like a formal mode, that has sprinters the baseline, from how much the devs were like, yeah, this is not canon, sprinters will never be canon, that kind of whole thing. That they just had like a challenge map before. So it's a little surprising that they added the, 1% chance of sprinters with extinction? But yeah. And for the record, it isn't being like, no, sprinters are hard. I used to play, Mr. Lamprey used to run a sprinters only server. That was permadeath and everything, and I usually did extremely well on that server. Like the 9 resets or whatever it did, I survived 7 of them, and all of them I had, I was in like the top, well, almost all of them is in like the top 5 for the most kills and everything against the sprinters. So it's not a lack of capability. They can be fun as something like, it's the same way I kind of treat multiplayer. I generally don't do a lot of multiplayer. And so sprinters can be a thing that, like, if you're looking to just mix it up a little, I don't find sprinters enjoyable as a long-term thing, but it's something just to kind of mix things up once in a while, to give you like a little refresh or whatever. It can be fun to, toss in some multiplayer stuff, or toss in sprinters, or get some mod that does some gimmicky nonsense. Usually for me these days, when I get to that point where I'm like, oh, I'm kind of burnt on the existing content, I'll just go play something else. There's no shortage of games. The extinction mode got you back into Product Zomboid. Shamblers get really boring really fast, but that's the beauty of Product Zomboid. You play how you want. Yeah, no, you can definitely play how you want. For me, the thing, though, at the end of the day, I see Product Zomboid as a game that is a very, like, almost strategic game. Yeah, there's, like, the action RPG sense of that, you know, you actually do your attacks and have to time it and maneuver and all that. But a lot of it is risk mitigation. Is going and being like, okay, I'm going to be doing something that inherently has some level of risk. You know, every time you fight a zombie, there is some inherent level of risk. And there's a lot of strategy around risk aversion and all that. You know, the drawing the zombies out of buildings so that you fight them, you know, indoors where it's far less likely to be a problem. Sorry, you draw them out of buildings, that way you're fighting them out in the open, like in the roads and all that, where you're far less likely to run into problems. So making noise to draw the zombies out. You know, not running everywhere so you don't arrive at places already exhausted. And we do have our zombies set so they can open doors and windows themselves, which can make things a little spicy at times. That said, if said door or window is locked, it doesn't do them any good. Back off a little. Because we also start with 0 stats entirely. That's one of the things I do to keep the game interesting for myself, is basically give ourselves incredibly terrible stats to start off with. That way it's kind of a slow burn buildup. Do you have base set up anywhere? No, we just started this run like 20 minutes ago. So we're just starting. This isn't my usual 16 times pop sweaty nonsense. We have dropped down to like 5 times pop. And that's because they have made major changes to the world. And it is just one of those things that, if I do my normal sweaty settings, we'll never see the rest of the world. Because in 16 times pop, you can, you don't just stroll into the next town. It is a campaign into the next town where it takes you literal months of just meat grinding the zombies. They still didn't fix the crawler lag? No, and at this point, I mean, even in late build 41, it was still like, you know, really there's no excuse for that particular bug to still be around all this time. For people who don't know what's talking about, when a zombie switches to being a crawler, your game will hitch for a good second or so. And it's been a bug in the game since, like, build 41 was the I will back up my save build. And it's, you know, it's a known bug. Like, it's a well-known, documented, and reported bug. And yet, it persists. Like, he even made the argument at one point, to be like, you know, if this is going to be this way, like, you're going to have this horrible hitch when something becomes a crawler, when you also factor in that the crawler hitboxes lie to you, where you'll highlight the zombie, it's like, okay, you're going to hit that zombie, it's in range, and then you whiff it because the hitbox doesn't actually line up correctly, and all that stuff is like, you gotta fix your crawlers if you're going to have crawlers in the game. I'm down with the idea of crawlers, but the implementation, like, the hitboxes lie, it causes performance issues to the game. Like, there's just a lot of weird fringe things that can happen to them that most of the players who have been around for a long time, you know, you treat in a lot of ways a crawler as more dangerous than a sprinter. Because, you know, the sprinter's gonna run at you, and yeah, you'll get weird animation glitches and all that when they go to jump over fences and all that. Sometimes they'll jump over the fence, and it'll look like they're on one side of the fence, but technically they're actually on the other. So a zombie on the opposite side of the fence that shouldn't be able to grab you suddenly does. And, like, the many, many other weird fringe things that happened with sprinters. But at least with most of that, like, there's a straightforwardness, there's a workaroundness. It's also a weird thing with sprinters that only so many of them will path at you at a time, because their pathing is more expensive computationally. So you can almost sit there and, like, when you have something like a house alarm or a car alarm or a gunshot, you know, something loud that's going to aggro a bunch of zombies, and you, like, go over there and you look at the distance, you'll actually see where some of the zombies will kind of, like, run, and then the other zombies like wait their turn, and when you kill one, then the next ones will run. Or if they get to the point where they switch over from the more expensive computational walking to just they're nearby you. And it's kind of fun to watch and be like, oh, here we go, the zombies are queuing up for their turn to run at me. They'll still have way more than you can handle, like, in a straight-up fight. Because when you got, like, 8 or 9 sprinters running at you, if you try to fight that, you've just killed your character. It's not a matter of player skill, it's a matter of game mechanics. Well, that's annoying. I've definitely noticed with Build 42, I've had more frustrations with my attacks hitting things I don't intend them to than in Build 41. And I noticed that back when we were doing like the early access, or not early access, the unstable branch had first dropped. Like in that case, the other zombie was very plainly in range. And then, you know, I went to swing at it, and just the way it moved, it switched to the down attack. So it targeted the down instead of the forward. And it's pretty annoying. Alright, so just gonna sit down for a minute. Alright, thank you, Fistful, for the 200 stream streak. Thank you, DG, for the 220 stream streak. And thank you, Pretty Pictures, 345 stream streak. So I really appreciate that. Alright, let's go ahead and... Oh, right. Do we not have a bowl? I guess we don't have a bowl. That must have been from the save I was testing stuff on before stream. Alright, so we're going to eat the bell pepper. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things. Like, I'm overall happier than I expected to be with the Build 42 stable branch that I played thus far. Because I've been very critical of the Build 42 build when it was in its unstable version. That, like, it had lots and lots of really cool things in it. But then there was also lots and lots of glaring problems in it. But, you know, the unstable branch, you know, by its nature is unstable. Hey, Arcaire, thank you so much for the 130 stream streak. I appreciate that as well. But one of the things that has happened is while they have fixed a lot of issues... Alright, so we're going to probably get jumped here pretty quick. But then at the same time, there is still some issues. Like in multiplayer, the vehicle desync is pretty rough. Alright, that's a level 1 book. I doubt we'll be doing much with that, but I'll grab it anyways. Alright, we did turn on the Pokemon collectible cards mod, whatever it was called. So there's our binder for that. The duplicates binder. The base set. Fossil set. I have no idea what we need to do with all this. This is my first time messing with this mod. The jungle set. The gym set. And it's just something for us to collect as a whatever. It's not the main focus of the run or something, but it is a thing for us to have as just like an extra whatever. We use that to make all the different binders. That was just a piece of paper. But occasionally they will drop booster packs that we can open to try and get stuff done. It's just another like silly collectible nonsense thing. Okay, I've already read both those books, unfortunately. I'm gonna grab those. We got another cooking pot. All right. So with that, we're going to go ahead and mark this house. So we can go onto our map and go locations. For right now, that is home. And we have ransacked that house. I've never been one to, like, collect all the things like that. Especially stuff that we have to, like, go through the shelves and go in that. I remember early on in Product Zomboid, it was a thing that, you know, I'd spawn in some place like Riverside, because that was back when it was, you know, there was no Louisville. The only spawns were Riverside, Rosewood, Muldrow, and West Point. And so I ended up, because I was new to the game and still learning, I would spawn most of the time in Riverside, because it was the map I liked. Which, granted, between Riverside and Rosewood, it doesn't matter, both of them were excellent. But I just preferred Riverside more. I'd quite often go to that bait shop. Okay, so you can go here. And while we have power and all that, there's the mutton. There's the mussels. There's the bacon. There's the hot dogs. So I'll turn that on. The stuff that doesn't expire up here. Stuff that does expire down there. Strawberries I want to eat right away. They have a very short shelf life. You're such a glute goblin. Oh yeah, and that's one of those lessons you tend to learn early on playing Product Zomboid. When you first start playing, you're going to go and be like, I need to get all the books. And you'll go to whatever your local bookstore, library, whatever it is, and you'll try and, like, hoard every book that isn't a duplicate and shove it in your bag, which inevitably means you're ridiculously overburdened. And then you try and drag that crap home and you get yourself killed. Okay, so for now, we'll toss the bacon in there. We'll keep the mussel on us, because the mussel will probably go bad pretty quick. Alright. The thing that keeps getting you killed is the Product Zomboid's controls are super weird. It does take a while to get used to the way movement in Product Zomboid works. It's usually why one of the recommendations I make for new players is, like, before you put any consideration into long-term survival, spawn, grab the first weapon, even if it's, like, only okay-ish. Just grab the first weapon you can find, go out, pick a fight with some zombies. And just keep repeating that process until you can get through a fight with, like, 2 or 3 zombies reliably without getting injured. Once you can do that, then it's worth starting to consider being like, okay, maybe I'm going to put some effort into trying to survive longer. Because otherwise you're basically only surviving for as long as you can go without getting into a fight at all. And that's usually not super long. One must master the Congo. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the biggest lesson with fighting is there's the muscle memory and all that, and that's actually not that bad. It's learning to back off. When you, like, you grab that group of 10 and you're like, oh, well, I can definitely reliably hit them without having a problem. But it's noticing that, like, okay, I can hit them reliably without having an immediate problem and all that. But by the time I'm on the other side of it, I'm so far past spent. You know, I got nothing left to offer. Alright, so we got a car here. It's got a tiny, tiny bit of gas in it. But we do have the keys in that. So in a pinch, it is a drivable car. It's got no gas for it hardly, but it's not nothing. Hello. Startled me. That's what I get for being less, you know, less focused on that kind of stuff. Go ahead and take these random keys, chuck them there. Keys have weight now, you should be careful. It's not a lot of weight, but it's not 0. Alright, so grab all that. Grab this. Yeah, it's fine. I just keep finding more and more magazines. Okay, so we got that one cleared out. Yeah, I got some more houses down the road. That's fine. And especially early on when I have no, like, strength or anything like that, there's going to be a lot of back and forth. Are we wearing tall socks? Yeah, get those out of here for right now. Once I get a couple points in strength and a better backpack, this will get a lot nicer. But I'll definitely say this has been a much cleaner start than the last one. The last one versus, like, instead of just having one house alarm, it was just, we kept going block to block to block, and then just one house alarm after the other after the other. It's like, okay, man, I need you to tone it down from it. This lettuce will not last long either. I'm going to go ahead and just eat those mussels, because I already know they're not going to last very long. There's the sausage. Go ahead and eat the strawberries. I forgot that you can actually collect seeds from the plants if you get them, so that's on me. I could have canceled, I just didn't feel like it. Yeah, so those will take a minute to cook. So we can get through this magazine first. We've had really good luck with the magazines. It definitely feels like, since I last played Build 42, the loot got some kind of a rebalance. Because it's not that loot was particularly nasty in Build 42 or anything like that. But it definitely feels like I'm finding more than I would anticipate. We're definitely going to want to get a fanny pack, and we'll put all our card binders in their fanny pack, so it's not constantly something I gotta sift through each and every time. Okay, we got a smithing magazine all red. Drop you in the freezer before I forget. This will be the same issue I mentioned that we were going to have the other day. That realistically, by the time we get through this food, it's going to be rotten. Like, it will expire before we, you know, starve, as it were, before we exhaust it from consumption. Because stuff like the ground beef has lots and lots of hunger covered. Eventually malnutrition will start to be a problem. By then we probably need to have something like fishing going. You can do traps, stuff like that. Okay. But yeah, the run we started last night that we just dropped because of wanting to add these mods, we actually started despite having default settings with, like, water off immediately, which does happen. I've probably had in my product Zomboid career, you know, which has been tons and tons of runs, I've probably had a good 5 or so times that you get to the very first sync in the game and it's already off, despite having it off between 0 and 30 days. 0 can happen. And for those who don't know me, I used to actually hold a world record in the game, and back in Build 41, when they used to have the credits in the top right, my name would show up there. And as for, like, the highest kill count run streamed, I held that record for a little while. Eventually I got dethroned by Mr. Lamprey. And yeah, then we had people like Twist on Fire and everyone start taking much higher records. But it was cool to have that record for a while, and every once in a while people be like, oh, you're gonna go for the record again? No. No, hell no. Abso-freaking-lutely no. 0 interest in trying to do that again. I'm happy for the time I had it, but, like, the time investment it takes is absolutely asinine. So I'm happy I had it. The people who got it absolutely deserve it, and they can keep it. Because I want to do more than my life than just Project Zomboid exclusively. And that's the amount of, like, commitment it takes to get those records. You know what? Let's grab that. Ditch this. Because I generally don't start my characters with any kind of, like, backstory or roleplay or anything like that, but it is a thing that we tend to do as the run goes on. What was the record? Highest kill count run streamed. At the time, the record that I set was 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles on really, really sweaty tryhard settings. So, like, it was 16 times population, multiple helicopters. Alright, so the good news with this house, I could see the front door from the back door and the back window from the front window. So it does mean I can go and verify if there is something I have to worry about before jumping into the house and all that. That was not me opening it, I was starting to, and then the zombie got it open first. Just keep giving me magazines. Alright, so I'm already doing something I don't like doing. Generally, I highly recommend never going above the moderately encumbered. So I'm being a bit of the doing the things I tell people not to do, but doing them anyways. And that's because once you hit this weight, it will just be a stamina drain to walk around, which can get you in a lot of trouble really easily. But at the same time, we're very early in this run. I'm not invested in this character yet. So I'm taking a bit more risks than I probably should be. Yeah, we're all the way overburdened now. Sure, let's go. Let's go, Icarus. Going right up to the sun. Wasn't Lamprey's streaming like 8 hours a day for 2 years when getting that record? Yes. Like, even the record I set, I probably had, I couldn't tell you how many hundreds of hours in that save. It's just one of those things. Like, for those who don't know, the record is a bit over 1 million zombies now. I don't know exactly where it's at off the top of my head, but it's a bit over 1 million. And when it comes to that, like, million zombies, you're talking full-time streaming Project, or full-time playing Project Zomboid, basically exclusively. And even at that rate, where you're putting in 40-plus hours a week, and probably a lot more than that, just on Project Zomboid, just on that one save, without making any mistakes that get you killed the whole time, you are probably talking a commitment of years at that rate. Like, real-life years, not in-game years. So, there's a reason why when people ask me, it's like, do you think you'll ever go for the record again? It's like, no. Hell no. Absolutely hell no. As much as I enjoy Project Zomboid, I am not down for it to be my entire personality for the next 2 years of my life. And that's assuming you don't make any mistakes that get you killed or anything, which is not a safe assumption. Multiple VHS TVs? Okay. I mean, that's cool. It's always good to have more modding things. Generally, I tend to run extremely mod light. Just as a heads up. Like, me having this Pokemon card mod is, like, genuinely an outlier for unusual. It's just my preference to run you know, pretty much mod-free. What are your thoughts on playing with no infection? I would very rapidly get bored. Think with Product Zomboid, think about it like this. Think about it almost like a checklist. That what's going to happen is as you go and you do your playthrough, you're going to kind of check one box and then check the next box and then check the next box. As you're playing the game, you're getting one more thing done, and the number of things left to do gets lower and lower. Once you start surviving long term, that list starts to get short. And as that list starts to get short, you start finding you have less and less to do. Death is a very intentional mechanic in Product Zomboid. It is a very useful thing to keep it fun. And with infection turned off, you know, living long term is way easier. Because then about the only times you have to worry about is, like, getting really nasty injuries that cause you to bleed out. Which usually requires you to take, like, a nasty neck laceration or something like that. But even then, if you're on top of it, that's usually not a big deal. And then the other thing is takedowns. You're getting close. Yeah, so filling all these beer bottles we got, because I didn't really have another option for water containers yet. And they're fine. But I'm filling them all up now while the water is still on and unlimited, so that just gives me that much longer. And all that stuff. Yeah, no, don't let me, like, yuck your yum. If you're enjoying, like, playing with infection off, hey, do it. I just find, personally, for myself, what ends up happening as you get better at the game and you start surviving longer and longer, that you'll start kind of running, like, you'll very easily survive long enough to the point you're running out of things to do. And that's where you hear people going on about, it's like, there's no end game in Project Zomboid. Because realistically, you're not expected to survive to the point that you're starting to exhaust stuff to do in the world. You are expected to die a lot. Eventually you get to the point where there's a lot more to do in the end. But that's definitely a whole thing. You don't like infection because the game wastes your time letting you play? My argument, people have heard me give this a lot, is when you're playing with infection on and you realize, crap, I'm infected. But you know, from the point you take the injury that gets you infected to the point you actually die is about 2 days by default. Give or take a little bit based on a couple different circumstances and all that kind of stuff. And my general recommendation is when you realize you are infected, to just don't just suicide your character. Like, you'll see me do that if I'm in an early run and I don't really care about the character. But generally, don't, like, just suicide your character or whatever. It's take that time and do something you're not exactly comfortable doing normally. Like, where you've probably seen me do stuff like corral zombies into big groups and move them around, or drive a car really fast, or whatever it is. You know, that thing that's just asking to die normally. Do that while you don't have anything left to lose, and use it as that time to, like, kind of do deliberate practice, deliberate experimentation of figuring out how things go. Let's see, Product Zombie's big selling point, in your opinion, is that the first seconds of how you react to an uncontrolled situations when you play, in your established uncontrolled situations, are less and less, and in the end, everyone plays the way they like. Yeah, no, absolutely. Let's see, what kind of projects you work on? Just notice your bios. Oh, when it comes to software development, I assume you're asking? So, historically, I've worked on just about everything. Like, the digital billboards in Las Vegas for a while were running my software to determine, like, what ads are running and all that stuff. I worked with association management systems. I worked on teaching software development and similar technologies and stacks, and writing entire applications to help in the facilitating of creating, like, practice environments and all that kind of stuff. It is a very, very wide range of things I've worked on, because I'm very much a polyglot when it comes to software development. Now, like, I've got the technologies I prefer working in, but I end up working in whatever is needed to be worked in at any given moment. And since companies have a tendency to acquire each other constantly, it means you get acquired or are acquiring someone else, and whatever tech stack is what they've got. And it is a very common thing when that happens for a bunch of people to get mad and leave, or to get a bunch of money and leave. And whoever's left there winds up doing cleanup. Let's see, what happens if you reach the month when they turn off water and electricity, but you haven't built any water-producing structures and you die? Your character's screwed in the world? Nope, you want to see what I do when I'm hitting the end game and I'm like, oh no, I haven't got my water situation sorted. 1 second, I have people I wasn't expecting to have right outside. But let me dispatch this, and I will show you very low key, the survival mechanics in Project Zomboid are actually not... Oh, there's a lot of you over here. Huh, okay. I guess this is gonna be an interesting morning. But food, water, all that is actually really easy to survive. And I don't mean this like, you just... It's amazing. It's like very genuinely, the mechanics are not... Like, there's a lot of depth to Project Zomboid, but from like a survival game, like the survival aspects of the game, it's not that deep and it's not that hard. If your only goal is to just not have your character die, I've done runs where literally I start the game, grab nothing, walk out into the wilderness, never fight a zombie, just go out into the woods and survive indefinitely there. Like, once you know the game mechanics, it's not a particularly hard thing to do. It can be a bit tedious. You're gonna be doing a lot of foraging, and I mean a lot of foraging. I wonder if we had a redistribution last night. Does that explain all the zombies moving down here? But you can min-max protein, that's some depth, right? Yeah, but what do you get for protein? You get the tiniest little bump in the rate you gain strength. And that's basically it. So, sure, technically that exists, but it's also, like, kind of an empty thing. So this is probably a fight I'm gonna have to walk away from. And the reason for that is, you notice up here I'm at out of breath. The next up from there is high exertion. While I'm out of breath walking around and not doing anything, I will slowly recover my endurance. Once I reach high exertion, that is no longer the case. At high exertion, I will start losing endurance walking around. Are we in the clear down this way? Yep. You can also check out the Ints, our fantastic content creator. Tends to play a lot of games like your Stardew Valleys, Coral Islands, that kind of thing. Alright, first level there. I think it'll be alright to just ride it out. Just a little risky in the event I accidentally aggro more, so let's loop back over here since we haven't cleared down that way too much farther. You'll notice I'm just kind of looping back and forth. There's high exertion. So high exertion is basically putting a clock over our character, that we need to finish the fight or get clear of the fight, or we will eventually die. We're also dealing with extremely bad muscle strain at this point as well. Alright. Yeah, so if you want to see, like, what do I do about water? Oh no, I'm getting slightly thirsty. I'm getting a little overheated. This has a feedback loop on each other where eventually I will die of dehydration. Oh no, if I look here, it says this is unsafe for consumption. That's fine. We're good. You can drink directly from any body of water and it's just totally fine. Don't do it if you have corpse sickness, so your character's already nauseous and all that. Or if you're dealing with anything along the lines of, like, you just ate a poison berry and all that. But yeah, you can eat poison berries. You can drink from the polluted or the contaminated water. You can do all that stuff. You just need to not overdo it. A weak stomach, unless something changed, you can just do it with weak stomach as well. Again, I would test that, but historically, you can, and people have tried, they've tried to just binge drink the water from the river and all that, and deliberately overheat their characters to make it so they have more water consumption while also having the trait that makes them thirsty and all that. And they have not been able to kill themselves just drinking the water directly from it. Now, that said, do not put it in a bottle. Do not bottle the water. For whatever reason, bottling it in, putting in a bottle takes it from totally fine, don't worry about it, to absolutely lethal. But you can do the same with poisonous berries. With the poisonous berries, you could just take a little nibbly nibble, and you're good to go. By nibbly nibble, like, I'll just wolf down an entire poison berry. Your character will get a little bit sick, a little bit nauseous. The big thing is, like, making sure you don't do it again until you get over it. You blame microplastics? It's just game mechanics. And to be fair, it is a thing you run into in Product Zomboid, where just some stuff is just nonsensical. And some of that's just inconsistency in, like, settings and all that. And some of it is deliberate game decisions to, keep things interesting and whatnot. Like, people sit there and be like, in real life, the crowbar would last way longer. Why is the durability so terrible in every survival game? Here's a hint. So you have something to do. Because if your weapon lasts as long as a real crowbar would in this situation, then very genuinely, you would just get your crowbar and you go, oh, I guess I'm done looting now. Or, people be like, this is rural Kentucky in 1993. There would be more guns, more ammo. Where's Grandpa's arsenal? I should be able to walk into any house and walk out with 10,000 rounds. Sure, but then you get your 10,000 rounds, and there's no reason to loot anymore. Like, you're just set. So it is a deliberate decision that, ammo is a little bit hard to come by and stuff like that. And those are decisions that are incredibly common in survival games, all that stuff. But it's done with deliberate reason, because otherwise, sure, you'd be able to go and start blasting, but then you'd get bored. Well, I know not in Canada, but this is in rural Kentucky. In rural Kentucky, yeah, there's guns everywhere. Like, from a realism perspective, it is a fair criticism. But also, we literally have a tag on the channel about anti-realism. Which, to be clear, it's a meme. It's a meme for when people make, like, a big stink about, like, the crowbar's durability not being realistic, and you're like, right, it's a deliberate gameplay decision, like, game balance gameplay decision. Yes, it's not realistic. Didn't they buff it a bunch? I've heard that. I haven't witnessed it yet myself, but I have heard that they have, boosted it up. Which is interesting to me. So for those who don't know, it's something like 7 or so months ago, until about 7 months ago or so, Project Zomboid didn't really have a person who was, like, the one calling the shots about what was the direction of the game, stuff like that. It was literally just kind of, not designed by committee. I don't want to imply that kind of negative stance on it, but it was just, the group of them getting together and just agreeing on something. Well, the problem they were running into is just different directions about wanting to go and all that. Like, very, very famously, the big one we had, I can't remember what it was on the context menu here, but they had something on the context menu, then they removed it and put in the crafting menu, then it got put back on the context menu, then it went back to the crafting menu, and it was because the developers, like, not communicating effectively about what that should be, because there's just too many individual systems, and then, like, disagreeing, like, what the priorities were and all that. So they eventually did bring someone in whose their entire job is to be the game design lead now, to be like, here is the actual vision for the game, here's where the direction it's going, that kind of thing. So where historically they've had the stance that, like, they deliberately kept the ammo way down, they did buff it, and that since that person was brought on. And so things like, that's kind of one of the places where Project Zomboid's been improving a lot. I think that might be the last house down here. That's one of the things that's been improving a lot is, again, historically, we just didn't have, house alarm. Nope. I was expecting that one to have the house alarm, because that means all that clearing I would have done would have been effectively lost. Because it would have drawn the zombies from up north across where I just cleared. But yeah, so it's one of those things that, you know, they brought on, they, like, recognize that, hey, you know, we need to have someone calling this shot, we can't just continue on the way we've been continuing on. And so since that happened, we've seen a lot of changes that historically wouldn't have happened, and one of those being that, like, they gave a buff to ammo. Still nowhere near where someone would be like, that's realistic for rural Kentucky. Like, it's still way down from what you'd expect from rural Kentucky, but it's far more generous than it used to be. It's also funny to me, because they had just gone through actually reducing the amount of guns in the game by going to certain places and nerfing the guns in those individual places versus broadly. So to give you an example, in North March Ridge, there's a set of apartments. Those apartments used to be one of the best places to get into guns. It was also a very dangerous place to get those. Yeah, no, you cannot craft ammo in base Project Zomboid. You have to get mods. So it was one of these places, you could go in that place and it was better than going to, like, the armory at the prison or the gun shop in West Point. And think of the follow, welcome to the stream. But you just go into this apartment. It was dangerous because you had to go to room to room to room, and I think it's like a 4 or 6 story apartment. But it was like, almost every room would have some type of firearm, including military stuff. And that's because March Ridge is a military neighborhood that would be, like, near a actual Air Force base or Army base or whatever. It would be, like, where the housing is on that location. Like, why can you smelt a cup but not lead projectile? It's just decisions made. They do want to add a certain amount of friction between you and gearing up your equipment. Because if progression is too fast, then you get bored. Now that said, a lot of that can also be they're actively working on the crafting system and there's going to be gaps. With as many different systems as there are in Project Zomboid, they're not going to get everything. Not right away, after a long period of time. And then it comes down to, but should that be the priority? Should they be working on that, or should they be working on, like, getting NPCs, or should they be working on, you know, like, one of the things that's coming in the... Oh, did I just put raw meat in here? Yeah. You know, should they be working on that? Should they be working on what's going to be added to the game here is, they are going to change the intro of the game to actually have some amount of... Story might be overstating it, but it won't be just you get dropped in. There'll be a little bit more to it. So you should keep the cabbage on our person, because cabbage lasts for like 30 seconds. It's like strawberries. It's got a shelf life of you blinked and it's gone. Yeah, no, they're doing the world design. Well, it's one of the things, I don't remember what version of the game, but right now we have kind of a placeholder start. The start we have now is not the start we're expected to have long term, where we just get dropped in the world and we figure it out. That's just a placeholder for the time being. I'm not going to pretend to know what their actual plan is specifically, but if you actually look at the game lore, especially like you're reading the newspapers in the game and listening to the radio broadcasts, there is a strong disconnect between what's happening in the world and what you're actually getting from the lore side of things. Because it'd be like, this report coming out of Louisville, and you go in and it's already, Louisville's already gone. The whole city's already gone. And supposedly someone in Louisville is publishing a newspaper and distributing it throughout Knox County. Somehow. And it'll be like, General whatever his name said whatever, that the checkpoint is secure, and then, the checkpoint's gone. You can actually even see where they've got, like, the whole setup for where they would do the news thing for when you get there. And so the implications of what's going to happen is once they start getting NPCs into the game, that at that point, things are going to be changed where it's not everything is zombies right on the opener. There's definitely been mods who have tried to do NPCs, and once upon a time, Product Zomboid actually did already have NPCs in it. They were removed because they were really janky and broken, and working on them versus trying to fix the rest of the things going on in the game was kind of this thing that kept dragging things out. So rather than work on them then, they just yoinked them entirely with the intentions of bringing them back later, which is basically what we're working on right now in the game, is they are slowly bringing things forward to reintroduce the NPCs. Alright, so let's go here. We're going to create a salad using the cabbage. Because doing that little bit of cooking helps out. Alright, we did drag a bunch of stuff here, so let's sit on the couch, read our magazine, because that'll be nice and fast. Let's see. You pruned a fig tree finally, still got a plum tree and a lemon tree too, which is good. You can say, sorry, lawn, I cannot mow you. Yep. Yeah, no, I'm in Florida, so I absolutely get, like, just hot and humid is obnoxious. Right, yeah, no, absolutely. They basically yoinked the NPCs from the game entirely so that they could work on them, because like the AI was like, I don't want to say terrible, it was just like in a very early version. The results being it was very unsatisfactory is I think the way I will phrase it for the time being. So it just wasn't a good time or anything like that. Okay, they clearly migrated because we just came from there and didn't run into that group, but that's fine. That's going to keep happening until we start clearing the area out more. Okay. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so the intention is that what will happen at some point is we will get some kind of like introduction where you're starting Muldrow or wherever, and you'll have the NPCs running around. They'll be doing whatever they're doing, but there'll be, like I said, it won't be like story, like proper S story, where, you know, oh no, you need to go and deal with the general's corrupt, you know, conspiracy of releasing the virus and, you know, curing the disease. Like, it will be nothing nearly that formal, so much as you'll be in the world and there will be these happenings on. I'm hesitant. I'm still hoping that when NPCs are introduced, that the game when you start it will be mostly like it is now. But you'll see the occasional like one person kind of out there like looting or whatever. I don't I don't want it to have like a formal like reputation, companion, whatever system that, you give the person 5 cans of beans and then you get 10 reputation, and then once you've earned your like 50 reputation, you can bring them into your party and make them fight along. Like, I don't want that. Those games exist. They're excellent. I highly recommend checking them out. There's State of Decay 2. Excellent. Absolutely give it a go. Really worth playing. All that kind of good stuff. I do want it to be mostly lone survivor. There's just other people out there trying to do the same kind of thing. One second, make sure this is something I don't need to worry about. Yeah, that's fine. Like, I want it to be, like, the joke I've always had, or the kind of explanation I've always had, is I want it to be that you spawn in Rosewood. And for the most part, things go kind of the same way. You spawn near your house, you start looking for weapons and food and, whatever. And then, you catch a glimpse of this lady in a pink hoodie kind of, climbs out a window and scurries off. Maybe not, she sees you. And eventually you're, like, wandering around, and you end up in the grocery store at the same time. And she's in there, but, like, she keeps her distance away from you, where if you start to approach her, that she kind of just tries to get away from you. And then maybe after a while, you just, like, spot her a couple places, you go to loot someplace, realize she beat you to it, and that kind of thing. But after a while, you kind of come to the realization, it's like, oh, she's staying at the gas station on the north end of town. And then one day you start to realize, I haven't seen the girl in the pink hoodie in a long time. Like, I wonder if she's okay. And so you go up to the gas station, and you notice there's zombies milling around. And you're like, okay, well, she's clearly not here anymore. And you go in there and you find some note that it's like, hey, like, I need to find Brandon. He was in West Point when this all went down. Like, I need to go find him. And they've basically taken their most important stuff. And they've left. And so now you've got kind of this mystery, where you had this neighbor who has been out on the outskirts doing whatever, trying to survive, and starts making their way to, West Point. And then you as the player can choose to, like, kind of start working to West Point, and maybe you see the car that was by the gas station, crashed in the side of the road, and, maybe she's dead in the car, maybe, the zombies got her nearby, maybe she survived and kept going. But, like, that part you wouldn't know until you kind of investigate. So where we have the annotated maps, instead of just being this random map that's like, that scumbag was over here, he had a bunch of guns, and you go and loot a house. Instead it'd be like a more in-depth, there's kind of layers to that kind of thing, breadcrumbs to follow. And you would have ones that interact with you. Like, the one thing I don't want more than anything else with the NPCs is I absolutely do not want them to work like the hostile NPCs in State of Decay, where you just drive by and they just, start blasting kind of thing. Like, I don't want that. I'm okay with NPCs that are antagonistic and hostile and all that, but I would want it to be more like, you're in the grocery store looting, and he's, this dude rolls in, and he's kind of got the drop on you, and he's like, hey, this is our place, beat it. And you kind of have that choice. You can just leave now, and if you just leave, they get to take the loot, and you miss out. So you're like, there's definitely a negative there. If you don't beat it, it's not even that it would guarantee they would turn hostile and, like, attack you, but it is on the table at that point. Like, they've given a demand, and you can choose to comply or not. And if you don't, like I said, they might throw hands. They might also back down. That they kind of go like, it's not worth it, and just peace off. And you don't know that. Like, you don't know where that lasts. You wonder what default behavior players will have towards NPCs, i.e., how they'll be able to abuse the existence for our benefit. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot in there. That's also part of the reason I don't want you to just be able to, like, walk up, give them a certain amount of stuff to get, you know, your X reputation points that you can then bring you with them. And then, you know, basically use them as a distraction for whatever. Because if they make the NPCs more effective than combat than the player, then it starts to become a thing that you could potentially abuse an NPC as someone to go and fight on your behalf. Which is going to be one of the big challenges, because if they don't do that, the NPC will just die in no time. It'll be utterly irrelevant. You'll just find their corpses littered everywhere. And so, like, that's the reason I want the NPCs to begin mostly doing their own thing. And I would even have it be a thing that, like, again, maybe the girl in the hoodie at the beginning, she's very skittish. She doesn't know what to make of you, so she just keeps her distance away from you kind of thing. Maybe after a lot of time has passed, where there's been no problem between the two of you, that, like, not that she'll join you or whatever, but, like, where before she was just keeping her distance in a big way, she might be okay to, like, be nearby. And it can also be a thing that, like, maybe later on, after, again, you've not had any major negative interactions, that she might even come that, like, while you're fighting something, she might roll up and start fighting the zombies as well, because it's to her benefit that the less zombies in the area, the better. So she might help you. But, you know, have a less formal dynamic to any of that. That, again, the player doesn't really have any meaningful control over a lot of these other characters in any way. Is it planning on abusing the window? Look. I'm not trying to abuse this window. I'm trying to siphon through loot. Go away. Alright, that's an upgrade. Okay, so ditch these extra books. Grab the stuff that's in here. And move it out the satchel because it's got better carry weight. Get rid of this. Put the key ring on that corpse. Alright. So we did get keys for the door here. So assuming we don't just aggro a bunch more zombies like that one right there, they'll probably be able to get in there. It might also be a key for that. Honestly, the shed would be a better key to have. Because this house, I've got enough lines of sight I can check the windows for zombies before jumping through the window on the other side. Whereas that one probably just has the one. Okay. Cool, not even overburdened. Let's go ahead and get some more drink. And go here. Nothing left in that house for us. The reason I did that is in case there's a zombie in there, I made a bunch of noise. If there's a zombie in there, most likely they will go up to the door and start banging on it, at which point we know not to mess with... Oh, I can actually make salad with the hamburger buns? That's fine. Okay. That's 17 hunger, so let's eat half of it. And hey, Sniper, thank you so much for the 100 stream streak. I do appreciate that. Alright, so I'm feeling pretty okay. That there's nothing there to worry about. Steel wool, bellows, all that. Let's go here, and I'm going to put a mark here for the bellows. I think we want those later for blacksmithing. It's been a while since I've done it. I don't think it's something to care about right now. And in the meantime, we keep killing zombies, keep working our way up. Hey, man. And we'll just keep checking these houses, moving through the area. And for those who missed, we started at Valley Station, which is honestly a part of the map. I've been here a couple of times when I was doing, like, Mall and West Point shenanigans and Louisville shenanigans. I haven't actually been here much, though. It's like an area I've got, like, some level of familiarity with, but not an area... Aw, yeah, we got some Pokemon cards. What's the best way to get into closed garages? So if it has a window, you can go up to the main garage door like I did and just give the door a couple of shoves, and then give the zombies a minute, and if there's zombies in there, start banging on the door. Then you know the area's got zombies in it. You can kind of make your assessment of what to do there. But if there's not, then you can go through, like, there's not a zombie banging on the door, then you can hop through the window and go for it. If there is no window, you're going to ultimately have to break down the door, which generally speaking, these days, just use an axe is probably your best bet. Historically, your best choices for getting through the windows and all that was, or sorry, for the doors was actually a meat cleaver. But I believe they nerfed the meat cleaver from being amazing on doors like it used to be. Because the meat cleaver was like kind of the secret. Actually, this thing is amazing at doors. You know, just use it. All right, we'll drop the ice cream sandwich in the freezer. Okay. And just because it comes up almost every single stream, it's like, what do you do to handle your bodies? I'm doing it right now. I am actively doing the thing right this moment. That is my entire strategy around handling bodies. Right this second, I am doing exactly what I'm going to do about all these bodies laying around. And you might be going, it doesn't look like you're doing anything. That's correct. I'm not doing anything. Because the bodies will go away on their own after roughly 9 days. So, unless it's in the bedroom you're going to sleep or something, just leave them alone. All you're going to do is die tired if you're trying to deal with them. Just let them rot. The only exception is, like, in your bedroom where you're trying to sleep, drag the body out of the bedroom. But if it's not where you're trying to sleep, or, like, in your crafting room where you're going to be spending lots of time, just ignore it. And you might go, well, I'm trying to clear to this part of town, but the bodies are going to be so many, I keep getting sick. What do I do? Just clear in a different direction for a couple of days. The bodies will start to thin out, and then you can go back to clearing again. It happens. But it's rare in the game that you have, like, a destination you're trying to reach that's actually important. Another thing that helps also is you probably noticed, when it comes to running, how much running I do. And it's basically none. That is also a deliberate decision. Because if I'm running around, I'm spending all my endurance I need to fight. Just on some mild impatience. But you'll find about the only times I run in the game is during a helicopter event. Once in a while, you'll have, like, where you're in the zombies, and you'll see, like, two rally groups kind of collapsing in on each other where I'm trying to get past. I might run a couple steps to avoid being intercepted. Whatever it takes to kind of just get out of that line of sight type of deal. Or not line of sight, get out of that pinch. Way late in the game, I might do a little bit of jogging here and there, just to, slowly build up the running skill just for the sake of building it up. But generally, outside of those one-off things, I think we had a meta event, because I saw that zombie coming over, and I see these zombies going to the east as well. So I think we had a meta event off to the east, drawing the zombies away. Which will work out for me, because there's not a whole lot of west for the zombies to come from, which means they're effectively exiting the area just a little bit. No, we need to back off. I didn't realize we're that close to Sleepy. To be fair, earlier in the day we hit high exertion. And high exertion murders your sleepiness. A lot of the things you run into that are dangerous in Project Zomboid are feedback loops on your moodles. So, like, dehydration causes overheating, overheating causes sweat, sweat causes dehydration. Well, I mean, it causes thirst, but same difference. Just trying to watch and see how the meta event, they're not backing into anything. With exertion and fatigue, it's another feedback loop. Fatigue causes endurance to recover slower. And the lower your endurance goes, the faster your sleepiness picks up. And then you also have, in addition, the damage penalties mean more hits to kill the same number of zombies. Alright. So let's get into our little house here. Hey, Cliche, how's it going? Now, one interesting thing is if I do, like, if I were working on this Pokemon mod thing where we collect the cards and all that, then realistically what I'm going to end up needing to do is go through these bodies a bit more carefully. So we're going to want to loot these. I'm also going to quickly grab the rags off of them because we might end up needing to craft weapons later. That can kind of be a thing to help let me know which bodies I've already checked. Because I stripped all the clothes off of them, then I know we're good. Then go here. I'll wash all of our bandages. Because weirdly, you can't make weapons out of dirty bandages. That'd be unsanitary. You don't want to give a zombie an infection or anything. That'd just be mean. Alright. We can go to here. Great salad from hamburger buns. It looks like I can't use the Brussels sprouts. Oh, did we already eat the Brussels sprouts? We probably did, didn't we? Oh, no. Okay, so let's grab the Brussels sprouts out. We're gonna look for, like, some of the other veggies. Because a lot of these will have a shorter shelf life. Alright, we'll let those have a minute to defrost. We can rest. Because even though we're tired now, I don't want my character to go to sleep until at least midnight. And the reason for that is nighttime can be very dark and very easy to lose track of the zombies in. It can be very dangerous because of that. So generally speaking, I try to go out of my way to not go to bed till midnight unless, like, things are really off balance and I'm just trying to survive. One second. I'm quickly snoozing the ad here. For as long as I can, just because my wife Tomb comes home soon, which is not home yet. So usually what I'll end up doing is I'll wait till she gets home, and then I'll step downstairs, welcome her home, and throw some dinner in the oven kind of thing, and come back up. It's my long break for stream. It's usually about like 5-ish minutes. But yeah, so let's go ahead and just properly fast forward. Because we got drowsy way earlier than I anticipated because of the high exertion. But that said, skills are coming along alright. We got our first point in long blend, we're at 1.5. Maintenance is actually not coming along very quick. Oh, didn't they change maintenance? I think it used to be every time you won the roll you got a point. Did they change it to every time you lost the roll in maintenance? I remember the... Oh, no, I think they may just reduce the rate you got it. I want to say they adjusted maintenance a little bit. We got our first point in strength. Fitness is slowly coming along. But that's all fine. Alright, so before we get farther, let's go ahead and work on our salad. We can add the Brussels sprouts. We can add the lettuce. And we can add the squash. I think they nerfed it, because it still has listed that it gives you XP. It used to be that the crowbar was just, like, free maintenance XP out the wazoo. And I think what they did was they adjusted it down. I just don't remember how they adjusted it. Like, if it had the crowbar itself had a penalty, or, like, the way the rolls worked wasn't quite as good, or that they just arbitrarily, you know, reduced the rate of maintenance or whatever. I don't remember how it worked. But I do remember that maintenance got a little nudgy nudge down. On the same time, they did make it so crafting stuff did give you maintenance, so it's kind of pro and con. We checked the radio in the car, right? I'm also trying to remember which house had the car. Because we want to take a quick peek. For the emergency channel. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we checked this. I also should mark that I have the keys to this car, because if we find a gas can, this could be our ride. It's not an amazing car, but very genuinely, the cars are more just about convenience of transportation than anything. So, radio does not have the radio station we care about. Let's go down here where I am now, and loot, hire, damaged, Lincoln, low gas, have keys. That way, if I need a ride later, I usually mostly care about the cars for as you get farther in the game that you'd have to go more abroad. Just having that available. And then the other thing is, like, when you go to do stuff like move generators and that, it's kind of good to have that. You'll eventually find, once I kind of get my neighborhood secure, I will start traveling around yelling so often and stuff like that. And that's because Project Zomboid is a game that a lot of people will subscribe to, like, oh, you need to be sneaky and stealthy, and I would argue the opposite. You want to be loud. Like, once you're not just trying to survive from your very first positioning kind of thing, loud is your friend. Because it's not the zombie you see coming that gets you. Not usually. So by making lots of noise, you draw the zombies that are like in closets and bathrooms and, you know, all those zombies that catch you by surprise. You end up drawing them out more and more out into the open, where you can fight them and not have to worry about it nearly as much. Okay. A couple of zombies here, a couple more up there. Yeah, the only problem with using the sirens is zombies will normally not attack an unoccupied car, but it does have an exception of when there are sirens going on it. When you have sirens going on, the zombies will attack the car and damage the sirens. I believe you can repair them nowadays, but for the longest time in Build 41, you could not repair sirens, so the moment they got broke, your car permanently had no more sirens. Like I said, I believe that's changed. I haven't done it, you know, since all that came up. But yeah. Go ahead and put on those work boots. Oh, we got zombies cutting behind me. And my guess is this is redistribution. There are two mechanics, migration and redistribution, that deal with zombies' movement. Beyond just like chase player, that kind of thing. And so, and I always get them backwards. I believe it was redistribution was within a cell where the map is broken up into its, you know, various pieces of a grid. Within that, for like one of those sections of a grid, the zombies will kind of not perfectly equalize, but they'll try and like equalize themselves out in that grid. That they'll move around, and if there's like gaps in where the zombies are, they'll try and fill it in. And then you've got migration, which is the bigger one. Migration is where one part of that grid says, okay, I need to move more zombies to this other part of the grid. And so a lot of that, I'm going to have some of the details wrong because it's probably out of date. But let's pretend for a moment that this is the grid border. On this side, I have a cell, and on this side, I have a cell. This cell's supposed to have 100 zombies. This cell's supposed to have 10 zombies. And I go over to this cell and I kill 50 of the zombies. So I'm at 50, and I'm at 10. Now, 50 is half of the number of zombies that's supposed to be here. This one has 100% of the number of zombies that's supposed to be here. So when migration triggers, a couple of these zombies will go over to this side to balance out the percentages. It's not like an all at one side this wave of zombies moves across. It's a little bit more gradual than that. It can be when you're on really high populations. It can feel that way because a small percentage of a ridiculous number can be a ridiculous number. But it is a whole thing where about that. That's where you'll have people accuse the game of cheating and having the zombies home in on the player, that there'll be rumors about the zombies being able to smell you, or that they can just detect the player regardless of line of sight. All that's wrong. with one little fuzzy edge case that I'll explain in a second. But because where you live is going to be a hole in the population of zombies, it does mean when you get to these mechanics like redistribution and migration, they'll have a tendency to come where the player is because you killed all the zombies there, so you're effectively a void in a sea of zombies that the game recognizes should be filled. But where I was saying there is a exception on tracking the player, I don't know how much it's still into effect, but there's a little bit of a cheat that the zombies do very short term, that if a zombie sees me, and so I've aggroed it, and I say, like, I aggro a zombie, and it sees me, and I duck around this corner, and I do that, so I've line of sighted it twice, it actually does know where the player is for a, some number of seconds after it's, lost line of sight or whatever. And that's a performance thing, so that's not constantly pulling to check to see if it's aware of the player, that kind of thing. But it does kind of get wall hacks for just a couple seconds. I know when Build 42 first dropped, the wall hacks were like way too long. And I believe they tuned it down. But it just has to go with how often it checks to see if the zombie's aware of you and yada yada for a lot of like performance stuff. But generally when you're trying to ditch zombies, if I've got a group of zombies here, I'll go around here, line of sight the zombies, so the zombies last saw me go there, so they'll go to that spot. And then, this wouldn't be a good example because I'd walk right back into their line of sight, but I line of sight myself from where I line of sighted. That way they stop here, they look around, they don't see me, and then they'll mill about. So you don't just line of sight them, you line of sight where you line of sighted. And then hopefully do so in a way that you don't run right back into them. Which is why that wouldn't be a good spot there. Like, from this angle, it'd probably be like, get around this building, so they saw me come along here and they lose me around there, and then run on down and go across that building. I'll be far enough away they won't see me. Or if they're not far behind you, it's not too hard to line of sight twice really fast if they're close. Hang on. There's a stale cooked burger in here. It'll make me a little unhappy, but you know what? I'm gonna wolf down that big old juicy burger right here. That's right. It's gonna go bad soon. Alright. Let's do it once around. Not saying zombies in that window. Granted, I don't have a good look on that corner there. No zombies by the door. Don't try and pull fancy moves. That sounded like... I was gonna say, that sounded like a zombie climbed through a window. I think a zombie went through the front window and then came out the side. Alright, let's just back off a little ways. And the only reason I'm doing that is so I don't aggro more. Since that many zombies popping through, there might be a rally group on the other side of the building that I'm aggroing a couple from here and there. Okay. But another thing you notice is I didn't go directly in the house, even though I very clearly had visibility on the front door where we'll probably be fine. That before we go in the house, I kind of did a loop around. Okay, I just made noise by that window. So there's stuff hanging on this side. They probably... Alright, we're going to want to go through... Oh, we're going to definitely want to grab those books. Maintenance 1 is a good book to have. So check to make sure the house is clear before we start looting. Okay, so maintenance 1 we absolutely want. The rest of those will be nice to have eventually, but not really a priority. We're going to continue to make bad life choices, and we're going to grab the rest of this food and walk home. All right. Trying to hold off for Tomb getting home. I also need to stop soon to use the restroom. Give me 1 second. I got one more time I can delay the ads. And then Twitch is going to tell me no. You get delayed for 15 minutes, that's the absolute max, and then you're cut off. Alright, so just like before, we're going to go ahead and drop a bunch of this stuff back home. We got a bunch of really good books. Well, we got a bunch of books. I got a really good book. So I'm going to go ahead and do is this will be our bookshelf. So you can have a photo album. You can have... Well, actually, we'll leave these other... What am I doing? That's a magazine I could have been reading this whole time. Right, so Animal Care is going to go on this shelf right now. I know we've already got a lot of time in it. Cooking 2 can go there. Glassworking 2 can go there. Maintenance 1 is the new book we're prioritizing. Pottery 3 can go there. Meanwhile, grab the magazine off there. Because I failed to notice that that was actually a magazine that was useful. I just saw that as a gray magazine, and in my head I was like, it's just some entertainment magazine or whatever. But no, it's actually got some goodies. Drop you off, drop you off. We're gonna eat that. We got all that to be still eaten. Got all you. There's that. Cucumber. Honestly, cucumber can stay because that's gonna be one of those ones that goes bad pretty quick. Okay, we'll have our little sippy sip of water. The water's still good. Let's finish this salad. Okay, so hamburger bun. Cucumber. Brussels sprouts. Lettuce. Little bit of squash. Wherever it went, there's a squash. Season with some pepper. Season with some salt. Drop that off in the freezer. Season with some vinegar. Season with the pickle. And we'll season with some tomato paste. That is a heckin' fancy salad. And I'll chuck just a little bit of that fish we just cooked in it because it's already in my inventory, so why not? Put the rest in the freezer. Okay, so we got ourselves like a proper fancy salad that's going to give us 50 hunger when we eat it. And it's also a thing, if you haven't noticed when I've been cooking these, if we look at the stats on this, it gives me a full bar of unhappiness recovery. So we could be like at near like crippling depression levels. And once we eat this salad, peak happiness. Literally could not be happier. Physically have achieved maximum happiness. You know that first time you went to Disneyland? Congratulations, you are happier eating this salad than that moment. Your wedding day, I hate to break it to you, but that salad... No. Hey, Alana, how's it going? Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. It's just kind of a meme in Project Zomboid that, Alright, so shout out for Alana Rama. Alana Rama's absolutely a fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of similar stuff to what we play here. Fellow member of the House and Frequency stream team, the stream team that I'm on. Playing some Dark Switch recently, which I don't know, but plays like a lot of RimWorld and, you know, a bunch of these other games. You know, like RimWorld has done, a Satisfactory and a whole bunch of those. Very much similar content, so good times. But yeah, no, it's just a meme in Project Zomboid that, like, happiness and sadness is very fleeting. That it just kind of happens really quickly. And it can be very, very memey. Um, in the idea that, like, your character can go through where everyone has died, everything is awful, things couldn't possibly be worse, but then you eat a lovely salad, and everything's fine. Or just the same that, you know, you've gone through such terrible, terrible things and all that, but the thing that, like, puts you over the edge is that, you know, you're a little anxious, or, like, you ate some food that was mildly stale. The thing that, like, puts you into, you know, inconsolable depression. You did a dev key day? Oh, nice. Any that stood out as particularly being like, oh, this is the one I'm most excited for? Ate without Tamble, but Zomboid's take. Yeah, it's actually one of the things, cause right now, depression as a mechanic in the game is kind of a nothing burger. It slows down your action speed, which mostly only matters when you're doing stuff like crafting or lots of looting. Like anything that puts a bar above your head just generally goes slower. And so it's kind of one of those things that there's been conversations about, like, okay, but how could they implement one for this mechanic to mean more? And then also to, like, do so in a way that isn't, like, just kind of mean to people with depression, that kind of thing. Like, you know, a lot of times when you gamify stuff like mental health and disability and all that, it can very quickly go from good to bad. Like that you're kind of picking fun at people instead of, you know, representing it in a meaningful way. But in Product Zomboid, it's just your actions go slower. And to me, the two big things that are problematic about, like, not problematic in the, like, that don't work well, is the way I'll say. The two things that kind of make it not work well is, one, like I said, sadness and happiness in the game are very, very fleeting. There's not much build-up or, you know, wind down. You eat something stale, your character, like, immediately becomes, like, you eat a bug or two, and your character immediately becomes depressed. And it's like, the verbiage is like that you kind of hit, like, the maximum possible depression there is. And all that. And then, you know, you, like, there's that kind of thing. And then you eat a really nice salad, and you're suddenly happy again. So it's a little much. And, like, don't get me wrong, in the moment, something good happens, and you can get really happy short term. But that it's kind of fleeting. Like, that is a thing. But Zomboid, it gets to be pretty silly at times. But then just on the other end of things, you also run into the, like, its impact is, again, I think we got noticed. I just heard zombies climb the fence. Yep. And that, honestly, that room was actually a very dangerous room. I even thought about going in, that the zombies, because we have it where they can open doors. If a zombie opened the door while I was sitting there, I wouldn't have a chance to react at all. I would just get hit. Oh, hey, you're delivering... Not only are you bringing me... You're bringing me my very own duffel bag, but you're bringing me one of a lovely color. It's not just some boring black duffel bag. You got a nice cyan or something going there. Okay. Alright, let's back off, get to the next house. They're gonna want to move stuff around a little bit. But yeah, and that's the reasons why it's good to be mindful of sound. Had I not heard those zombies, we probably would have just died. because what would have ended up happening is I wouldn't have been able to react because I was on a bed facing the door where there's nothing between us. And on a normal playthrough, that wouldn't be that big a deal. They'd start banging on the door, and you could kind of, hey Kool-Aid steamroll through them if you had to. But I have mine set so the zombies can open doors and windows on me. So in that case, they would have walked open and just been like, surprise! And just jumped me immediately. And it takes it takes like a second or two to stand up. And I've been more enough time for it to run up and grab me. And all that stuff. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I need to step away to welcome my wife home, use the restroom, that kind of stuff. What game is this? This is Project Zomboid. And all that stuff. But I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and I'll see you then. So thank you again for tuning in. Alright, and I am back. Sorry about that. Just had to run downstairs, get some dinner set up and all that. Tomb's not quite back yet, but that's fine. Alright, we're just recovering our endurance for a minute while we're waiting. Let's see. Grab all of this. Move that into that backpack. Do the same for this. Moving a bunch of stuff to our duffel bag. We do have the mod that lets you, collect Pokemon cards or whatever. We do have that loaded. Alright, let's start reading the Maintenance 1 book while we wait. Till our exhaustion goes. Now, when you see that Moodle disappear, I'm not actually fully recovered yet. You don't hit that Moodle until it's like 30% of your endurance is used or whatever it is. So it's just kind of one of those things that you have to recover that 30% again. We'll just give that a minute. That'll be fine. In the meantime, we're going to read a little bit of this maintenance book, which will help us level our maintenance skill faster. For those who don't know what the books do, is if we look at this, I need 75 XP on agriculture, but on animal care, which you've read most of the book, I get a multiplier of 2.1 times the normal XP rate. But then if we compare to where I'm working on the maintenance, I'm only at 0.3 multiplier. But it is a thing that as you read the books, the earlier books will give you, I think it's a 3 times multiplier. But as you get to the higher skills, which it's the first book is for levels 1 and 2, the second books are for like 3 and 4 and so forth. But as you gain more and more levels, the multiplier gets higher. I think at like 9 and 10, the book for that, it's like a 15 times XP multiplier, which is absurd. So they are absolutely worth going out of your way for. Now, don't put yourself in any danger that you're going to just die needlessly trying to go after. They're not that big a deal. But, like, if you're looking for items to be like, okay, what should I go for next? Pursuing the books is not a bad choice. Generally speaking, in my runs early on, I will have a tendency to go after bookstores and all that. These days, because I tend to play in higher zombie pops, usually I don't get the choice to aim for any specific loot. It's kind of what side am I approaching town from? Okay, well, I'm just going to gradually work through. I think we already looted this place. I actually don't remember. Okay, so you're way up there. No, we did not. Okay, does not have the emergency channel. Okay. Nothing we care about any of those. I really shouldn't be as fussed grabbing all this food. And the reason for that is just very genuinely what we're grabbing, a lot of it's just going to rot. I actually don't remember if we have a can opener at the house we're staying at. Okay. So with that, let's pop here for a second. X out this house that's been looted. We'll kill the couple of zombies up here. We'll drag this back. Oop, there's a pretty good group over there. Let's not aggro them as well if we can help it. Okay, we got some more cards. Because those that didn't see, the only mods are running right now is there's a mod that adds Pokemon cards to the game. And it's just a thing, like, I'm not making it my big goal to be like, oh yeah, we gotta get them all. It's just something to add on to the pile of things we could do. But as we're wandering the world and all that, we could slowly put them together. Okay, so let's get back to our house just down the road, drop off all this newfound food. What I need to do is eventually find a place that's got enough room, because we'll want to set down our binders. So we can look at all our cool cards and all that. Supposedly there's a way we can go in and see like how much of the collection we got, but I wasn't able to figure that out, what little testing I got to do before stream. And I do think tomorrow we're going to get back into our RimWorld run that we've got ongoing. It's been sitting a while, and I know if I let it sit way too long, I won't come back to it. We got a lot of time committed into that run, so I definitely don't want to just leave it hanging. It's just between a bunch of games all releasing at the same time and having major versions and all that, it's always that juggle. You only got N hours to work with. Where do you put it? Okay, so let's check on this. We can drop you in the oven because you got to be cooked. You'll need to be cooked, you'll need to be cooked, you'll need to be cooked. Meanwhile, I can put the yogurt in here. Salami in there. Ranch dressing in there. Cheese in there. Put the bread in there. We will drink some water. And I'll fill the cooking pot with water. Okay. The simple question, would you rather play in post-zombie horror world or live in the life on the Rim world? I mean, that depends on if you're talking, like, a more realistic depiction of either of those, or as they're implemented in the game. Because as they're implemented in the game, I mean, at least Zomboid, you go live out in the woods or something like that, and be away from the zombies forever. But in real life, like in RimWorld, if you're just kind of minding your own business away from everybody, it's far less likely you're going to just randomly have people show up trying to murder you. Both of them have pretty unrealistic depictions of reality and human behavior and everything. But, you know, they're video games, so whatever. Like, even on the RimWorld, when you think about it, you can just land on any tile and live perfectly fine and comfortable. You're not going to have, like, these giant sweeping factions raiding and pillaging everybody. Not by a large margin. Yeah, it's a lawless land, and so people can be dangerous. But we've got lawless lands, you know, in our actual society and all that happen. And generally speaking, even some of the roughest didn't turn into, like, everybody's out murdering everybody else and that kind of nonsense. But that would make for a less interesting video game, so that's fine. But then, just the same token, you can go to Project Zomboid and go, well, first of all, zombies aren't real, so that kind of kills that right on the door. But assuming they were, you would still have a lot of stuff there. Didn't I have another pack of cards? Where did that go? Oh, I bet you it got tossed in here, maybe? Yeah, there it is. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I'm definitely going to want to get, like, some kind of shelf I can put all the binders in or something. Oh, I don't want to carry the can opener with me. Can openers actually weigh a decent amount. It's not bad to have one. But I don't need to be carrying it. But yeah, no, honestly, between the two, and it's also a thing like, you know, the idea of having these giant cannibal factions and all sorts of stuff again is a very unrealistic and implausible thing and all that. So it's kind of like hard to gauge because you're going, okay, but when I'm applying my really like reality to the video game world, there's gonna have to be like some concessions in reality just because of decisions made for game purposes that wouldn't wouldn't last. Like in reality, you'd be able to like write it out because those groups wouldn't last long term for a mess of reasons. And then like the zombie apocalypse kind of stuff. Like there's a lot of reasons why the zombie apocalypse is just non-viable and everything. If for no other reason than the zombies as depicted, we don't see them stop and drinking water and all that sort of stuff because of their reckless behavior and the lack of self-care and all that. Their bodies would not hold up very long without that like regular nutrition and all that coming in. They would, you know, very, very rapidly deteriorate and become weaker. That you could genuinely just kind of hang out at home for a little while, and, you know, the zombies would all eventually just kind of rot away very rapidly. And that's assuming you had, like, a super rabies kind of thing to create a viable zombie apocalypse or whatever. And usually, almost always, those don't work. When you have a disease of very high lethality, it's very rare they end up being a particularly contagious disease that can get proper spread going on. Not that it can't happen, but it's pretty rare. I'm gonna rest here. I'm worried if I rest in that room, I'm gonna get got. So like when you look at stuff like COVID or the flu or whatever, it is a dangerous disease that does kill people, but it's by the sheer volume of how many people get infected that it ends up. It's like it's just such a highly contagious disease that makes it dangerous. How high is the pop when your title says high pop? We're at about 5 times pop, so we're a little bit over very high pop, but under insane pop. Normally when I play the game, I do 16 times pop as my go-to. I'm one of the players who goes like full-on try-hard sweaty with that. But with all the map changes, if I play on that, I don't get to see anything. Just because of how long it takes to clear into an area. So we're definitely not playing on the harder settings that we typically play. I think I heard a fence. Yeah, no, absolutely. And like that's my normal gameplay is like 16 times pop. But it is one of those things that like getting into a town isn't just something you do, it's a campaign. We're going to be working at it for a couple of in-game months to get your foothold and start carving a path into the town. So while I actually did start build 42.2 on a 16 times pop, which is still alive for the record, you know, I put out a poll and being like, hey, what do you want to see me do to the community? And we actually went with Top of the World Challenge first, but we got pretty far in that and eventually did ultimately die. But we got a pretty good ways into it. I gotten quite a few floors down. Yeah, I think we had a meta event that drug the zombies west. That's gonna be a little hot. We can probably drop back down here. There's a wall along here that should keep the zombies from going too far. So let's actually, we'll just go back to our house. But yeah, so it's one of those things that's like, okay, I can play this try-hard sweaty stuff I normally do, but then we're not gonna see anything. Or we can back it down where the risk here, I mean, obviously you could still die and all that, like it happens. We did take a death yesterday. But like the risk here is we get to the mid game and then I start getting bored because like I'm not being challenged enough. which has happened. I've had a number of times people bring up One Painful Year, and it's gone by a couple of different names. And I was always reluctant to take on the challenge because it's easier settings than I'm used to. And after like half the community was playing One Painful Year challenge, and I kept getting more and more people asking about, it's like, all right, fine, I'll do it. And I got like 2 or 3 streams in, and then I quit because I was bored to death. Because I think because it's like every 3 months you had to leave whatever town you're in and move to a different town, and you weren't allowed to go back, and you had to kind of like go around the map that way. And it just ended up being a thing that I was only a couple weeks in and had already cleared half of one of the towns. It's like, okay, like genuinely I'm going to run out of zombies here and leave because I'll have nothing left to do in this town. But I'm also not the typical player either. Like, to me, the One Painful Year challenge is a very mid-range challenge. Like, it's going to be harder than your normal gameplay typically will be, but it's definitely not... It's not like the Blood Bank challenge, it's not doing 16 times pop, it's not doing, like, the sprinter challenges out there. You know, those ones that, like, the loot is horribly punished and everything. We're already drowsy again? Man? Okay. Like, we're at 0 fitness rates now, so it's not surprising that we're burning out quick. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Should leave you alone because I might aggro more getting you. But, yep. But yeah, for context, for those who haven't seen me play the game that much, if we were doing 16 times pop, so I spawned up here, and then this is the house to the farthest south. Realistically, where we would be at this stage of the game is I would be down the road here where there's nothing, struggling as we're crafting, like, sticks and stuff to go up and try and fight our way into the first house on 16 times pop. Yeah, no, definitely, like, it's hard for me to put something in the game that is truly a proper challenge anymore. Because you can do stuff like turn on sprinters, and there's ways you can play it to make it so you will be successful doing them. The sprinters are a lot more arcadey and a lot less margin of error and all that kind of nonsense. Okay. So, before we start resting and all that stuff, what town is that? This is Valley Station. And honestly, so far, I haven't noticed much in the way of Valley Station changing. So we got our little Pokemon card things. This is a mod, so we're gonna go ahead and open our first pack. So we're gonna pray to RNG. We got Sandshrew, Energy, a Poliwag, a Squirtle, and a Paris. And an Execute, a Rhydon, a Clefairy that's apparently a Holo. And I believe that was just the base set. So we could place this item on the table. And then grab all those cards. It's a mod. I saw Drongo doing it the other day. I'm like, okay, it's something to collect. Somehow we're supposed to be able to see... Oh, okay, 1 second. Oh, okay, so we've got 8 out of 204, so you get the idea. So it's like basically you just have like where you can collect stuff. It was just to add something else for us to do in the game. Because one reality of Project Zomboid is once you start getting into later game stuff, there's less to do. And we also have the gym one. So let's pop that pack. And there's a 1% chance in each zombie of getting a pack. Erica's Belshroom, Misty's Seal, Misty's Dugong, Sabrina's Venomoth. Oh, I guess that's just it. But yeah, so it's just something to collect. So it's like where historically we might do something like collect the plushies or whatever. You know, but there's only like, what was it, like 8 plushies? Maybe more now, like maybe 12. But there wasn't many of them. And you could usually get all but like maybe one of them by just hitting a toy store or two. This gives you something that's got a lot more long term. Is it like Smoker, where if you don't open a pack for a while, you start getting stressed? That would be a great and cursed trait for someone to come up with. That, honestly, very genuinely, I would be on board with that kind of, like, you've got an addiction for the gotcha gamba. To just have, like, I don't know what you'd name it, like, collectibles addiction, or Polka addict, or something like that. So you gotta crack your pack. You don't crack a Pokemon pack, you start getting the itches. Your character just starts getting, you know, uncontrollably sad. Now, how long I need to sleep each night will actually go down as the game goes on. Low-key, as your fitness goes up, the rate at which point you start getting sleepy ends up going down because you're less exerted. It's actually one of the things that the wakeful trait can be kind of a curse and a blessing. Because, like, on the blessing side is you get to stay up longer, you get to get more done. It's not hard to explain why that's good. Getting more done in the same amount of time is just a win. But on the downside, what ends up happening is later on in the game, you start running into problems where you're just, you know, you just, like, don't sleep that long, so you go to bed, it's dark outside, and you wake up and it's dark outside, and just trying to manage that. Okay, one thing I want to change in our character really fast. We don't have the frequency yet. But I'm going to set my alarm to start trying to get her schedule sorted. But without the wakeful trait and all that stuff, you can go to bed at like midnight to 1 a.m. and pretty reliably wake up around 7:30 or so. And then as you get later in the game, oh, I forgot on our other save, the one we stepped away from, we had a tropical storm that was going to show up right at the beginning of the game. Granted, this is a heavy rain. It's been a long while since I've done a tropical storm in Project Zomboid. They're pretty rare. Okay. It's Kentucky. Tropical storms better be rare. I mean, they're not that rare. A tropical storm's not that rare hitting Kentucky. To give you an idea, all the way up in Quebec and Canada even gets hit by tropical storms / low category hurricanes. It's just like one gets up there every 10 years or so. But yeah, I wouldn't say Kentucky deals with a particularly high number of tropical storms. But yeah, pretty much anything along the East Coast you're gonna run into the occasional tropical storm or hurricane, not until you get like all the way up to like the polar ice, like not all the way up to polar ice cap. That's a bit too far. But that warm water comes from the equator, brings it on up. Makes the entire east coast of the American continent just a little warm. You clearly didn't hear me, you're just strolling. But that's kind of one of the things that the storms in the game will often do. Is effectively you're getting like all these like little sounds pinging all over the map. Which will just kind of rile up and agitate the zombies. In practice, what it means is the zombies get to be a bit harder to predict during bad weather because there's just a bunch of random noises going on, dragging them this way and that way. So they won't have like a tendency to go to the player specifically, but just moving around in general, often not far from the player. Let's actually go over here closer to the coast. We'll grab these zombies first, just because I know there's no zombies past the water because of the water. Alright, so we got all our cards in our fanny pack. There's at least 2 or 3 zombies there. Could be plenty more, though. Not close enough to get line of sight. Oh, wait. There's something I do want to check in here. I can't do it all paused. Nope, doesn't have the radio station we want. We're trying to keep a lookout for the emergency broadcast channel. It'll give us weather forecasts, that kind of thing. Let's back off for a minute and rest. And then we're going to go and clear up behind the market there. And then go into the market. And the problem there is we're definitely not going to be able to carry all the food. Yep, so we're getting a little uncomfortable because we're soaking wet. Okay. And thank you, Canna Hawk, for the 270 stream streak. Catch the last 270 streams, not miss a single one, so I do appreciate it. was actually expecting a lot more to chase me by yelling there, but you know what? It's fine. Just gonna keep picking at the local zombies. Yeah, so as you saw, that zombie hit the window and it opened instantly. That's because we did give the zombies the ability to open that open windows, and so that means that window wasn't locked. Okay, you've got a key for the building, probably. Alright. So just want to keep drawing zombies away from the food market until we don't have any zombies like immediately around, and then we can go and peek inside and see what we got. Let's see, you moved from Tennessee in 2024, and you made the joke that you brought the first tropical store since 1995. Oh, from Florida? Yeah. Yeah, usually though when you have like the storms get up there, part of the reason you don't have it nearly as noteworthy is the rate you get to places like Tennessee and Kentucky and you're like under a proper hurricane is pretty low. Because usually the storms just lose their steam once they make landfall, so by the time it reaches those states, instead of being like a full-on tropical, a full-on hurricane, it's either like a tropical storm or a tropical depression. It's kind of just what's left of the storm. So that's one reason you just don't get those storms particularly far inland. But sometimes they'll still manage to hold up to being a tropical storm. But yeah, as far as like a proper hurricane, even to consider like when we get hit with a Category 5 hurricane that hits Florida, or like goes across it kind of deal, usually by the time it gets to the other side, it's dropped from like a Category 5 to like a Category 1 or 2. If that. Like when a Category 5 hits on the East Coast and comes straight across to where I'm at, I'm pretty close to the center of the state and whatnot. Usually by the time it reaches us, it's like upper 2, lower 3. Makes me a little unhappy to have a zombie walk right by. Skulking right next to us, but that's fine. Pretty much what I was expecting. It is a pretty sketch house for me to be resting in. I got another zombie back here. But yeah, so then, yeah, they're usually depressions when they get here. Yeah, no, that's going to be most of the case. It takes a particularly strong storm making landfall at the coast and just going straight on in to get one that holds up enough to get there and still be classified as like a hurricane or a tropical storm. Alright. So let's get down to this house here. Because we're getting exerted and all that stuff. We're still on the lookout for the emergency channel. Alright, so create the salad. Grab some hamburger bun. Grab some Brussels sprouts. Put some squash in there. And add a little lettuce. Tuck that back in her bag. Alright, and a lot of this is the zombies are moving around as we're having these meta events and the rain and I'm fighting and making noise and all this kind of stuff. It will maneuver the zombies here and there. The more we clear the area, the less of a problem that'll be because there's less zombies to effectively pull from. Do you rest better depending on the comfortableness of furniture? That is an excellent question that I actually don't know off the top of my head. I believe you sleep better. I don't think you rest better. I could be wrong about that, though. Generally speaking, it's not like I'm going to drag around a nicer piece of furniture, nor do I think it's worth going into the room being like, okay, here's the four surfaces I can sleep on. Which one are going to give me the best results? Because more often my consideration is which piece of furniture gives me the best vantage point to look in the direction I'm most likely going to run into a threat from. Or, you know, gives me the area to kind of cover the most of the areas that I could be attacked from. You know, whether I get a 5% or 10% better rest rate is kind of irrelevant to, am I going to survive the night? Or am I going to survive whatever? I know for sleep it affects stuff. Yeah, generally I don't fuss about a lot of that stuff. There's a lot of that stuff you could get into, like, min-maxing, being like, okay, what is the best possible piece of furniture I could rest in, and yada yada. Broadly speaking, I think it just makes more sense to be like, what is the piece of furniture I can get at with the least headache kind of thing. Because, like, even if it has, like, a higher rest rate, if you have to pick up the furniture and then move it to a different position, that's going to make you very over-encumbered to make it so you can see the thing. Sure, you might get a little boost to how you rest, potentially, maybe. But then you burned a bunch of endurance to also move it over there, too. Now, if it's someplace you're going to go again and again and again, like your home base or, like, some choke point, maybe it makes sense. But I'm also very lazy. As evidenced by the fact that I've had a long career in software development. And if there's anything about software developers, we will put hundreds and hundreds of hours to save ourselves dozens and dozens of minutes. Just to not have to do the work ourselves. That's definitely a classic programmer joke for those who haven't heard that. Yep. Well, the idea is most of the time taking the time to automate makes sense. Oh, hey, we got a stale TV dinner. We're gonna eat that now. Because, like, if it's a task you're going to be repeating again and again and again, even if it takes you a lot of time to put in the work, if it's going to keep being repeated, eventually you'll kind of make up your time investment. But then there's the times where you sit there and just habitually go, well, I'm going to automate this. And you come to the realization that you run this process once every X number of years. And that, like, you're probably never going to get your value. Oh, okay, so I'd have to dry that first. And thank you, Such a Cookie, for the 840 stream streak. Keeping that stream streak alive this whole time. We had 2 people who had their stream streaks really, really high. Eventually, Lardine lost theirs. So Cookie's the last one standing. To give you an idea, that is a stream streak from the moment stream streaks became available on the channel. Has not missed one. Not a single time. Which is beyond absurd. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Well, to be clear, there's a lot of people who haven't missed a single stream on the channel, but also like it just not bugging out at any point is also an impressive suite. Like there's so much there. But yeah, and I think anyone who's done software development for a meaningful amount of time has had that moment where there was some project they were working on to automate something and kind of came to the realization that they put in this tons of time to like automate this process, and even if they continue to support whatever it was for the rest of their lives, realistically just doing it the manual way would have been more time efficient. You still do it, it's just the way it is. It's actually one of those things like getting yourself out of the habit of automating it right away and being like, okay, is this going to remain consistent enough? Is it done frequently enough to justify taking the time to put in the work to get the computer to do the thing so I don't have to? Beyond if you're just interested in doing it. Sometimes you'll take on projects that are like, okay, does this project make sense to work on? No. No, it does not. But if it's something you're genuinely interested in, you're like, right, but I'm not doing because it makes sense. I'm doing it because I wanna. Let's see, you lost 100 stream streak after watching the timer go all the way down, and it didn't work. Yeah. No, I had a stream streak that was like in the low 300s with FG squared that eventually, like I'm 99.9% sure I didn't miss a stream, but it just didn't count it for me. And that was before we had the things where you could like potentially catch up if there was a clip or whatever to watch it after the fact and yada yada. I don't sweat it that much. Like, it's a cool thing. It's kind of fun, like, just from, like, a gamifying kind of thing. But it's also the kind of thing that I'm like, hey, like, don't skip hanging out with your family or whatever. You know, just to keep number bigger. Like, don't miss out on spending time with friends to keep number bigger. Like all things, there's a balance. Okay. Cool, we actually have a bunch by the road. Later on, you know, assuming the character lives long enough, what we'll end up doing is I'll end up getting whatever loud car I can, potentially removing the muffler to make the car even louder. And then generally speaking, what I might do is on the drive back, if I've got sirens or a horn or whatever, I'll make a bit of noise on the way back. And the entire strategy behind that is you don't want to make the noise on the way back, like on the way out, because zombies will fall in behind you and are now between you and home. But on the way back, if you're making all this noise, you're drawing the zombies to the road so that the next day when you go out, the zombies that are all up in the houses and the trees and all that will get drawn into the road, so that when you can come back out, you can clean them up. And if you kind of keep going back and forth and doing that, you will, over time, just, like, clear out all the zombies in the area. It looks like the zombies have, like, moved around a bunch again. And that's fine. We just keep doing it again and again till zombies stop showing up. So what day do you guys think you should focus on the base? Because it feels like I'm not focusing on it enough. I mean, you can genuinely live completely nomadic. Like, there's not a correct amount. You have some people who they just base build and they clear around them, and that's just what the way they play their game start to finish. You've also got people who they technically have a base they just drop loot off at, but they really don't do any base stuff at all. And everywhere in between. Alright, so we're gonna go and deal with this because this is between us and home, which means it's gotta die. Kind of my priorities when it comes to killing zombies is the zombies immediately around the house tend to be some of the first that we get rid of. And then the other thing we'll do is, like, if ever zombies get between me and we're at, like, my retreat path, then I will go out of my way to kill those zombies as well. So your advice is to find a good house so you can board up safely with resources, renewable, aka river. Yeah, generally, like, the safely kind of thing, I'm pretty just kind of on that, because if you're continuing to clear the area, like, you're killing all the zombies in an area regularly is going to be a better defense than anything else. But I'd absolutely agree, it's good to have some basic resources nearby. Generally speaking, I tend to almost always base where gas isn't too far away, and where water isn't too far away. Oh, right. I finished the book. So let's grab the animal care book I had been working on. But yeah, like the bigger thing is there isn't a correct answer to that question, just because it all depends on, like, what your goals are, what you're trying to do, all that kind of stuff. The base building can be fun, but there's also some people who just don't enjoy the base building aspect of the game, which is fine. Get a jar of eggplants. I'm gonna go ahead and just eat the lime. The jar of eggplants in the freezer for now. Okay. But yeah, places like big rivers, you know, large, or not big rivers, big lakes, stuff like that. I have a tendency to put most of my bases near there or stay at places like that. Like, so, like, right here, I wouldn't be unhappy with this, with having that there. There's not gas nearby, which is a little bit of a negative, but it wouldn't be unreasonable. Some other places, like, I think of all the places on the map, and I haven't been there since build 42.2, so maybe it's changed, is the gas station on the north side of Lake Fallis was my favorite place to base out of, because what I would do is I'd put the generator so it's between the lake and the fuel pumps, and then I could build my own base on that opening in the middle there. That's probably the most elaborate base I've ever built in my entire time playing Product Zomboid, was in that run. You know, I built this 2-story place, plastered up the walls, painted them, did a whole bunch of that kind of nonsense. We were, like, collecting doctorates off of pharmacy walls and all that, so that our character could have a bunch of doctorates and all that. I had, like, a storehouse in the back that was, like, all of the loot I had collected, and it was all organized, like, here's the cabinet that's all my short blade weapons, here's the cabinet that's all my long blunt weapons, you know, here's where all this kind of stuff is. I had, like, I think it was, like, two of the ice cream freezers, because for the longest time, those are the best for keeping food long term. Alright. They're just gradually drawing the zombies from all around the building. That way when I go to loot in there, I can do so without having to worry about someone rolling in on me. Alright. I'll catch up with chat in a minute. And actually, since we got pulled into an ad break, I'm gonna quickly just take 2 seconds here, once the zombie finally decides it's dead. And I'm gonna take just a minute here. My wife just got home. I'm just gonna say hi. She's just in the other room. It's not gonna be like a big long break. It's just gonna be a minute. But I'll do that. That way I can respond to the question once the ad break is over. Alright, so I'll be back in a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay, so sorry about that. Just wanted to like welcome my wife home real fast, because normally she would have been home a little bit earlier, and when I went down I would have caught her. But she's just, traffic or whatever. So just saying hi, welcoming her home and all that. Anyways, the ad break's over. So to circle back to Soul's question, or answer saying, the overall goal is to figure out what I should do, because you feel like you hit a wall once you raid Rosewood and get decent gear and then leave Rosewood or the location. Yeah, so Project Zomboid is very much a sandbox game, which means it's very, very much a make-your-own fun kind of game. Generally speaking, once you reach the point that you are surviving for like a month or so, you're going to need to come up with more goals than just survive. Because otherwise you are just going to get bored of the game, because just survive is actually a pretty easy goal once you get the game mechanics down. Like, you can genuinely just walk out in the woods and survive. Some things that do help is, for one, you can make it so the beginning of the game goes longer. You can do that by doing, like, what I tend to do is what I refer to as 0 to hero, where I start with no stats at all, which means it takes quite a bit more to get myself going. You can increase the zombie populations as well to have, again, more friction towards getting your whole things. Because I've mentioned a number of times, the way I kind of view Project Zomboid is you boot up the game, you start a new run, and you've got this long checklist of all the things you want to do / need to do to, survive and thrive and all that. Or just want to accomplish. And as you play through the run, that checklist slowly gets smaller and smaller until you come to the realization you either don't care about what little's left on it, or, you know, you're kind of like just bored or whatever. And at that point, that's where Project Zomboid you start to kind of lose out, because it doesn't give you new objectives. You got to come up with stuff. And there's stuff like collect all the plushies, clear the prison in Rosewood, go to the Crossroads Mall, check out the secret military base, these kind of things. You know, these objectives you can make for yourself, and that's certainly a good idea. But putting hurdles in the way can actually be very good. It's one of the reasons why I generally discourage people from turning off Infection. It's totally fine if that's how you want to play, like, don't let me yuck your yum. But especially if you find yourself very quickly being like, well, what do I do next? Keep in mind, if you've made it easy enough to survive, that you start surviving those kind of lengths regularly, you're just kind of running into you're surviving past the core content of the game. That very much the game is at its hardest the moment you start, and every single day you survive, it gets just a little bit easier. So things you can do that drag out the early game can all be beneficial. But that said, like, if you're getting to the point where you're starting to get a bit geared and you're leaving Rosewood, broadly, when you leave the town itself, until you get to another, you know, high-density area, you probably are going to just have an easy time, because you're going from one of the major cities to just out in the farm and all that. So from Rosewood, some of the goals you could set for yourself is the Rosewood prison right there to the west. That is actually one of the most dangerous places on the map. That, like, clearing that location is kind of a thing of pride for people. Like, it's not worth doing, but it is, you know, from a I accomplished the thing, something worth doing. You just don't expect to get loot you care about out of it. Oh no. It's all going stale. We need to eat. I can't eat more. My feeble body here cannot force more food into my gullet. Grab the olive oil, grab the sugar. Grab this. There's a lot of food in here. It's definitely not going to be a one-tripper. Okay, we got some Pokemon cards. Which, again, that's a mod. It's the only mod I'm running right now is the Pokemon card one. I am grabbing way more food than I really should be. I like a keys. Okay, it's been 2 seconds. Stale loaf of bread. We don't care about the laundromat part. Let's see, your main goal for you think is to understand the game, to make it a month plus, and also try and survive Louisville. Currently you're trying out Veteran, decent survival traits. Gotcha. Yeah. So Louisville will be a good one to push you as a player. Louisville can be a really rough time, but that's kind of the thing. Is those type of pressures are kind of what keep the game interesting, so you don't just lose interest real quick to it. Like give you a challenge to overcome, that kind of thing. And I'm doing a massive no-no right now and grabbing way, way, way more than I should be. You really don't want to push yourself over the moderately overloaded or overburdened or whatever the text is. Just because it'll make you way harder to survive a lot of stuff. But at the same time, why make good decisions when you can make bad ones? Alright, that's way past my limit. If I'm going to both those bags already, let's work our way back home. We probably don't want to drive the car. I'm gonna check to see if it's got gas. Whatever that car key is for is not that car. And this is why I shouldn't do this. As you notice, we're going massively exertion so fast. Do you enjoy grand script strategy games? I do. I don't tend to stream them. They're very, like, that is a genre that can be very hard to stream in an entertaining way. Especially like your 4X strategy. But yeah, games like Stellaris and Civilization, historically, I have enjoyed, yes. Uh-oh, we're overburned. I'm gonna eat an entire cabbage. I'm basically wolfing down all this stale food. I mean, for the stuff that's not calorie rich, it's probably not worth me doing. But for the calorie rich stuff, can help out a bit. Yeah, I don't make good streamable content. Not typically. Like, sometimes, if you're, like, leaning in on, like, the role-play storytelling side of things, you can make it work. But outside of that, don't notice me. Because that'd be the exact reason why you don't do this. Because now we're here, and I'm basically entirely spent. Where if I get into a fight, it's going to be a real challenge to do anything. You love the games Paradox makes, but you don't love their DLC models for each game? Yeah, Paradox is always a tricky one, because on one hand, they do support their games much longer than a lot more, and they just keep adding more and more content endlessly to their games. And so that part's a good thing. Like, you buy the game and you just keep getting more and more stuff. So you don't have to be like, oh, well, that's it, there's no more game for me. On the other hand, it can be pretty rough that down the road, if you want to jump in on a game that already exists, you run into the problem where it's like there's just so much DLC that you look at the game and go, this game, with all its DLC is $300. All right, let's be reasonable. There's not really a game that's worth doing. Oh, that's not where I wanted that. You need to go in the fridge. You need to go in the fridge. Well, you don't need to. I'm going to put you in the fridge. I'm trying to keep the stuff that expires in the freezer and put everything else in the fridge. I thought there was at least one. Well, that's water. That doesn't need to be there. That's a meta event. That's actually really bad for us, potentially, because if a zombie gets drug across our place, again, we're at full exhaustion. Green games are crazy with the DLCs. Yeah. Well, that's always the catch with the DLC side of things. Like, if a game is going to continue adding more and more and more and more, there's a point that the game needs to charge for it to continue to fund development. And I know people will be like, well, look at Minecraft, look at Terraria, look at these. Those are extreme outliers that they literally had a tiny, tiny team and then made absolutely bananas amounts of money so they could fund their team for near indefinitely. But that is a very rare exception that you can get that kind of a setup. I wouldn't necessarily agree to that statement, JD. Like, Stellaris, when it released, I didn't feel like was lacking on a bunch of things. But I can't speak for some of their newer games. Like, don't get me wrong, Stellaris keeps adding quality of life, and then some of that ends up getting effectively locked behind DLC and whatnot, and that's not great. I'm getting way too much food. Yeah. So I haven't played Victoria 3 and that, so I can't speak to those particular titles. All right. Needless to say, we're good on food for a while. The fact that we actually managed to hit one of these like grocery store kind of places before all the food started turning dodgy, that's not a thing you normally run into on higher pop runs. Now granted, we're not nearly as high pop as we could be, but still. Oh wait, I still have the eggs on me, that's right. Meanwhile, let's move you in here. And you up there. Five times. So about a third the normal number of zombies I run. A little over. Okay. Into the freezer you go. Oh, before we get into reading our book, we got a jungle pack of cards. So let's go ahead and put down our binder, because we are running the Pokemon card mod. So let's open our brand new jungle pack of Pokemon cards. So we got a Paras, a Cubone, a Taurus, a Venomoth. I guess that's it. Okay, so we can go ahead and grab those cards we got. Chuck them in our book. And then we can grab our book back. And put it back in our fanny pack. You found for your own enjoyment after 1,500 plus, 4 times base pop is a happy medium with lots of zombies to make it enough to be a challenge, but not overwhelmed. Yeah, I'm finding I'm actually kind of enjoying the, like 5-6 times pop, somewhere around there. I enjoy the challenge and, like, the slog of doing, like, the 16 times pop, but it is definitely a thing to say you don't see the world. In Build 41, where we could loot a lot more weapons off of the zombies themselves, I didn't mind having the much higher pops. But the problem I've been running into since Build 42 first dropped into Unstable is the ability to, like, craft weapons and all that is much more laborious, which is fine within itself, but because the durabilities of the weapons weren't particularly good, it felt like I was just putting in so much more effort to make my weapons, and then not really getting the result of that effort, that I just kind of... It was kind of like, here was the time spent fighting zombies, and then my time that I had been, like, crafting and foraging and all that. You know, so it's only, like, maybe a fifth of the time before, and then it kind of swole up to, like, being a third to almost half my time was, you know, juggling between crafting weapons and dealing with food and all that kind of stuff. And that's fine, but in a lot of ways there was what I wanted to do in the game, and I was kind of dragged kicking and screaming through this other stuff that I do think we should have a bunch of processes for crafting and all that. I'm not saying that shouldn't exist, but the time commitment to get the weapons to be able to continue fighting and all that, it just ended up being this, like, really big pain. This is a tropical storm. Alright, well, I'm satisfied that we got to see a tropical storm. This is what a tropical storm looks like in Project Zomboid, and this is actually very like what it is in real life, too. With all the trees constantly going like this and all that. The pouring rain, the poor visibility. So generally speaking, if you're on a run you care about, this is the day you don't go out fight. What day are we on real fast? Okay, we're good. We're only on day, like, 4. Survived 3 days, so we're in the 4th day. Because this is one of those ones you're like, you don't want the helicopter during this nonsense. Because again, poor visibility, lots of, like, visual noise going on. It can be very hard to keep track of large number of zombies in this case. Okay. Alright, water's still on, so that's good news. I don't know what time of year you do strawberries in the game. But we'll plant them anyways. Because that means they'll get watered. Oh, I saw a zombie over there. Probably just the trees waving everywhere. That's a new sound effect. I'm not sure if you hear it, but it's making the little thumps you hear on your roof and all that during a storm like this, where it's just the rain pounding away at it mostly. Grab a bunch of random fruits and veg out of here, because that tends to have the shorter shelf life. It's very quiet. It's kind of like the thump 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 thump. Yeah, so as you can see, visibility is garbage. And the constant noise will cause the zombies to move around a lot, just broadly speaking, which can make them a little unpredictable. Like, when they're aggroed, they're fine. But you have randomly, like, the zombies move toward or away from you. Yeah, so this would be a day on a playthrough if you're more established. This is a day to stay home and reorganize your inventory and read books and whatever else you got going on that, you know, maybe do some crafting. But thus far, we're fairly early run. I'm not super invested on the character quite yet. We have been clearing the area pretty alright. Just peeling a couple away at a time. I'm actually very happy we got the tropical storm on this spawn, because I had forgotten the other one that we had a tropical storm come up immediately at the beginning, and we didn't actually get to see it, because we switched to this save so I could check out the Pokemon card thing. Alright. Yeah. I was made aware of it by Bloody Drongo that, there is a mod called Collectible Cards, and there is Pokemon cards, so I have, like, a whole bunch of Pokemon card binders, and so we're collecting our different sets of Pokemon cards. It's not the main, motivation of the run or anything. It's just a thing to add on to the run to give me another thing to collect, hunt for. Alright, so we're starting to get a little bit chilly. That's fine. Yep, that's a tropical storm. I know my character's hungry. All the, oh, I still have you. I could finish that. Yeah, no, tropical storms are in Build 41. I actually think they predate Build 41. Because I definitely know when I was very, very new to Product Zomboid that I got caught in a tropical storm on more than one occasion. They're actually not that rare in the game. Like, you won't even realize the difference at times between, like, just a heavy storm and a tropical storm other than the trees whipping around a little bit more, unless you're listening to the radio. But yeah, and there's a clip on the channel where I got caught by a helicopter that arrived at 7 p.m. during a tropical storm in the game. And I survived it just fine, but it was definitely like one of those things where, like, come on, Project Zomboid, calm down. So we're dealing with our infamous tropical storm helicopter. But yeah, no, in real life, tropical storms is pretty much what it is. It's just windy and it pours buckets. Generally, though, you don't, like, in video game, I don't mind being outside. In real life, you don't want to be outside. One of the big dangers you run into with tropical storms and hurricanes is the debris. That, you know, they can get a piece of plywood, they can throw it, and stuff like that, or aluminum siding they can send sailing across the air. And, you know, these are things that, like, if you got hit by, could very well be seriously injuring and or lethal. So it's one of those things that, you know, you should just stay indoors. And every once in a while you have, you know, someone will go out and be ridiculous and do meme stuff out in the storm and all that. And all it takes is that one piece of debris comes sailing by and they're no longer around. That's generally speaking, because most people don't tend to get too ridiculous in the game, or too ridiculous in real life. Most people, like, kind of just hang loose in their homes and all that, which ultimately means the most of the fatalities that happen from these types of events is either, one, you're right on the coast and you get hit with what's called storm surge, which is kind of like, for a little while, the ocean and your home become indistinguishable from one another. That's bad. That's the biggest danger on the immediate. And then most of the other time, it's like, you know, your power's off, the AC's off, it's 90-something degrees outside, of humidity of 80%, you're trying to patch up, you know, damage to your roof and all that, and you get heat stroke or you fall off your roof. It's a lot of those, like, ancillary, secondary knock-on injuries and deaths that happen. Have you ever been to the jail in this game? I have been to every location in this game before Build 42.2. Like, I have cleared the Rosewood Prison, I have cleared the secret military base, I've cleared the Crossroads Mall. I haven't fully cleared Louisville, but I've cleared like 2/3 of Louisville. I've cleared every single... Well, I have not cleared Muldrow. I've almost cleared Muldrow, but I have cleared West Point, Riverside, March Ridge, Rosewood, and all that. So, like, I mean, there's probably, like, I'm sure somebody like, actually, you didn't end up at this one farm or this one log cabin out in the woods. You know what? You're probably right. There probably is somewhere on the map a log cabin that I have not visited. But broadly speaking, I've been just about everywhere on the map. Keep in mind, I've got over 4,000 hours in the game. Has anyone ever conquered all of Knox County with respawns off? Not that I am aware of. Keep in mind, even on, like, your regular populations, I want to say there was something like... Oh, man, I don't remember what the number was. Something like 1 million zombies on the map. And so, to fully clear the entire map on normal settings, congratulations, you've set a world record, and you've probably committed at least 2 years of your life playing this game full-time and nothing else. And even that's probably not enough, just because the rate you'd kill zombies would slow down as you had to try and find them. So it is one of those things that, technically on paper, is entirely possible, but also very improbable. Because it'd also be a thing that, how would you ever know that you got them all when there's, like, the random zombies, like, in the middle of nowhere woods? And the answer to that one is you'd effectively go into debug mode to find them, or, like, make a backup of your map, pull up debug mode, figure out where, like, the next biggest group of zombies is, and go there and wipe them out and keep repeating until they're all gone. You've never been to tree 24573, yeah. Like, that's the thing. I'm sure there are places of the map I have not seen, broadly speaking, but, like, I have been to pretty much every point of interest in the game, all of the cities and all that. Actually, I take that back. For Build, there are still places in Build 42, broadly speaking, like parts of Irvington and Brandenburg that I have not been to. Ekron I've mostly already seen, but the other two new cities, I have not fully explored yet, because it's doing 16 times pop, and as we kind of covered earlier, 16 times pop means you just don't get to see much at all very quickly. Sometimes you get lucky and you'll find, like, a bag or whatever. Have you been inside every Louisville building? I've been pretty close. There's some of the area along, like, the industrial part that I haven't been into. You can't help but research everything. Like, go on, like, Google or, you know, whatever, and just pull up everything you can. Alright, so with this, we have fully looted everything of value out of this building. So let's go here and X you out. And this is another one to just go home after this, because we're overburdened by way more than I should be. And to be fair, there's a lot of secret locations, Easter egg, that kind of thing in the game. Like, some businesses that will have basements that are totally sketchy when you start looking in the basement and seeing what's down there. What's the pop set to? It's right now only 5 times, about a third of what I normally run. I mean, researchable items game, you notice you keep passing them up? Oh yeah, no, I generally have not been good about that. That's a relatively new mechanic. It's probably something I should be doing, in all honesty. But, I don't know, stopping to right-click on every other item to do that can be a little much. I believe I think you get literally all of the recipes from that kind of thing, through the magazines and from just leveling up your skills, that eventually you learn it. I could be absolutely wrong about that, because again, it's a relatively new mechanic. So we have a lot of fruit on us. We'll drop you in here. The radishes are getting stale, so let's scarf those down real fast. Yeah, that's what I was pretty much under the impression, is that it lets you kind of leapfrog a little bit on stuff. But you could stop and do that, but if I just level up the skill anyways. There's certainly probably individual items I should really be considering, like, watching out for. Put the whetstone over here. I'll end up probably wanting that on my person. There's another one up here somewhere. Yeah, the corn. Cut the bacon into strips. Got zucchini, we got orange, we got habanero. We got a pear. Got onion. Put in some grapes. A little bit of avocado. Sunflower seeds for seasoning. A little bit of pepper on there. Yeah, no, I imagine there's got to be a handful of, like, you know, recipes like this recipe is good for that point. This recipe is good for whatever point. Jalapeno, or a jalapeno for seasoning. Pickle for seasoning. A little bit of olive oil. A little bit of vinegar. And a little bit of salt. And that is a salad that gives us 47 hunger, almost 1,000 calories, which is pretty interesting. That is such a high calorie salad. Maximum unhappiness, and will nearly fully wipe out boredom, and it has an extremely significant amount of thirst it recovers. That is one honkin' salad. In the meantime, my inventory is still very full. I'm gonna have to get some of this out of here. Now let's go ahead and put the potatoes in there. Those will last a while. Sweet potatoes in there. Spinach in here for right now. Still way too overburned. I'm going to go ahead and eat the cherries. They don't last hardly at all long. Drop that stick of bacon in here. Just drop the bacon in there. Yeah, surprisingly, I actually have, like, too much produce on our person. We'll drop the pineapple in here. That should ditch some weight. Okay, so we're back to only a bit over encumbered. The salad with maximum unhappiness to fully eliminate all board sounds like one of those parasite salads on the news. Well, to be fair, what I'm saying this is you eat the salad, and because of game mechanics, it is a salad that gives you, like, to peak happiness. Didn't you have stuff in the oven? Yeah, I took it out. Just double checking, because it's definitely one of those things you don't want to get wrong. So now we're no longer in tropical storm. This is just a regular storm now. So you'll notice the key difference here is the trees will move around a little bit, but broadly speaking, it's just dumping buckets of rain. Whereas a tropical storm, you notice the trees are all whipping around all over the place. So I should probably go and push more over to these houses on the right. Since we've already cleared the marketplace there. But looks like our crowbar's finally getting close to the end. It's officially worn. It doesn't have that many zombies left in it. And then even though we've already looted this house, with the respawns off, we do just want to keep on going through. Clear out the zombies we see. Because we're not really under any meaningful pressure right now so far as like, oh, I'm running out of food or water or anything like that. Weapons aren't exactly in a great place, but having that early game crowbar certainly gave us a very strong start. If we can hit at least maintenance 1 in a pinch, I can start crafting stuff out of sticks and stones and whatnot. Yeah, no, crowbars are always an outlier because of that ridiculous amount of durability they had. It's one of those weapons that like early game is where it really shines. Once you start getting to mid and late game, the durability tends to be a lot less of a concern because your maintenance skill can make a lot of stuff that isn't necessarily as strong. Alright, so there's Animal Care 1. So now we've read that book. Welcome to the ground. Yeah, and this is the, for those who don't know where we are on the map, this is the main highway that goes between West Point and Louisville. So we're northeast of West Point and straight south of Louisville. To our straight east, roughly, would be the Crossroads Mall. It's a little ways east, though. It's not close enough that we'd have to worry too much about zombies being dragged over here. The helicopter could potentially drag some zombies from the mall area over, but it probably wouldn't take, like, one helicopter probably wouldn't be enough. You'd probably need a couple helicopters to, like, drag them a little at a time. Got a big group over there. Couple back here. None in the back here. Interesting. That's exactly why I did that. Is I was hoping to draw the zombie to the window, because when you remove broken glass, it does make quite a bit of noise. So quite often there's a broken window. I'll try and use that a way of grabbing zombies' attention inside. It's also very handy, like, if you've got that situation where the zombie kind of chilling by the door you're trying to get into, you go to the other side of the house, either break the window or remove the glass of the window's already broken. That'll cause the zombie to, potentially go over there and then circle back around to the other side. It's unfortunate that it's unfortunate the zombie went for the door and not the window. So in this case, I actually do want to check these keys. Because that garage is attached onto this place. There's a very good chance that key will work on the shed. Okay, no radio or anything in here. I really should not be collecting more food at this point. If you activate a house alarm and set house on fire, will the zombies mindlessly walk in and burn? Is that a good strategy for clearing area? Is it a good strategy for clearing area? No. Low-key, fire in itself actually makes quite a bit of noise. So even just setting a house on fire will have a tendency to draw the zombies into the house from the noise. Obviously, it's nowhere near as loud as a house alarm. But the problem you're going to run into is then you're going to destroy everything that's in that house, so any potential gains you would have gotten from the house, you're going to miss out on. And then on top of all that, you are now going to make the house an absolute death trap because you won't be knowing where you can and cannot walk safely and all that kind of stuff. I generally strongly advise people against using fire as a weapon. You can kill a lot of zombies with it. That's not wrong. But you'll very often end up having things go south for you. Okay, and I'm once again carrying too much. I should not be doing this on a day that's all stormy. This is very atypical for me at this stage in the game. Usually I leave most of the loot behind. Just grab like some food, maybe the weapons. But the amount of food I already have, we're not going to get through it all before it rots anyways, so just throwing more food in there to have more food rot doesn't do me any good. Alright, so let's go to this house. We've looted you. Because, yeah, I keep coming back here and exhausting myself from being very overloaded. And that's going to get me killed sooner or later. Sooner or later, I'm going to be dropping back. There'll be a rally group that's snuck in behind me. And, you know, I'll be in a position where I can't do much because I'm already exerted. and he'll get you killed. So I'm very much recognizing the way I'm playing right now is not how I should be. But I'm being greedy. Which definitely doesn't make it better to recognize the mistake you're making and then continue to make it. Alright, so let's go in here. Drop the sausage in there that was raw. I thought there was like a pork chop or a steak or something else. Put the welder in here. Being aware of the problem is the first step to overcome it, but not if you ignore the fact that you are aware there's a problem and then choose to not change anything about your behavior related to it. Yeah, no, the ham doesn't need to be cooked, though. Alright, well that cooks. Do I have another... Okay, so we don't have another book I can read right now. Baby steps? I mean, with as long as I've been playing this game, if I haven't corrected that behavior, it's pretty unlikely I'll ever correct that. Okay, we can go ahead and toss the gas can in here. Toss the milk in here. Move the flashlight to my fanny pack. That's a good one to have there. Put the hand fork in here. I'll save that for gardening purposes. Put the handy tool in our fanny pack. Just reorganizing my inventory. So we've got our backup of the meat cleaver and all that. Probably leave the paring knife for crafting. Okay, so we can go over here. One screwdriver stays in here. The other three we'll use as weapons. The scissors can stay in here for right now. I'll leave the rolling pin here. It could be a desperation weapon. Okay. So unfortunately, we pushed ourselves way exerted, so I gotta just chill in here. We're probably gonna end up getting drowsy. This will likely be a day that we, you know, recover our endurance, go down, exercise, repeat. Because that's how far we pushed ourselves, you know, to the limit and all that. So we can drop you on the ground. Drop you on the ground. Go here, exercise, sit-ups, 1 hour, okay. And the reason we're doing sit-ups is the penalty for sit-ups is it makes you clumsier to get a little bit of fitness. Clumsy is not really a thing you worry about. That only matters if you're jumping over fences at a run or pushing through a zombie, like jogging through them. Whereas the other ones will either make it so your movement speed is penalized or your damage you do from attacks is penalized. So this is kind of like the lesser of evils. And I use it mostly as a time filler. That when I'm in situations like this where we're already back at base and we're not really in good condition to go up fighting more. Like I said earlier, I try to have my character go to sleep at midnight. So that way I don't wake up while it's still dark outside. So I should be able to do 2 rounds of exercises here. All right. And when you first start the exercises, you are going to be in a little bit of a hurt locker the next day. It's just what it is. I don't prioritize exercises. I just prioritize not going to sleep too early that I'm going to suffer for it. Which does mean getting occasional exercises when we're dealing with days like this. Ideally, I want books or crafting to be done during this time. I don't have much to do there right now. Alright, so we're then on the front. Put that in our hands. We're now not overburdened. Okay, has any of our fruit gone stale yet? It is not. We can go ahead and enjoy a 4th of our ridiculous salad of ridiculousness. So we watch our hopelessness just crumble away 1 bite of salad at a time. Oh, hey. It actually wasn't enough to clear the, clear that yet. It's fine, we'll get there. Alright. And that's late enough for us to go to sleep. Cool. So let's go. So our bananas are getting stale. We start wolfing things down. Those will make us sad again. It's not for, like, any major thing. All these are not very calorie rich. So while we're eating these all, I'm not getting a huge amount of nutrition out of them. I don't know. I just don't want to waste food. That's a little concerning. So now our living room is going to start stinking. Just making sure they didn't have any friends floating around here. Nope. What I am going to do is, since we're so kind as to volunteer themselves directly into my home, I'll rip their clothes because they are laying right here in the middle of the room. So putting them in the cabinet behind me is not exactly out of my way. And to drag them outside? Yes, it costs a ridiculous amount of endurance to do that. So if I'm dragging them today, it means I'm not fighting today. So rather than do that, I'll just let them rot in here. It could be one of those things that when we get back a little bit early one of these days and I don't have something else to work on. Did you see? So I planted those strawberries, and they lasted 1 day, and they've already been trampled and destroyed. That those 2 zombies that wandered here just happened to walk across them. That's one of the reasons why I find farming to be quite a meme in this version of the game. Having realistic grow times where you gotta keep the crops from getting trampled on for like 30 to 90 days for most of the crops. Like, you're going to have to be like way over the top diligent about, you know, fortifying an area and all that. And then you compare it against any other food means. And why would you ever go with the farming? Alright, so the corn's getting stale, so let's munch on that. I see you hanging over here. Let's see, did they reduce the grow times at all? Is how it was in the Star build project. You like farming in previous, and it was so harsh. Not that I'm aware of. The last I saw, the grow times were still the realistic grow times where you have some crops that take like 280 something days to grow, and our ones are 90. And my general stance is with that, it's like, okay, so the devs have killed that mechanic. Because it's not like, oh, it's suboptimal or anything like that. It's like, no, objectively, you made that mechanic basically unusable. Like, on a server where you've got a bunch of people, you know, chipping together, maybe. But realistically, you're just going to fish or forage or anything else. That the farming is an extreme, and I mean extreme outlier in the amount of effort you have to do. That you're just not going to get what it's worth. Like, I'm willing to bet less than 1,000th of a percentage of the player base survives long enough that they would actually be able to get the results of the of farming even some of the fastest one. You know, versus the way it used to work. What was it cabbage that took like 7 days or 14 days to grow? It was like whatever it was cabbage was very fast. You know, and the stuff would also rot very fast, which is the kind of the balance there. Is you get your food really quick, but then, you know, you had to eat it right away, versus if you grew stuff like potatoes, they lasted very, very long. Yeah, even if they aim for farming to be strictly like a long-term survival thing, which I'd be okay if that's like, hey, this is a mechanic only really expected for people who survived a long time. But there's got to be a lot of adjustments they've got to make. Because again, it's just the amount of effort, like human effort you get versus the reward just doesn't make sense. That about the only way they could really make that work is if you effectively kind of forced the player to do it. Like, if you nerfed everything else so that it was, like, the only one that scaled. But at which point, you know, you basically killed your game from orbit. You just, at that point, you would have made the entire game feel bad. Surprised they have all this muscle strain. We did do sit-ups, right? Yeah, we're good. I probably have all the muscle strain from carrying too much junk. It's okay if you don't play permadeath. Well, from everything I've seen, you know, because again, you're talking 30 to 90 days for it to grow. And if any zombies walk across it, it basically instantly destroys the crops in a lot of cases. Sounded like a zombie popped up over there. Like, that's kind of the thing, is there's so many things that can go wrong with it. Sometimes because they also just get diseases you have to maintain. You have to water them again and again, you know, over that entire length of time. That's kind of the problem, is there's just so much you have to do. And then what do you get on the other side? Like, even if it's spat out, you know, 1,000 cabbages, you're not going to get through the cabbages don't last long even if you freeze them right away. So it's only getting you a little bit of time on food before you just have a bunch of moldy food. Because they've got a lot of mechanics there. Would you get over your muscle strain already? This is because of probably, I know, you're getting bored. You're already depressed. It's fine. This is probably a combination of just the fighting, plus then the exercise, plus then carrying way too much. But yeah, so it's also like just the comparison of going, okay, with all the other systems in game, what's the balance? Oh no, they've last I checked, they had a I'm pretty sure since pretty close after build 42 dropping that they did have a thing you could manually speed it up. I'm pretty sure that's a thing. The only downside of that is it also does speed up the time it takes from harvestable to rotted. And some of the crops will go from one phase to the other pretty quickly. But yeah, you can speed it up. At least I'm pretty sure you can. Eating our ridiculous salad. Okay. Yeah, no, I don't disagree. Build 41 farming was really, really strong, and so that it could use an adjustment down. That I agree with. It's just jumping from that all the way to, like, full-on, you know, full realism grow times. You know, there's definitely a medium in there somewhere that needs to be. Because even build 41, if you didn't get lucky with the rain and all that, that sometimes the crops could be a little annoying. But it was just one of those things you could put enough in the ground that even if a bunch of them didn't make it because it kept being dry, who cares? You'd still at least get some. Like, some of the things they could have done to kind of soft nerf it is, in real life, a lot of crops, once they start seeding, they're, like, it's more they're not appetizing, not like that they're dangerous, but, like, a lot of your stuff, like your leafy greens, your broccoli, all that, once they start seeding, the plant becomes bitter. And I could see them doing something like making it so it gives you penalties and all that if you eat it once it's past seeding or whatever. You don't get as much yield and yada yada. So you'd have to kind of choose, okay, am I harvesting this to get seeds, or am I harvesting this to get food? And that's going to determine when you harvest it. And I could see stuff like that to nerf, to a certain degree, the, like the cabbage and the broccoli and that kind of stuff. Alright. You could also just reduce the yield to be an entirely reasonable thing. But yeah, the grow time being a thing that like I said, even taking it off permadeath, like you have a lot of people who won't be playing playthroughs that go, you know, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 months. You know, they'll be kind of done with what they want to do in their run within, you know, the first 90 days or whatever. Probably need to kill dumping dirt on the roof to farm too, at least to make you craft a plant or something. I could see that as well. That you either have to plant in the ground or make a legitimate planter. It wouldn't be that much of an addition if you made the planter like get a couple levels in carpentry kind of thing, some planks and nails. Okay. Alright, so let's add a new marker on our map. Sedan, have key, no gas. Okay, let's worry about the downstairs food second. Okay, nothing worth mentioning upstairs. All right. Another whetstone. Bunch of random food. Bunch of random food. Alright, and that's another house cleared of anything worthwhile. Let's take this home before we get all overburdened. But yeah, to give you an idea, in build 41, you could actually, you didn't need to put stuff on your roof. Like, there was the mod Cryogenic Winter where it's too cold and everything. Just because of mechanics of how farming worked in build 41, even with Cryogenic Winter cranked up, I could actually dig up the floor inside the building, you know, pry it up with a crowbar and all that, leaving the dirt there, and plant stuff indoors, and it would grow just fine. Light wasn't a requirement in build 41 for plants to grow, and all that kind of stuff. The plants don't actually care about temperature in build 41. They care about what are you in winter or not? And then they care about, like, how much it's rained. So you could literally just farm in Cryogenic Winter and just be just fine, as long as the months were technically not the winter months. So I've definitely done a lot that I do feel has improved in that regard. Like, I think it's fair that you know, during the winter months, yeah, you shouldn't really be able to farm unless it's like a specific crop that would, you know, make sense for that kind of thing. Like, obviously they probably don't want to have your things constantly checked being like, are you outdoors, are you outdoors, are you outdoors, or anything like that. But you could also still have it do some of those kind of checks. Because indoors and outdoors in Product Zomboid has always been a weird thing in its own right. When you're building your own place, it's very hard. Like, sometimes you'll just have difficulty getting it to count it as an indoor location. It's always been one of the things that's been a little dicey in the game. Actually, I want that in the cabinet. And that's been a reoccurring issue. Like, you used to, when you'd build your houses, you used to be able to build the corner pieces, the columns, and it was this whole art of knowing to be like, when I would make a room like this, that I had to put the column back here, even though my wall looked sealed, I had to put the column on this corner, which was on its own tile by itself, or it wouldn't count it as indoors. But, you know, these other three, I didn't need it kind of thing. It was always just a crapshoot of trying to figure out when you didn't need them and all that. And they've improved that a great deal, but I did actually have, we did have a run very recently that I was trying to fill gaps in a wall or whatever to count something as indoors, and it didn't work. What were we doing? Because that wasn't visiting Venus Orozco. Must have been before that. There was something that we went to build an interior space for. I don't remember what the reasoning was, and it didn't count. Oh, right. We were messing with Build 42 stuff. I don't remember what the catalyst for. Oh, I think it was we did Venus Orozco, and I think we did another stream of Build 40. No, we did Build 42 recently, and I had. Oh no, it was the modded run, the Skyblock. That's the one. And it's trying to make an indoor space so my character would stop panicking every night, because that's a mechanic they added, that if you sleep outside, your character starts building up anxiety from sleeping outside or whatever. And it's trying to make an interior space so that would stop happening. So I built an interior space and closed it off, but it was still not counting as an interior space, which there's ways you can check that. Like, with an interior space, exterior space, and you climb through the window, you'll see the temperature change and stuff like that. And I just couldn't get it to take it as an interior space. Which that was another one of those ones I made the comments like, okay, like, if you're going to have it be important that we are able to go inside for things, it also needs to work reliably. Like, that's going to be a requirement for our characters. It's got to work smoothly that we can fulfill that requirement. Okay, and eventually we'll get ourselves, you know, a car, a generator, all that nonsense. If we get the Electrical 1 magazine, then I'll start taking apart televisions and that kind of stuff too. Hey, Robo, how's it going? It's a random question. Do you still have to make stairs to be able to roof a building or any kind of ladder yet? You do still need to make stairs. They have talked about they're going to get ladders working, but last I heard they are non-functional. Which was interesting, because it's never that they said they wouldn't get them working, but there's a lot of buildings that had graphical assets that were ladders, but they were unusable. And it was just, you know, it was kind of just a thing that they said, oh, you know, it's aesthetic. But yeah, ladders aren't in the game yet as far as functional things you can, you know, climb or place and all that kind of stuff. But supposedly they're coming. Yeah, they're still pretty far up there. I think you can make relatively early log stairs as opposed to plank stairs, which helps a little bit. But it is still a problem where, like, you know, you gotta invest some time and effort into getting stairs. Do you normally find a generator? Do you have to make one? I'm not aware of there even being able to make one at all. Oh, thank goodness. Fitness 1 finally. I'm not aware of being able to make a generator at all. Go wolf down the rest of that salad. Because the other ones are going to start going dodgy soon. Hey, we're just weepy now. Scarfing down a ton of salad all at once really kind of helped the mood. So let's focus on the fruit first. That's probably going to go bad first. We got mango, we got lime, we got orange, we got grapes. So we got ourselves a nice, not as nice as our last salad, but a nice fruit salad. Before I forget, put down another marker. Nice. Lincoln. No keys. Alright, I think it was one of these houses over here that had the house alarm. This is probably where we're gonna end up hitting a bit of concentration so far as zombies that we're gonna have to like fight our way through. Okay. But with us being at, I think, Long Blunt 2, I can't remember if it's 1 or 2 strength, fitness 1, I think we're at 1 maintenance? We're at 1 maintenance, right? Yeah, 1 maintenance. All of that should help a great deal. That as we continue to gain stats in our various weapons, we will be able to clear just a little bit faster each and every time. And every little bit faster we go, makes it that much easier to keep things moving the next time. Until eventually I'll just walk up to a group like this, not even caring, pull the whole group, pull them back, and just kill the whole group together. We're definitely nowhere near there yet. Yeah, so we got 1, maybe 2 more durability hits, and then this crowbar's done. Okay. So we just need to step back, recover our endurance. Same old, same old. Oh, I think I should... I always forget. Stuff like these mailboxes and all that can be good for... number of things. Alright, let's go inside there. Come back around and put that chair out here somewhere. Because then I can make it a little bit easier to rest without having to constantly, like, do laps in this place. Yeah, so that chair's in a terrible spot. Let's grab it. Drop in our bag to reduce the weight. Top off our water. Okay. Yep. Just stuff it in our duffel bag, absolutely. Alright, so our jalapenos are starting to get stale. We're gonna yoink the seeds out of those. I have to check when these even get planted. And eat the grapes are starting to go dodgy. Alright, so one thing we can actually check here is we did manage to catch a couple of books. So we go to agriculture, we can see that the bell peppers, we can plant them, and the best month to plant them is May, so we're unfortunately after the fact. We can go down here to some of the other peppers. We have the habanero, it's also May. The jalapeno, it's also May. So you get the idea that while we're getting these seeds, none of these are crops that we can really grow at this point in the year. Most of your crops you plant off earlier in the year, which is another thing that kind of just a major ding for being able to farm, is because they have like the realistic seasons and all that. The vast majority of plants you want to plant, you just can't. You're just out of season. Oh, right, we have the random attention. That's right. Us and there's like, man, these things are very not observant. Right. They made it so the attention on the zombies is randomized now. And because we didn't specifically opt into pinpoint hearing, I actually took that back off, which is putting it back to the default. There are legitimately zombies that are practically, practically incapable of noticing you until you, like, run into them. There goes the crowbar. It has served us well. Okay. We still don't have the emergency channel to check anything. We are slowly making our way up Valley Station. Alright, let's see how many aggro's killing a zombie right next to them. Looks like maybe 3 or 4. Okay. All right. Cool. And nothing more to deal with there, so let's go sit on our chair. Actually, should be going back. We're at 9 p.m. It'll be dark soon. One thing I am going to do is I'd start doing this in our 16 times pop Louisville only run. Is I put a Z on chairs I positioned for me to rest in along the roads and all that. Okay. So all in all, we're making really good progress. We're probably at like, what, 200-300 zombies killed? Yeah, 272. We're making good progress in clearing the area. Slowly working our way up the block. Eventually we'll stop looting a lot of the buildings. I want to get a good look at them since, you know, a lot of stuff's been redone. But once we start getting our maintenance skill up here and there, it'll be a thing that less and less will we actually care about what loot is inside the buildings. Because you'll start getting your weapons together. The books we won't be as concerned about, these kind of things. I did notice there's some zombies up here. So I think the next in-game day we're going to go up there and make sure we clear off the zombies on the coast. And kind of try and have this like be the line in the sand that we don't let zombies get south of us for the most part. Keep our area as clean as we can. Yeah, we have... We have time today. Okay, I bet you we'll be at maximum exertion by the time we get these all out of here. All right. Yep. And so that was 4 zombies, 1 close to the window, and then 3, you know, kind of just an okay distance. I could have gone for that window as well. But so just 4 zombies, we hit maximum exhaustion. All right. All right, so next coming day is, I believe, the beginning of when we can potentially have the helicopter show up. Now, we still don't have the frequency, so I have no way of confirming until it actually arrives. There is tricks you can use, like you can actually pull out the radio and just kind of tune through all the stations. That's fine. To me, that feels a little cheesy. Not like I would have any objections to someone doing it or whatever. But I'd much rather just do it the way like the game kind of intends you to do, which is to find the station and all that. Versus like trying to just cycle through all the frequencies and hope for the best. Alright, so a bunch of our fruits are starting to go bad, so we're just going to kind of wolf those down real quick. And you'll notice we're gradually getting less depressed. Because we are using salad to continuously improve our mood. It's a perfectly cromulent way of doing it, but you never had the patience to succeed at. Yeah, because it also depends on the radio you get. If you get like one of the military radios where it just has an absurd number of frequencies, it can be absolutely ridiculous. Okay, and then this can just stay in our inventory the way it is. Cool. And for right now, move those over here. I'll put the seeds in there. As I mentioned, I saw some zombies over here by the coast. I could probably go a long time without ever being spotted by them. It's just one of those things that you want to avoid having zombies able to sneak up and loop in behind you. Actually, a decent number. This is a lot more than you want this close to the house. I'd figure it's only going to be like 1 or 2. That's not my watch alarm. There happens to be a zombie just around here with another watch alarm almost at the same time I set mine for. There's a decent number of zombies along here. Unfortunately, our shovel is already getting close to breaking. Okay. Alright, and this feels like... Alright, there's another point in strength. Love to see it. Every point in strength is a little bit more damage and a little bit more carry weight. Alright, so we did actually recover the head of the shovel, because it was still at like 75% quality. There's another zombie down there. 75% quality. We are in the range where the helicopter might be a problem for us. We haven't really cleared out or explored much of the area. which is a little bit of a concern, just because that means if the helicopter shows up, I don't really know where I want to take it, because I definitely don't want to take it south. If we take it to the south, more than likely what ends up ultimately happening is that we slowly get our area, like, let's pull up the map. So basically, if I were to go straight south here, the zombies that are all up in this area would get drugged down across the area I got cleared, and I'd probably get bullied out. The alternative is I can run to the right here and try and go up in this area on the Dixie Highway somewhere. This could potentially get real spicy, but if I can run along here somewhere, I can potentially draw the zombies that are still in this area over to the right, potentially up. But I gotta be careful, because the mall is over here somewhere, Louisville's up here somewhere, and West Point's down there somewhere, but West Point has enough stuff in between us that it would be very unlikely we would see much zombies from there from the helicopter. It'd have to be a bunch of helicopters, and then also because it kind of comes across and then there's a bridge, it's unlikely they'll figure out how to navigate that in a timely manner versus just getting stuck along the shore. So I'm not super worried about the West Point side. Alright, so let's go down here. There was a zombie over there. Let's get rid of it. So yeah, so I think the plan's going to be try and avoid letting ourselves get too exerted. But whenever the helicopter comes, which could be today at the earliest, and I think 2 days from now at the latest. Whenever the helicopter comes, I think there's another zombie down there. Yeah, there is. But whenever it shows up, that we're going to try and push north to where we've got the area cleared, and then cut to the right, and see if we can't draw the zombies up north more. Because there shouldn't be many zombies south of us. Because that's generally the way I recommend approaching the helicopter, is don't just use the helicopter and be like, how do I survive? Once you kind of start learning how the zombies move and all that, you'll quickly find the helicopter is actually a really good tool you can exploit. To be like, where do I want the zombies to be? Where do I want the zombies to not be? Okay, take the helicopter where you want the zombies to be, but near-ish. Like, you know, a couple screens away from where you want the zombies to not be. And you can potentially pull the zombies away from that area. If you're going to be stuck being loud and noisy anyways. Before we commit to this action, let's take a peek, though, at what's going on down here, because I haven't really done that. And just make sure I'm not going to be walking myself into nearly certain death. Because historically, parts of this highway were absolutely awful to deal with, and parts of this highway were not a big deal. I'm also going to clean up the zombies in the neighborhood. We're going to keep doing that. Yeah, so good news, this is looking nice and open. That's what we're hoping for. Because if it's not busy, it's nice and open. There's a parking lot and stuff on the other side. I think that'll be good. Like, it doesn't look too dense with zombies. So it's just a matter of when we hear the helicopter, we don't want to run where we get exhausted, but we want to start making our way over to the highway and probably leaning towards going north. And again, that's to draw the zombies out of the area we're operating. The thing that'll be potentially the worst challenge about that is as we're moving north this way, there is a wall between... There's like a sound barrier between the railroad tracks and a bunch of these houses. I'll have to go down and around that wall. And that'll kind of delay me going to the right. I thought I heard a second one. Okay. As I said before, the big thing right now is we do not want to overextend. The moment we start seeing any level of fatigue or whatever, we want to back off and recover, just in case the helicopter shows up. Because we overextend and go high exertion, and then the helicopter shows up before we can get rid of it. It's a pretty easy way to get yourself into a situation where you end up dying, as you just slowly burn down because the zombies on your butt don't give you a chance to really break away and recoup. There's 3 more there. We can go ahead and back off. Get pretty close to getting that house cleared. Alright, let's back off and let's rest. Because this is fine. We can, if the helicopter shows up right now, we're okay. If we push that to where it's deeper red at high exertion, that's when things get bad. Alright, so it's going to break soon. We got the meat cleaver as our next backup. I do have at least a whetstone that's only good for like maybe 1 or 2 sharpens in my pocket that we can use on the meat cleaver. Then I got a bunch of screwdrivers that can also fill in. Screwdrivers are actually a relatively okay weapon. Not great, but, relatively okay. Alright, remember with me, chat, we're about to have the ad break here anyways, and I gotta really use the restroom, so I'm gonna go do that, and I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Hey, Cardinals in. Thank you so much for the raid and all that. I do really appreciate that. Nah, that's all good. I just had to pop into the restroom as well as things. I'm sitting there going, oh, I gotta pee. But if we can get a shout out for Cardinal Zim, I'd really appreciate it. And thank you, Rongor, for the tier 2 sub. That's 43 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I really do appreciate that. And check out Cardinals in playing some Pal World recently, but does do a whole range of similar games like, the crafting, survival, all that kind of stuff we do here. So if you like the content here, there's a good chance you might like it over there. And with that, again, thank you so much for the raid and whatnot. I'm gonna go ahead and hop back in, and we can keep talking and whatnot. So we are doing Product Zomboid. This isn't my normal 16 times pop, like super sweaty. We're at only 5 times pop, so about the third of what I normally run. But we are doing it with the plans to explore more of the changes to the map. Because, like, I've seen the entire map in Build 41. And I've seen a lot of the map from Build 42 unstable. But they did do an overhaul of a lot of the older towns in the game, and a lot of them are really, really well done. That said, we are in the range that the helicopter can happen. We sadly do not have the emergency channel yet to verify if it's today or not. So there is a chance we might get the helicopter this in-game day. So I am making the deliberate decision to try to not push my character very hard in this in-game day. The moment we get at all exhausted, we stop. I hear the zombie behind me. I didn't think you'd get maintenance for using a handle. Like, the moment we start seeing any level of exhaustion, we stop what we're doing as soon as I can break away from the fight and do that. We also did add a couple of mods. That's the reason we're on a new save today, is we did die on our other save yesterday. And we did start a new save yesterday, but we only played for, like... Oh, hi. Hello, neighbors. There's a whole mess of you in there. What is with the zombies being so unaware? Oh, they're all bunched up because of the television. I see, so I guess the television's blasting. Come on. When I was newer to the game, I used to actually use that strategy. That areas that were clear, I'd leave a TV blasting to draw the zombies into the houses and away from where it's trying to work. These days I'd do the opposite mostly, as I would not want to draw them into the house. I want to make sure there's nothing to draw them in. Yeah, we're overextending now. Between the muscle strain and the exertion and all that, we're doing terrible damage. Okay. But the reason we started a new save today, we didn't die on the other character from last night. We did start it because I was made aware of the Pokemon collectibles mod and all that, which looked pretty fun. So we're not doing a run with the express intent of, like, collecting them all or whatever, but it is just kind of an extra thing to do. You think you saw a YouTube short of me earlier today? It's possible. I've got him out there. Gonna eat that salad. Is it yours the sound of him cutting off, hitting the Zens, sometimes cutting out? I've noticed there's been a decent number of weird audio issues in the Build 42 stable branch. Like, when you get way too many sounds, it just starts kind of culling a bunch of the sounds. It also seems like I've noticed it more on Ultra Stream, but like the music will start playing and then like a bunch of the other sounds will kind of drop off. So I'm not sure what's going on with that, but it does seem to be a thing, whether it's intentional or otherwise. but I've definitely noticed more weird sound issues in the game than I have historically. Alright, we're just trying to chill in here till that muscle strain goes away, because we pushed a bit farther than we should. Okay, in the meanwhile, we almost got Long Blunt 3. Maintenance is at 2. Cooking is almost at 2. We got Strength 2, Fitness 1, Nimble's getting pretty close to getting 1. So, generally relatively good progress. Okay. But yeah, no, I've got a bunch of shorts out. A lot of the better clips over the years I've made into shorts. Now, good news is this is a mint condition meat cleaver, and we can sharpen it at least once. Alright. Now, as far as the muscle strain goes, the primary contributor to muscle strain in this game is your weapon skill. The worse your weapon skill is, the more muscle strain you will get. So as you go and you start improving your weapon skill to getting like 3 and 4 and 5, it doesn't ever go away. But by the time you're at like 5 in any weapon, it's usually you gotta kind of like really start to throw down in a big way before you start eking up a little bit of muscle strain. So it tends to be less and less problematic as the run goes on. And once you start pushing like 8 and 9 in a weapon skill or whatever, like, you're only going to kind of build it up towards the end of the day on a day you've been absolutely going full tilt combat. So it becomes almost like a not so meaningful mechanic anymore. Alright, before we start checking all this stuff, get this TV turned off. Yeah, it's one bar less from the bottom. And understandably, they're all tuning in. I mean, it was pause TV. That's just some good child-friendly programming right there. Okay, and with that, it's another house clear. I'd like to check the shed before I mess with this house at all. I'm actually not expecting too many more zombies right here. We'll have a couple over here by the woods, it looks like. Yeah, I don't see any zombies through or behind or anything like that. Come on. We do have a generator in there. Doesn't do me any good yet because I don't have a source of gas. Should've just busted out the window. Bolt cutters, all that sort of stuff. Alright, we gotta keep in mind we're almost at high exertion, so we don't want to stay here and keep the pressure up. What I'm gonna do real fast is pause. And before I forget, symbol, there's a generator in there. Luckily, I only have 2 on me. You're already worn? Having some real bad rolls on that. For those that don't see, didn't see, we are running the Pokemon collectible card mod. It's like one of the only mods we're running. It's literally it's just the collectible card mod is the only one we're running. Put the packs in there. Now we need to rest, hopefully, before things escalate, because the helicopter shows up here soon. It'll be trouble. Cool. So I'll keep that. Go ahead and eat that while it's still frozen and gives you happiness. Yep, so it seems like the meat cleaver's not holding up at all well. Alright. I've only got 2 more in-game hours that the helicopter can show up. And if it's not today, it's most likely tomorrow in-game, but it can technically go 1 day after that. Alright. Cool, so there's no wall between here, so the helicopter does show up. I can just cross over to the road. And we can just drag the zombies with us. And do laps on the highway to try and draw the zombies out of the neighborhood. Okay. I was gonna say, I walked up behind you, my man, and just started swinging. And you still didn't come to defend yourself. Yeah, this is a good house. Another fanny pack. We got a hiking bag. Let's take 2 seconds to shuffle stuff around, so all of you. One second. I have too many bags. All of you into the hiking bag. I'll drop the duffel bag for right now. Put on our hiking bag. Unequip for you for a second. And then re-equip it so that appears in the... The fact that the satchels stack like that, I do appreciate that, but at the same time, it is quite annoying at times. We'll chuck you... Let's unequip the satchel, chuck it in there, and I'll probably leave that at home from now on. Let's check the closet over here. And get ourselves a little sippy sip. And that's another house we looted. But that hiking bag was a real big win. From here, the only bigger bags we have is there's the large hiking bag, there's just like a large backpack in general, and then there's the military backpack. Got a couple zombies over here. This how it looks like all the windows and doors have been opened. No emergency frequency. Okay. Well, on the bright side... No, I'm not going to worry about the sauce pots. On the bright side, it also means... we got plenty of other stuff here sorted. Yep. So all the food that's already in stuff towards the beginning is all rotting. Okay, so we're getting a bit overburned. Let's start dragging it back. There was a zombie over here, so I'm going to go out of my way to kill it. Cool. Let's just work our way back home. I got lots of goodies. Want to process some of this. And we're just about to exit the window when it hits 7 p.m. That's the last time the helicopter can show up. It can arrive here like 20 minutes after or so, depending on where it spawns in. But generally, once we pass 7:20, then we know for a fact there's no helicopter today. Okay, 318. I got a bunch of bacon and all this. I don't want a band-aid, that's fine. Got some cooking pots. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here to freeze and potentially eat. We're definitely going to run into a problem of a lot of food and just going rotten. Even though I'm getting it to the freezer relatively quick. Stuff that wasn't in the freezer to begin with is all going to start going dodgy and not too long. And then, you know, the stuff in the freezer won't get super much longer. You can get some stuff that lasts a pretty good amount of time. You take proper care. Alright, let's get in here. Oh, I got water canteens. I forgot about water canteens. That one's 900 milliliters. 0.28 attached. We'll deal with that in a minute. I missed that I even grabbed the canteens. I was just grabbing the stuff here. Drop the shrimp off. Drop the sausage off. Drop the pork chop off. Drop off the mussels. Drop off the ground beef. There's the chicken. Bacon, beef patty, more bacon. Turn that on. Okay, we're just running around trying our best to process this all as fast as we can. All right. There is way too much to process here. Okay, all these are ready to finish cooking. I mean, and one thing, if these start to go stale, we can just start wolfing down a bunch of meat, and that would definitely get our calories up. Turn that off. I'm also getting to the point that the freezer is going to hit capacity. Oh, the muscles actually got burnt in that little time. Well, rip muscles. It's fine. I'm overwhelmed on food right now, so having a little bit of it go dodgy isn't going to hurt anything. Okay, I don't really care about the alcohol wipes, so I'm just going to chuck those on a body as well. Okay, so let's see about chucking stuff in here. So a large handle we can chuck in there. Put the paring knife in here. We can fill up our water canteens. I'll chuck you in here for the time being. Yeah, so you're 1.1 and 1 liter. You're 1.1 and 0.9 liter. So we definitely don't want to keep that on our person. For right now, I'll chuck the hand fork down here. I'll chuck the claw hammer down here, because I'd rather use that as a tool than as a weapon with what condition it's in. We can add the carrot to this. Add the bell pepper to this. Add a condiment. That's fine. Alright, so I got all that stuff going. I probably shouldn't be heading out this late, but I'm gonna anyways. Because we'd like to keep things moving. But yeah, with that attached to the side, so it's a third of a encumbrance, versus in my bag, it'd be reduced by a bunch. How much is the weight reduction here? 75%? So they're about similar at the end of the day. It being clipped on from the onto my belt versus the other way. We also have a spot for putting a tent or a backpack on the bottom of the hiking bag, which could be useful. Okay, we're getting a little hungry, so let's eat half of our salad. Okay, so just notice our meat cleaver is actually gotten dull, despite, like, being worn is one thing, but we lost our sharpness too. We actually do get a little bit of maintenance skill by stopping to do stuff like sharpening our stuff and all that. But there's no point in me keeping things, like, not in good shape. But that said, the maximum sharpness it can get to is only as high as the condition of it is, which is pretty low. So even with that, it's still going to be in pretty bad shape, but it's what I'm using, and then next up will be the screwdriver. Okay, so I got a handful of zombies in this place. And it looks like just up the road it's going to get busy again. Okay. And there we go. The music picking up after the fight's already over just is kind of amusing. Like, obviously it queued up, but we just finished the fight before it actually got to the bigger part of the song. There's a broken handle. Not sure those zombies are inside or over here. They were inside. Okay. I think they're over there. That's what I figured. Yeah, it was worth peeking. Alright, that's more than I was necessarily hoping for from what I was hearing, but okay. Because unfortunately, I imagine we're probably pushing muscle strain on that arm. When that happens, we'll start taking diminishing returns on our damage. There's the exertion. Okay. We're not going to keep pushing, but I want to check the ones we did just kill. This one? Okay. I thought we had another one of those. Maybe it was still in my other bag when I took it off. Either way, so we're getting all the way back because it's going to be properly dark soon. And because we didn't have a helicopter today, and there's like a window of only 3 days can happen, each day that it doesn't happen dramatically increases the chance of it happening the next day. Each day is the same odds if you go from the outside, but once you can nix off a day, you know, if there's 1 out of 3, so it's a 33% chance. Once you eliminate that one, then it's 1 out of 2, so it's a 50% chance. And then once you eliminate that, it's 1 out of 1, you get the idea. It's a guarantee at that point. Go ahead and enjoy your salad. Alright. And we should check our satchel. I may have had another pack of cards there. Because that's the collectible cards mod with the Pokemon cards. I honestly could really get behind it if they're like, oh yeah, the Star Wars card game and the Pokemon card game. They have Pokemon in Yu-Gi-Oh! Yep, that's exactly what happened. Alright. Which is still, like, fun. Okay, so you've got all that. As far as stuff here, we got spare weapons and all that. And we're getting sleepy. Shocking literally nobody. Alright, so the packs we got the fossil and the base pack. So let's go here. We got our base set, so we're gonna place this down. And we're gonna place down the fossil set. Okay, so let's pop open our base pack. So pray to RNG. Got a Rhyhorn, a Goldeen, a Doduo, a Voltorb, a Drowsy, Trainer, Growlithe, Jinx, Charmeleon, a Snorlax, and a big old basket of sadness. Alright, so let's go ahead and grab all those cards. We didn't get any foils or anything nice, but that's fine. Okay. So with that one, we will grab our base set one, put in our fanny pack, and now we have the fossil pack. Got Ammonite, another Trainer, a Shelder, a Geodude, another Ammonite, a Weezing, a Magmar, Ditto. Okay. And drop you... Oh, not there. Need to actually drop you in there. And I'm assuming eventually we'll want to get rid of the dupes and all that. And then we can go ahead and grab that up. And they weigh like almost nothing. So it's not a thing where it's like I'm really putting myself at some disadvantage by lugging those around. Before like, before weight considerations, if we look at this, the whole encumbrance for the whole book is 0.1. So it's not much, and then we have in the fanny pack, which gives it some weight reduction. Alright, and it's basically midnight already. There's not really a reason to drag the day on. What I will do potentially real fast, let's take a look in here, see if anything has started to go stale. If it goes stale, it gets consumed. Because we got a lot of food in here. Like a lot of food in here. Actually, go back in there. There's a couple things. We can grab the bacon strips. Put those in our inventory. Save the mayonnaise for now. Grab the pineapple. Grab the shrimp. Grab the spinach. I'm just trying to grab the kind of stuff that tends to rot pretty quickly. Okay. They're saying there aren't dual discs in 1980s Kentucky. Yeah, the problem is with 1993, I'm pretty sure like Pokemon cards and Yu-Gi-Oh cards and all those like genuinely just didn't exist during that time frame. So pineapple's not going to last very long, so I'm going to eat that first. I took a nibble. I gave myself more. So weapon-wise, how am I looking? I got a ratchet. I got 3 screwdrivers. Oh, let's eat the shrimp right away. The shrimp won't last. Yeah. Was it really only 1993 that Magic the Gathering came out? Because I definitely remember playing Magic of the Gathering, like, late 90s, like, early 2000s. Because I know I hadn't finished high school when I first played it. Yeah. 1999 for Pokemon? Yeah, no, that sounds about right. Because as Magic the Gathering took off, and then you had tons and tons and tons of other games trying to get in. You had the Star Wars trading card game, you had Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh! So same basic plan. If we do get the helicopter, we're going to cut east to the highway and go north. And the goal with that is to try and draw the zombies out of the area, as opposed to drawing them into the area. Okay. And I did notice just east of us, there are warehouses and stuff like that. Which I don't remember how much of that's in this area. Like, this is one of the areas that they did give, like, a spit polish. And I've noticed most of the buildings along the river here have not changed appreciably that I can think of. So my assumption is it will be, like, the actual proper houses just a little farther in that got the most of the love and work. I should say buildings, not houses. Okay, plan is straightforward. Check around the back. Let's see. Okay, so there is a window back there. Execute. Before it breaks. Execute. Thank you. Let's stage our next weapon. That is a dangerous setup. If you don't see, there is a tree right at the window that blocks line of sight. No one? Don't screw me. Okay. I was really worried because the tree would dampen the sound. And there'd be a zombie just chilling in there. Even more food I won't have the time to eat. Okay, and with that, that is another house we have sorted out. Alright, and we're getting up to the point where just up the road from here, it's looking like it's going to get pretty hairy. That is going to be just kind of a slog through some zombies. Let's see. How did you arrive at early 1990s Kentucky to the setting of the game? Because the game explicitly says it's 1993 rural Kentucky. Like, that is canon, that the game happens in 1993 rural Kentucky. That isn't me guessing. That's in the in-game lore. Like, if you actually read the newspapers, they will be dated as being 1993 as well. And if we're at early 2000s, we wouldn't have nothing but CRT monitors. You'd start having liquid crystal screens as well. You'd probably start finding some laptops in there in addition to that. You'd find some of the later Game Boy products and all that, versus they only have like the handhelds that would be like Game Boy Color, I think. I think they've got an equivalent to that, maybe. It also have internet. Yeah, it would also have internet as another thing going on. Granted, you can't get on the computers to use them anyways, so you wouldn't have that. But yeah, no, canonically, Project Zomboid happens in 1993 rural Kentucky. Knox County, Kentucky, specifically. And again, that's verifiable in-game, where the newspapers come out, and all the newspapers you find are all from 1993, and yada yada. Not to say it makes sense. That's right around the time before the internet really kind of took off. You know, it's also just a bit before cell phones took off. And you can find, you don't find any cell phones, but you can find sat phones. They're very, very rare, but you can find a sat phone or two. Would you go back to 1993? There's a lot of things that were nice about it. As much as I like to go back and think of the nostalgia and all that kind of stuff, at the same time, with how much our games have improved and all that, and how much like television and movies have improved and all that, and how much healthcare has improved and all that, where like, you know, so many diseases back in 1993, if you got it, you know, you just died. Like, there was no meaningful treatment that nowadays we're like, oh yeah, just hit you up with some like antibiotics and you're good to go. It's like, you know, you'll have people who are like, oh yeah, I'd love to go back to the time of the cowboys, or like the time of, you know, privateers or whatever. I'm like, man, I wouldn't. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a nostalgia or a romanticness of some of those time frames, but you forget like all the cool stuff that has come since then, that have, you know, enriched our lives and made things better and yada yada yada, that you would be giving up. Not that we don't have our today problems or whatever. But it's easy to forget about all the good things that we've got going on. Like, it was, to give you, like, an example, we went back, we played some Build 41 right before Build 42.2 popped out, like, to kind of do, like, one last hoorah for Build 41. And there were so many things that I forgot weren't part of, like, Build 41. Like, even stuff like you yell, and your character goes like, hey! And all that, that was introduced in Build 42 and doesn't exist in Build 41. Your character just had the word appear above their head, but no audio cue. Or like, go back to 1993 where you're like, oh man, That new game's coming out. Man, I can't wait to check it out. And you go to local GameStop and just really hope they have it in stock. But then, unfortunately, they would run out. And so the new game would be out and you wouldn't be able to play it for weeks while you keep calling back and be like, hey, GameStop, like, did you get it in? Oh, you're getting a shipment tomorrow? Okay, well, I'm going to be over there. Do you think it'll be in the shipment? That kind of thing? I don't miss that crap. I like having the internet where it's like, oh, the new game came out? Boop, bloop. I now have the new game. I can play it right now. Granted, we didn't have the microtransaction, fiasco, subscription, everything, live service garbage situation we got now, but you know. And that was like, I have fond memories of, you know, like, the new World of Warcraft, you know, expansion coming out and doing the midnight launch and, you know, being there with a whole bunch of other people who are entirely too addicted to World of Warcraft, and hanging out and just nerding out and all that. There's definitely an appeal to that. There's definitely, like, fond memories. But I'm also like, do I want to do that again? It's like, nah. I have good memories of that time. But also, there's definitely something for, I don't have to leave my home to get the latest version of the latest game. And I don't have to, you know, be waiting out there at midnight in the rain. And then, you know, they might have, like, an inventory problem where I was, you know, I pre-ordered, but I ended up not actually getting the game because something happened and, like, they gave my copy away or whatever. I didn't run into that myself, but I had a buddy who had that happen. Where they pre-ordered it and everything, and then they showed up and they didn't have enough copies, so even though he pre-ordered, he didn't get it. Okay, no emergency frequency. Pretty sure we aggroed one. Let's see. Or you go to the game store asking when they'll have the new game, and the owner looks at you as if you've seen trash and says, I don't sell games from that publisher. I didn't run into that one. But yeah, no, you'd have that. That I would see more as being a thing I might run into, like, the local card shop more than, like, the video game place. I definitely know some of the local card shops had some pretty opinionated people about, like, what's a good, bad, and otherwise game. And I could definitely see that kind of behavior from there. But broadly, the video game store is like, you know what? If it's not something that I have to worry about, like, age rating, kind of, you know, people, like, kicking down my door because I'm selling, you know, quote-unquote adult games or whatever, it's for sale. And even the stuff that probably shouldn't be sold to kids, hey, look, man, if no one's looking... Yeah, so, like, here's a perfect example. Kentucky Herald, July 14th, 1993, so that would be 2 days ago. Let's see, you never had much money, so like the bargain bins, games we couldn't sell, where you could pick up, oh yeah, like, they would get, you know, 100 or 200 copies of a game in, and then it just kind of was a game that just was a flop. And so you could go into the bargain bin, you know, a couple weeks later, and they're selling them for 10, 15 bucks. I'll grab the twine. I don't really need it, but that's fine. Let's see, so many of those games weren't even bad games, they just overshadowed by something with more hype. Oh yeah, no, that happened all the time. They'd have a game that just, for whatever reason, didn't market itself well. And that's still a problem we have today. Like, if anything, it's gotten worse today, that a game will fail to do enough marketing, and you'll have this amazing game that comes out and just gets lost in the noise of all the other stuff releasing. It's one of the things that it's not even strictly game dev. Software in general has that situation as well. But it's one of those things I have to like repeat to devs quite often. It's like, hey man, it doesn't matter how good your game is. Alright, it's go time. Helicopter has arrived. Oh, so it's the 16th. Alright, so boom, right there. First helicopter 7/16. I don't see the zombies going ballistic over here. Let's see. Remember pre-ordering a game and paying in advance to get your copy and being at the store when at opening time? Yeah, no, I definitely did that. Like, I think it was like 2 or 3 times I did that. I think Diablo 2, when they added some of the later content, I did that. And then also for like World of Warcraft expansions, I did that. But it was definitely one of those things that you know, I kind of had that going, and then I just very, very much one of those things that, you know, it was a fun time, it was interesting being, again, checking out this game with a bunch of other people hanging around who you were all geeking out about, like, what you thought the new game was going to include, like, what you're going to do, like, whatever it was you're excited about. But you go through all the stuff you're excited about, you know, from whatever the new release is. And then, the moment they got you through that line, you all just disappeared back home. That way you could get home in time for like 1 a.m. to at least play a little bit. Before you started to like crash out because you had to be at work the next morning. And I also remember like taking the weekend off just to have a little bit of time to play. Just a peek. It's locked. Okay, so it's like a restaurant or a diner or whatever. We got a ute down there. Let's see, Xenogears lost out on both the product funding and marketing because of Final Fantasy VII. And while I wouldn't say it flopped, it didn't sell well enough for Square Enix to keep it go, or to greenlight more of them. Yeah. Until it was reworked and resold. Yeah, no, and that definitely happens. There was definitely games that dropped who just got annihilated because other games dropped at the same time. Oh man, Titanfall. Titanfall was one of those games that it got under-marketed, and then, you know, got released at the same time. I can't remember if it was Call of Duty or Battlefield or whichever one it was. Or I think it was Call of Duty came out, then Titanfall, then Battlefield, in a very short window between the three of them. And, you know, while Titanfall was an excellent game, it just got the air sucked out from it because it was against 2 other much larger and well-established names. What is going on here? The helicopter. So we're just doing a little walk around here. We are drawing the zombies away. We're a bit east of where I'm actually operating, and so the entire goal here is to just use the helicopter to make a bunch of noise, and then use that noise to draw the zombies away from where we're operating. And right now I'm curious about, we're not going to check, we can see if we can drive it. So a lot of like masonry stuff in that trunk, nothing worth taking for right now. That one's locked. Also locked. Let's see, the other problem with Titanfall is that it had lore, but you started the game where you actually, there was actually no campaign or plot. It wasn't until Titanfall 2 that they flushed out the game. So it was kind of one of those first games launched as multiplayer only. That wall run was a revolutionary, though. Oh, yeah. That was, oh, what the hell was the other game? There was a game and I picked up, and I ended up disappointed because it came out, it really never picked up an audience, and then, like, never got more support. It was one that had, like, it was one of the first games that started introducing a ton of, like, parkour and, like, sliding under things and all that to a first-person shooter. That had, like, a very punk vibe. And I remember playing it, and, like, mechanically the game was very interesting, but, like, they were leaning on really hoping that the multiplayer versus would take off, and it just didn't. So I remember playing it a couple of times, and then, I wish I could remember what the hell game was it? It was the first time I kind of bought a game, and I only played it a couple of times, and then, you know, it went up on the shelf, so to speak. Man, I can't remember. That's not helpful to anybody. It was a PC game, whatever it was. Tribes or Tribes 2? Nah, it wasn't Tribes. It wasn't as big of a game. Like I said, it kind of took some risks with some new mechanics, and I think they actually executed pretty well on it. It just failed to draw people away from the established IPs. Because that was definitely during the time when, if you were looking at a first-person shooter, you know, you were looking at Counter-Strike, Call of Duty, Medal of Honor, or Battlefield. I can't remember what the name of it was. That bothers me. It's fine. So, I don't like that we're seeing them walk north there. They're walking northwest. That implies that the helicopter left PS3 era. Either PS2 or PS3. I couldn't tell you the exact date. It'd be somewhere in that general ballpark, though. The PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3. Brink, that's it. Brink is the one I was thinking of, yeah. Nah, it was Brink. Someone got it first. I'm actually impressed with how little information I could remember about it. I'm genuinely impressed that someone got it, because like I said, it wasn't, you know, like a big name game. Like it was there, and it got like some publicity because, again, it added parkour that we hadn't seen in games yet. And like it was fast-paced parkour, so it wasn't the thing where you jump up on a ledge and your character like slowly climbs or whatever. It was like you'd flip up onto it and you'd go and you'd dash and you'd slide under something. But like while it was interesting, like I said, they were kind of depending on the multiplayer, and it never took off. The multiplayer was garbage? Gotcha. I only tried it once or twice, and there just wasn't much of a player base, so it's like kind of, you know, you'd get in there and be like, this is kind of whatever. So like I said, I played only a couple of times, and then I kind of shelved it. Yeah, no, I didn't like grab it immediately when it released. I don't even remember how I found out about it. It was just one of those things like, oh, this game looks decent. And so I gave it a go. I think it was on sale or whatever. And that probably was what was happening, because it's probably its audience is already collapsing. Because it's very much a thing in the game industry. Outside the rare exception in the indie games or whatever, most of the time the success of your game is decided in like the first week or two of release. Like, did you release to, you know, big fanfare, critical acclaim, or massive sales? No, it probably ain't coming then. There are exceptions. There were definitely some games that got slept on for a while, and then you know, whether it was a news thing happened or someone influential was like, oh yeah, you know, I've been playing this game on my free time, or, you know, some magazine did an interview about like this amazing game that, you know, was a forgotten gem or a missed gem or whatever. Okay. I don't remember this body of water over here. Those solid trees you can't walk through are going to get me killed. I already know it's going to happen. Yep, so what I'm doing is I'm cutting over here, and that's mostly so that big group of zombies we pulled from the helicopter, we're just line of sighting them. I'm going to follow the river down here, and then I'm going to cross back over. I'm also trying to draw them farther away. I don't know where the cell breaks for the grid that is the map are here. So I kind of want to make sure I'm drawing them farther away to hopefully have them at least one cell block away from where we're operating. Otherwise, what'll happen is I'll have drawn all the zombies there, and I'll get a little bit of breathing room. And then very quickly, when they trigger migration, redistribution, whatever, they'll spread out in droves to fill out the cell. And I'll probably get bullied around when it happens. You saw the most hilarious thing in Zomboid yesterday? A streamer was cooking a pot of food so heavy, he took damage and I picked it up. Oh yeah, that's just anytime you do some character. Like, yeah, if you're doing a cooking pot, that happens. Yep. Anytime you're doing car work, you just accept you're getting hurt. So, just to get some closure, did you end up finishing? Oh, we're planning on getting back to that, Will. I just haven't had a time because, like, Build 42 going on, then we had Water Park Simulator did its 1.0 release. Very genuinely, the last couple of days, I keep, like, starting off in the RimWorld category, being like, okay, do I want, like, it's part of me wants to stream it, but it's like, alright, is this what I should be streaming right now? Not strictly just from, like, a number strategy side of thing, but, like, okay, for my audience, what do I think is the more correct decision, you know, Project Zomboid and all that. Trying to pick up a dead horse. Oh, yeah, no, it's, so you can carry up to, 50 encumbrance, you know, before it won't let you pick up more. There's some ways to navigate past that. Very genuinely, historically, if you're doing car repair and you kept removing stuff, you could get way, way, way past the 50. And for the record, you can't die from carrying too much. I can't remember if it knocks you down to it's like 30 or 50 or 70% health, and then you will stop losing health. But yeah, it'll hurt you. It'll hurt you good. The bigger concern isn't even the damage it does. Honestly, until your health hits 0, you know, there's a lot of things that'll take some life away from you that you just don't care about. The bigger concern is when you're doing that kind of stuff. You just blast through your exertion, your endurance so fast. Like, you'll take a handful of steps. Wait. Oh, it's probably a maggot uncooked. Yeah, I don't want to cook maggots. But yeah, you just almost immediately get your endurance wiped out and just... Hey! Stop perving on my house! Dude's not even hitting the window, he's just straight up staring there being like, is it cold? Well, that was dumb of me. Just stabbed right through the zombie and just smashed my window. It's fine. Now I don't have to clean my windows. Yeah, muscle strain's also a thing. When you carry that much, you'll start getting back muscle strain. Why not drop kick him? There's no kicking. Your legs aren't real. It's not so much smash my windows clean. Smash. I don't see any dirty windows. Do you see any dirty windows? Very genuinely, I don't care about the windows at all. The only one that would be risky is if there was a window in the bedroom, and there's not, so I don't have to worry about that. Like, low-key, once I get past the early game, the reputation I have for, like, the type of places I stay, is most runs I will actually set up inside in a gas station bathroom, because there's no windows I have to worry about there. I can just lock the door when I get inside the bathroom. And if a zombie rolls in, it has to, you know, bang on the window, do all that stuff. If you had impact-rated hurricane windows, the zombies would never be able to break into them. Yep. But that's the thing. Gas station bathroom, sleeping in a hardwood chair, you remember? Oh no, usually it was a tent. I've definitely had times I've had to use the hardwood chairs and all that. Yeah, fresh and cooked food? Yeah, no, we've been making really good progress. We're gonna get to the point pretty soon where these houses we're getting into is gonna start having a bunch of rotten food. Actually, you joke about that, Pocket. We did start with the stream of having a tropical storm. Product Zomboid does have tropical storms in it. They're pretty rare, but we did get a tropical storm right by the beginning. This thing is right at the brink of being full. When the power goes out, there's gonna be so much rotten food. Now, normally it's not necessarily a particularly good idea to run around on a day that, you've had the helicopter. Yeah, no, absolutely, they get more tornadoes and all that. To be fair, the tropical storms, you can add a lot of counterplay to the player where they can hang out inside and yada yada. Versus tornadoes, like, how would you implement in the game where it's not just utterly frustrating? Because the tornado just rolled in and just exploded your home, you know, that would be very not fun. So, like, as a disaster for this game, it wouldn't be a particularly good one. Is this the one to name the neighborhood to the left of the highway to Louisville? Yep, this is that. Valley Station. Alright, we got a zombie that's rolled in over here. And if you ever watch where it seems like, oh man, Rual just got bit when I'm doing that stabbing animation, you don't need to worry. The way the game works is it actually, like, locks you into an animation that while it's going on, the other zombie isn't really kind of able to do anything anymore. There are weird edge cases where it can cause problems. Yeah. Well, it's definitely to be, like, a nod to look like a Whole Foods kind of thing. Same lettering, color, and all that stuff. You go, tiny little bunny. Someday, when we start getting really hungry, I might eat you. Not today. Today I'm up to my eyeballs in food, and I really don't need to start wiping things out to source more. Okay, we pushed the zombie. That does mean we got aggro on a second one. I've had people tell me that now you can execute animation despite having aggro on more than one zombie. But as far as I've seen, it's worked the same way I always expect it. If I have aggro on just one enemy, I have a chance of executing. And if I have aggro on more than one enemy, instead of executing, you'll shove the zombie away. So I don't know if it's like certain weapons or how any of that goes, but it doesn't seem to be doing issues like that. Alright, let's see if that's the key to this house. You burnt the sausage. 92.8. That's the emergency channel. Just after the helicopter happened. So add note. 92.8 megahertz. Emergency frequency. Yeah, basically, if I start, like, losing weight and I need to deal with it, with all the food we found, I could just start wolfing down, like, ground beef and all that. Okay, and that is another house that we have looted. Actually take just a minute. Create salad, onion, create salad, squash, create salad, lettuce, create salad, so you appear to be going north. The zombies can open doors and windows in my settings, which does mean sometimes they will open doors and windows to houses, setting off the alarms. So let's just go down here a little ways. I'm looking for a house that doesn't have a south-facing window. Doesn't look like I'm going to get that lucky. Let's just go into the food market. As what we'll do is we'll go in here for a minute, let the zombies do their nonsense for a second. And when they settle down for just a moment, we'll continue doing what we need to do. You have brought a lot of violence there. There has been a non-zero amount of violence occurring here. Did we already add the spinach? Yes. Carrot. Bell pepper. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. And thank you, Mohan Rai, for the 495 stream streak. I do appreciate that. All right, let's go ahead and we're going to wolf down. I'm going to eat the creamsicle. We're gonna drop back. I wasn't gonna go back, but we're gonna lose. We're gonna let all of our ice cream melt if I don't drop back, and I mean, that's not okay. So let's eat our stale spinach. Yeah, so let's eat the cooked shrimp. This is probably the smart play anyways, to just back off for a minute. That house alarm's gonna draw zombies from a pretty far distance. And so we're gonna kind of, like, and today is a helicopter day that we just finished the helicopter. So we're gonna have some proper mess of zombies up there. But that's fine, we're still gonna clear up there. But it's kind of give the game a chance for all the zombies to rally up and then dump them back off wherever they're gonna do their thing. How is our weight going, by the way? Still solid. Oh, before I forget, all these keys get out of my inventory. Okay, there's the beef patty. Chicken. Fish. Get the ice cream in here before it melts and makes everyone sad. Oysters. Vegetables. You. Shrimp. Hamburger buns. Okay, officially hit the point I cannot put more in the freezer. The freezer is at capacity. So I'm going to slam a blueberry pie. Because we're absolutely not getting through all this stuff before it rots. There is no way that happens. Okay. The shrimp and the oysters will cook first. And they burn almost instantly. You just had breakfast, and all this food makes you think about lunch already? Yup. We have to start tossing some of this in the fridge. You ate 2 meals tonight already tonight? But yeah, so we're gonna watch anytime something goes stale, we just wolf the whole thing down. Honestly, all this beef is gonna be the big one. Because this stuff ends up being so many calories. Okay. And actually, for that matter, just eat the whole beef patty. Okay, we'll keep the stuff that expires on me. That's overload. We won't bother refrigerating. It'll just rot anyways. We can just start wolfing this down as much as possible. Yes, we're still losing weight. Which is fine. We want to drop down to being below 85. Okay, so by now the zombies should mostly be settled down. There'll definitely be a distribution or a migration over the next couple days since the zombies are all over the place. And when that happens, we're going to end up with zombies where we didn't before. And that's just where they've gone to, wherever they've been drawn to, and then they start spreading back out from that point, and they try and sort it all out. Okay. It won't be too much longer. The migration distribution is going to be a mess. Yes. This one won't be as bad as I'm used to, because I'm used to like 16 times pop where you draw a ridiculous number of zombies, and like over the next couple days it just, you know, blasts out in all directions from wherever you dropped them, which can very much get you overrun. But it's gonna be a mess. So you still got some stragglers moving up towards the house alarm. And just judging from where we saw the zombies moving, my guess is the house alarm was the house straight north of us, not this one, but the one on the other side of the trees. Because it would need to be close enough that the zombies would be moving around there. And it was definitely not the one all the way to the right. The zombies were moving way too much northward and not enough, like, towards that individual home. I'm just going after these ones because we had kind of cleared this area out already. And so we're just trying to keep our area clear. We want to, as much as possible, avoid having zombies between me and home. It's going to happen. But if we can mitigate it as much as possible, make our lives easier. So next, no XP from an iron pipe. A plastic pipe. Doesn't mention it one way or the other, but we'll stick with the screwdrivers for now. We'll probably leave the iron pipe and the plastic pipe behind for, you know, rainy day weapons. Alright, so I'm going to eat the shrimp and the oysters, because those won't last at all long. Okay. It is convenient when we get executions right off one after the other. Okay. Yeah, so I think it'll be pretty easy to get into that blue house right ahead of us. The houses up the road are going to take some work. We are getting a little low on our weapon front. The one downside we've had in this area, there's been like no real closets that, you know, have any meaningful amount of tools and all that. It's mostly been just like screwdrivers we've looted and all that. Well, thank you, R7. I appreciate that. Yeah, and I've got a couple thousand hours in the game, like almost 4,000 or whatever it is. And I used to hold a world record in the game. So when you're doing a comparison, just keep in mind this is a lot of playtime has gone into getting here. And very much a lot of Project Zomboid is just playing, taking a death, stopping and going, what decision led to the series of events that eventually got me killed? What could I do different next time to maybe not die? You know, that kind of thing. And there's obviously going to be some times where it's just, you hit the wrong button and you died. There's like not really a lesson to be learned there. It's just, be careful about hitting the wrong button. That's my screwdriver. If I could have that back, please. What do you have in your bag? Oh, it's a pencil case. Ah, just what I need. More food. Okay, another house looted. Yeah, so we've already made a pretty good progress up this road. We got the 2 buildings over there. That's where I took the zombies, though, so I'll probably not be messing with that. I'm gonna kill, like, a couple more zombies, but then we're gonna be back. We're definitely not going to be pushing up to those houses before it's too dark for us to keep going. But I grab like 4 or 5 more zombies, kill them real fast. This screwdriver's pretty close to done. Let's stage our next screwdriver. I do not believe you damage screwdrivers from doing electronics. I could be wrong. If you do, it's so little it's almost not relevant. Did you, like, actually notice me? There you go. Oh yeah, no, if you mishit a key in Project Zomboid, a lot of times that's the end of your run. Okay, and that'll be my cue to back off. It's about to be dark. We just hit exerted, so we'll finish off the last ones we've already got aggroed. Okay, and broken screwdriver on the body. Let's get home. And we'll celebrate by eating an entire chicken piece. Because we're just at that point that cannot hold all the food we're going to have. This will start being less of an issue. What's going to end up happening is pretty quickly a lot of that food's going to start getting dodgy. And then the houses I get to, the food will already be gone. That's the point where it's like canned goods and oats and stuff that has a longer shelf life. I'm not too worried about that, though, because once we start foraging, genuinely it's not hard to stay alive on foraging alone. How's our weight? Still losing weight. That's not super surprising. And I got a lime that's going stale. And you can do the thing where you pick up fridges and bring more and more fridges back home. Because we're limited carry weight, it's just going to be a hellish thing. If this is like my really, really long-term base, maybe I might take the time to do that, but with no generator and anything like that, it's not going to matter. And there's Drowsy, so it's good that we backed off anyways. And you might be like, why don't you board up your windows? I don't need to do that. It's fine. I probably should at some point. But I've even got the nails so we can make the planks happen pretty easily. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, let's make sure. We get all the stuff that needs to be cooked in here. And you have almost no capacity left. All right. And just adding a bunch of random seasonings because we can. Gives us more cooking skill. Because one thing you can actually do after a while is when you hit, I think it's like cooking 8 or something like that, you will actually be able to, you'll actually be able to cook with rotten food. You get very, very little nutrition out of it, though. Like, to say it's better than nothing is being, you know, is being a little unfair to nothing. And you've already moved up to the point where we can start reading our Cooking 2 book. I'll do a quick inventory here and eat everything that's gone stale. Okay, do we have anything in here that is getting ready to go dodgy? Oh, that doesn't need to be in the freezer, so that makes a little bit of space. Alright, anything dodgy? Nope. Drop those in there. Eat the lime that's going. Who freezes mayo? Game mechanics. This is a zombie apocalypse game. Any type of realism or considerations of realism need not apply. game mechanics say mayo go faster if not in freezer, therefore put mayo in freezer. Alright, so we're gonna shove this whole salad in our mouth, even though we're not hungry yet. You forgot about that. You're sitting here like, it's at room temperature. Yeah, I mean, some of it's game balance decisions, some of it's, you know, just arbitrary stuff. Alright, let's put some bacon on there. Put some mutton on there. Go ahead and season this. Put some hamburger bun on there. Tomato paste. Pepper. Salt. Vinegar. Pickles. This is for sure a house salad as you put almost everything but the house in it. Yep. If it'll let you put it in there, it's going in there. So that is like a proper salad in the game. Okay, we can go ahead and sit on the bed for a minute because it's too early for us to go to bed. So continue to learn about cooking. Alright, so let's evaluate our skills. So we're at right about to hit level 3 long blunt. We're at about 2.5 maintenance. Short blunt is right about to level up, and short blade is pretty close to leveling up. Cooking is just barely past 2. Fitness is at 1, just about a fifth of the way through 2. Nimble is pretty close to hitting 1. And then strength is about a fifth of the way, like 20% of the way through level 3. So considering we started with no stats at all, that's not terrible. We are still losing weight despite all these things we're wolfing down. But that's just the reality of Project Zomboid. If you're not just shoveling ice cream in your mouth or wolfing down, you know, one fish fillet after the other, or just eating sticks of butter by the dozen, you're gonna lose weight. Oh yeah, no, that's... Since Build 42 came out, that's been like one of the metas for keeping your weight up. Is just get a dairy cow and just start making lots and lots of butter. Alright, so it's midnight. Go ahead and put her book away. Okay, when we wake up, we're going to take just a minute because I've run out of beverage. So let me go ahead and get myself a little bit of drink going on here so I don't run out. Alright, so we'll be back in just 2 seconds. Thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Okay, and I am back. But yeah, no, keeping your weight up is actually the challenge. But like I said before, you can literally just wander off into the wilderness when the game starts. And you'll be fine. Alright. With all the fighting, honestly, you'd have caloric requirements to the roof. Yeah, no, absolutely. The big problem in the game right now for keeping your weight up is there's the burning of the extra calories, and that's a fair point. It's the amount of calories you get from some items is kind of ridiculous in a bad way. And that's like, for example, you can take a full adult pig, put it up on a meat hook, have really high butchering and butcher it, and it'll only be like 2 days worth of food, maybe. You know, versus in reality, in real life, you know, a full adult pig, if we're talking raw calories, you're probably talking into the tens to hundreds of thousands of calories. You know, maybe, well, probably not the millions, but like tens to hundreds of thousands of calories for a full adult pig. And yet, it's not enough to get more than like a day or two out of it. And so, like, yeah, your calorie usage would be pretty abnormally high. But not like you're going to be butchering, like, burning through, like, 50,000 calories a day or something. Yeah, to be fair, like, your caloric use in the game is not unreasonable. Human beings, where they sit there and be like, yeah, you need your 12 or 1,400 calories a day or whatever. A lot of times, like, it's 800 calories to 1,000 something calories, varying wildly, just for your body to sustain itself. And it is one of those things that, broadly speaking, the heavier you are, the more calories it takes just to, oh, that's annoying, they got holes in them. Like, the more calories it takes just to sustain your body at that weight. So your body does have a tendency to try to bring itself back to, you know, a reasonable balance. And, you know, obviously with modern food where it's, like, super calorie dense and rich with all the sugars and, you know, all the carbohydrates and all that, which evolutionarily we've been, you know, we've evolved to really like because it was important for us to survive historically when, you know, we really needed what calories we could get our hands on, you know, that we were in a survival situation. Now that we're in a life of plenty and all that, it's definitely one of those things that you, I'm getting distracted by zombies. It's like definitely one of those things that now we have that thing that's like desire carbohydrates, desire sugar, desire carbohydrates, desire fats, desire sugar. We don't need them nearly as much because it's just readily available. We don't have to like bulk up to ride out the winter or anything like that. So it's very easy for us to overindulge. It's kind of like you look at a lot of your pets and all that. Generally speaking, dogs and cats, if you put food in front of them, the bulk of the time, that animal is going to go after whatever food it can get. It might not in the very moment, necessarily, but like generally speaking, they will eat way more food than they need as well. And that's again because historically, you know, it was to their advantage to eat whenever they have the opportunity, because you don't necessarily know where your next meal is coming from. But that's not an issue now with them being pets. The bulk of animals, you know, as pets, you're gonna get fed every day. Let's see. Also, reserves of fat allow us to eat barley. Any calories for a while before it's unhealthy? Yeah, there's a delay with a lot of it. But yeah, so it's a weird thing. Nutrition in Product Zomboid is weird. It's one of the things I do feel like they need to put a little bit of time in to like clean up. Not even necessarily from like a realism side, because I I don't really care about the realism side. But from a gameplay side, is for the amount of effort that goes into animal care in this game. It's kind of the same problem with farming right now. The amount of effort you have to put in both farming and in the animal care for the reward on the other side. Why would you do it? Because it's not even like a matter of going, oh, well, this one's a little bit better than that one, therefore this is the better one. It's like the animal care and the farming is genuinely really bad. Like, I imagine it would be a struggle to survive. Now, granted, there's the thing with the chickens and the eggs in the game that you can work with, and that works okay. But, like, for raising pigs for purposes of eating, it's kind of a dead-on-arrival mechanic. Hunting, it's kind of a dead-on-arrival mechanic kind of thing. Hey, Allison. For those who don't know, Allison Adventures and our fantastic content creator has also played lots and lots of RimWorld, has also does like Vintage Story and a bunch of Survival Crafters and Pal World and, you know, Product Zomboid and all that. So if you like any of that stuff, you like the content here, you'll probably like it over there. But the granola bar butter is one of my least favorite additions to the system. You agree cooking could actually be a thing. Getting better buffs would also be nice. Whereas recipe cards would be nice too. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's definitely one of those things that it does feel like there's room for cooking to help kind of bridge that gap. It does feel like also that, you know, very genuinely the animal husbandry so far as like and hunting, basically butchering as a mechanic, could use a buff. And I've said it before on the channel a good number of times. For as much effort as the animal husbandry can be, as well as the farming, if they're going to be anything, they should be a bit too strong because of the amount of effort that goes into them, versus being a bit too weak. Versus stuff like foraging and fishing and all that is fairly easy, and then trapping is mostly easy. It's got a little bit of an issue just because you have to get the bait, which can be a little bit weird. Let's see. It also needs to be more work. Hunting needs to be better. You think the lack of throwing weapons or not having bows holds hunting back? Yeah. No, absolutely. It's still meme bonking hunting and then run over them with your car if you don't, the car you don't like. Yeah, I know they I know if I recall correctly, they penalized it where if you roadkill certain animals, that I guess there's a penalty to the amount of food you get out of them. And they fixed it so you can actually gain weight from meat, not just butter. I am under the impression if you basically shovel the food in your mouth about as fast as you can gain weight using meat. But, like, you know, effectively not really. That's what I've been led to the impression of. Whereas it should be a thing that, you know, the meat should be very calorie rich. Like, maybe not butter rich, but pretty rich. Because it also surprises me that we get a steak and you have nutritionists. It's like, this, like, full, you know, size steak or whatever. And it goes, oh yeah, that's like 500 calories. And I'm like, excuse me? A 500 calorie steak is not a big piece of meat. I wouldn't even call it a steak so much as, like, you know, 500 calories is like a piece like that. You know, a bit bigger than your fist. About the size of your fist would probably be in like that 400-ish calorie range. It's gonna slam down this entire thing of ground beef. Yeah, the calorie game is bad even with 10 cooking. Yeah, that's honestly a lot of stuff that I'm surprised hasn't improved. Like, that's the kind of stuff that I feel would be the easier stuff to fix, because you can fix it by just, you know, incrementing a number. You don't need to introduce or change mechanics. It's not bugs. It's not inconsistent gameplay. It's just okay, clearly this number is too low. Turn it up. Maybe a stick of butter in real life would have a few more consequences, make it unappealing. Let's see, 19,000 calories total for but huge meat minus 150 hunger beef per flank. Meanwhile, rabbit is 90 hunger, so 17,000 calories. But huge meat. A 2K difference between a rabbit, you can eat a rabbit easier. Gotcha. How do calories and hungry relate to, is fast metabolism going to gain weight because you get hungry faster? Or does it make you burn more calories? I was under the impression that fast metabolism makes you burn your calories fast, because that's what it would mean in real life. In real life, having a fast metabolism generally means you burn calories at a faster rate. So, on the average, you'd be likely to have a faster heart rate and all that kind of stuff. Because, you know, something's gotta be happening to burn those calories. The calorie counting? Yeah, so keep in mind, if you haven't been surviving very long, and I'm gonna leave that one auto-modded, partially because of the username. But, it's when you get into, like, the kind of things that, we don't calorie count or anything for that purpose. It's there's a problem in Product Zomboid right now, where trying to keep your weight up is very difficult, because a lot of food that should be calorie dense just isn't. And so as a result of that, what ends up happening is trying to keep your weight up long term. You end up having, like, getting forced in just a couple of options, like, again, getting the butter, doing the fishing, that kind of stuff, where stuff that should be able to get lots and lots of weight, you know, was just really tricky, that you have to, like, go through and, you know, like, do these systems, like, stuff, you know, stuff like hunting. You should be able to catch a full-grown adult deer and not die of malnutrition because there's not enough calories in this large animal. If you're surviving short-term, you don't have to worry about these things. When you look at your paper doll here, you'll notice a little down arrow. As long as that's going down, you're gradually losing all your weight. Early game, it's not a big deal. You can find enough food in the houses to keep you topped off. But as the run goes on, and a lot of the stuff like the meat and all that starts to spoil, there ends up being not enough calorie-rich food left in your world to just go through looting place to place. Because stuff like getting ice cream and all that, you can sustain your weight. No biggie. Like, I remember playing Build 41 when it was still, I will back at my save build with Tomb, and going into the ice cream parlor and just blasting through, like, 20 tubs of ice cream, and just my character ballooning in weight. But that's an early game only option. As your run goes on, you get stuck that you either have to fish, or you have to trap, or you have to make butter. And the comment here we have is you've got stuff like, you know, pigs and all that that serve no functional purpose in the game because they take forever to raise, and then they also give you, like, no calories. Because there'd certainly be an argument to be said being like, oh, it's not efficient enough to raise a pig up to full and then eat it, and, like, it doesn't offset the calories for that whole duration of time. Sure, that can be solved with just more pigs. But it's literally you butcher an adult pig and you get, you know, you get, like, starvation amounts of food. But yeah, if you're only surviving, like, a couple of months ish. Usually it takes longer for that, for the weight issue to pick up. The, like, getting to the point where weight starts to be a proper danger, I think, what would you imagine the earliest that could be? If you chose, like, particularly underweight and you're keeping your character fed, it'd probably be, what, like, near the end of the first month that you might start creeping into the danger zone on weight? If you started on the lean side and had, like, fast metabolism and everything. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's like, it's unrealistic. I don't care about the realism side, just from the gameplay side. If you're going to put a ton of effort into something and get almost nothing for return, that's a bad mechanic. Like, generally speaking, you broadly want things to fall in high risk, high reward, high effort, high reward. You know, versus stuff that's like super duper easy and cheesy generally shouldn't be as rewarding. So for like when you're not trying to maintain weight, the way to get food fastest is just foraging. If you are trying to maintain weight, I would probably say just tossing down some fish nets. And then collecting the fish that pick a minimum is a big one. Yep, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Yeah, you mean a lot of players. Well, that's kind of the thing. If we were talking strictly from this isn't even taking into consideration of gameplay balance of, you know, how does fishing compare to trapping, compared to hunting, compared to butter, compared to that. There's certainly an argument to be made there that, you know, there's a certain amount of balance there that'll make them all there. It's, is this even viable? Like, if this was the only option we had, would it even work? And I would argue the answer for hunting and for animal husbandry, not accounting the eggs, but like pigs and all that, I would say the answer is no. That you could not survive with the pigs in game and all that kind of stuff. Now, it would be fine that, like, you need to engage in multiple systems reasonably to sustain yourself and yada yada. That'd be fine. I'm gonna go ahead and slam that mutton chop, too. Because, again, we're at that point where a bunch of our food is just gonna rot. Let's wait till the muscle strain drops off. Because you can absolutely, you know, optimize the fun out of the game. Let's see. And if you did 10 cooking, 10 butchering, and you absolutely did nothing but fast forward, sleep, and eat, maybe. But not many people like that gameplay. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. And I wouldn't even be prescribing that. Like, I'm okay with the idea that maybe the pigs by themselves can't fully sustain you, that they just take too long to become adults. But it could be one of those things that, you know, having a dozen pigs or whatever on your farm, and, you know, picking them off one by one as they become adults would massively mitigate waste loss, and then you just supplement it by doing a little fishing or a little trapping on top of it, or a little hunting or whatever. But, like, for the hunting mechanic, you know, they've been putting a lot of effort into making it work, and the fact that literally hunting you'd starve to death because the amount of calories it takes for you to hunt is going to be less than you're going to get back from when you actually cash in. I'm going to catch up with that question here in just a second. I'll wait till after the ad break, just in case people got caught in the ad break. But yeah, and that's like, to me, that's the big surprise, that we're on what's now the stable branch, and there's some of those glaring problems. Or like the fact that crawlers still lag the game out. Like, that's been an issue going on like 3+ years now. That's been an issue since I started playing Project Zomboid. So like where a lot of issues in the game, I will give them a little bit of leeway. That's one is like, nah, man, this is way past the point that it's like, oh yeah, give a little leeway. It's like, nah, man, there's been an issue that's felt terrible in the game for like 3 years, and it probably could have been here even longer that I'm blissfully unaware of. If you don't know what I'm talking about, when you knock over a zombie, sometimes they'll become a crawler. And when that happens, the entire game kind of hitches for a minute. For a second. I don't want to overstate it. Like, the game kind of just, like, hitches like there's something wrong with its performance for a second. And it can get pretty gnarly. It's a shame this weapon isn't going to give me any maintenance skill. But that's okay. Yeah, and I suspect it was one of those two houses that had the house alarm that drew the zombies away. Hence why I expect to fight a whole lot of stuff here. Hey, that time it didn't hitch. Like, it doesn't happen every time. But it's, you can almost tell. The game hangs for just a second, like, alright, there's a crawler now. Okay, there's a crawler. Like, you can watch it happen too and see like the exact timing where the zombie goes, the game hitches, and then it flips over. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's get out of those trees. Because trees are dangerous. There's another one coming out of the tree right next to us, right here. And I think there's another one kind of southeast of us. Yep. I was going to point it out, but he's already here. And that is why you do not stand among the trees. Because if I'm by the trees, you get no warning between the trees shaking and them appearing. It's also an annoying thing that you can have it where the tree breaks line of sight for you for just a fraction of a second. And when that happens, you stop hitting the zombie and you'll swing and miss. Okay. No, I waited to answer until we got out of the ad break. Let's see. Okay, completely random question. Is the inventory HUD's adjustable scale? You started to run yesterday and your inventory window is microscopic. Yes. So you'll notice how big mine is. I deliberately have made this really, really large. Oh, you didn't need to go straight to the ban. Don't do that just because they have an inappropriate name or whatever. I mean, I actually don't mind. Go ahead and just leave it. Yeah, it's fine. It's an inappropriate name. Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. So it wasn't even the comment. It was just... There was a reason? Oh, okay. Was there more to it that I missed? That's fair. Because I saw the one comment they had, and the comment was like, that's fine. Like, I didn't let it... like, I wasn't going to let it through, and you already said no on it, which I agree. But it wasn't like a ban-worthy thing either. But nah, if you looked into the thing, it was like an account made today or whatever. Would have an inappropriate name on Twitch. You didn't even see it. Oh no, Harry, their name is way worse than yours. Their name was way worse than yours. Imagine if you took the filter off of yours and like didn't do the wordplay. You just went straight for it. It was kind of in that realm. You DM'd the reason? Okay, let me just check. Yeah, you're probably not wrong, Luxray. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, no, you're probably not wrong. It definitely felt like a troll comment. Like you had like definitely inappropriate name that wouldn't survive long on Twitch. And then your very first comment kind of thing was a troll comment as well. That's you know, it's a troll account. I think we need to go over the HUD again. This went on tangent. Yes, so you can rescale your HUD. There's actually quite a few things you can rescale your HUD to. So like one of the things you can do here is that we go into the display and performance. You can change your text sizes and all that kind of stuff. You can sit there. Where was some of the rest of it? Yeah, so like there's the font sizes will be one thing. You have, oh, here's under user interface. Right, there we go. So like the container size, you can make it large and all that. You can scale this up. You can scale with your font. You can change your font size, your menu size. There's even accessibility. There's a dyslexia friendly font and everything. So there's a lot of places you can kind of tune up the thing. Like you can make, like mine is pretty big. And a big part of that is that way, you know, people watching on stream, you know, you have all sorts of screen sizes and different resolutions and yada yada. So I do try to deliberately make it fairly large. That way, you know, people watching on their televisions or on, you know, phones or tablets or whatever, that they're able to, you know, able to see it better and all that. And normally I don't pay nearly as much attention to looting the bodies. We did load the collectible cards Pokemon card game mod. We're not like going out of our way to like collect all the cards. I mean, I am collecting them, but that's not the point. That's not the goal. We're just checking out the new areas and going. It's just a thing to do along the way. I'd say being very large helped you on more road trips of what's going on your phone. It's legible. Yep, that is the plan. Because if you ever played, like, RimWorld, for example, if you watch someone playing RimWorld and you're trying to see what's going on your, like, phone, you can't see crap. I love RimWorld and all, but, like, there isn't a way to make that UI friendly for a mobile device. Project Zomboid on its base settings can be pretty rough as well. That's actually, I mentioned that we had earlier people, like, going, oh yeah, I'd love to go back to 1993, and I'm like, I wouldn't. Like, I got fond memories and nostalgia and all that, and, you know, lots of copium about what the world was like at that point, yada yada. But at the same time, you always forget a lot of stuff. And I was using Project Zomboid for an example, like going back to Build 41 kind of stuff. And I was going back to play on our Build 41 character right before Build 42.2 dropped. And with Build 42.2 dropping, I was like, okay, let's go back and see it. And I was like, how the hell did I make my Moodles bigger? I remember my Moodles being bigger in Build 41, you know, versus like the way they are now. Come to realize it's just me not remembering that the Moodles were microscopic in Build 41. Like, even like, as the player looking at them on my screen here on stream, they were microscopic to the point that they were hard to see. And I was like, oh, right. People used to download mods just to make them bigger because their sizes were so obnoxious. Can you tell the weapon will give XP like said pipe so they won't? Oh, this one doesn't. It says it right there on it. I'm just using it because we're getting a little weapon starved. And I don't feel like crafting, so I'm being lazy. All right. Rest for a minute. How's our muscle strain? Don't mind phones. Even when you watch on your laptop without full screening the stream, it's hard to see stuff in RimWorld. Yeah. And I even have the UI scaled up in RimWorld. It's just the scaling doesn't work in a lot of things. Yeah, I remember having to kill almost every process on your PC just to be able to watch Divik's movie without audio desync. Good old days. Oh, man. That not even the Divik's movies, like that's certainly a thing. Real Player, where I definitely watched you know, anime and stuff that was 100% available in US that I'd certainly legitimately acquired. Couldn't possibly be any other way. But, you know, in Real Player, because that's definitely the official format those are going to be. Oh man, Real Player lets you watch them, but that as a real real sack of crap sometimes in how that experience was. That experience was pretty awful at times. Let's see. Has any stone ever given a reason why certain weapons don't give XP? On paper, you'd think a pipe would give short blunt XP. A lot of the times they used to, getting rough. They were trying to make it so that you would actually want to engage with making weapons and all that and whatnot. Because there was a lot of the improvised weapons of just junk you grabbed that in a lot of cases were very strong. And so there's a lot of them kind of, you know, some of them got hard nerfed, and some of them got soft nerfed. I don't know if they actually gave a blog post about it. I could be wrong. I don't remember there being one. But yeah, and it was a deliberate decision to kind of rebalance the weapons to make, you know, actual weapons better for weapons. It's the same reason why when we had the short-lived stone meta in Build 42 where you'd pick up a rock and slap a zombie in the head with it. And like, the stone itself as a weapon was pretty middling. It wasn't terrible, it wasn't amazing, but it was actually pretty okay. But they're everywhere, and they would give you maintenance XP and I believe short blunt. And so as a result of that, it was just a thing that people stopped crafting a bunch of the weapons despite all the new crafting systems, because it was just strategically easier to pick up a random stone and give a zombie a slap in the head with it. And there's still people who do that with the tree branches. They'll just pick up tree branches and they'll hit the zombies, and that's another one. You don't get the XP for it anymore, the maintenance XP, and it's still only okay. It's still relatively bad, but people will still do it because they're readily available. The one that drove you crazy was the large branch, though. I love the meminess of the large branch. It is not a good weapon, but there's definitely something very satisfying about walking up to a zombie and nearly guarantee knocking it over. Even if it practically, you know, causes your character to collapse from exhaustion in like 3 swings. But I do love the meminess of it. I've used it once or twice on a new character that I didn't care about. Because if you could use it reasonably effectively, it actually does okay on actually killing the zombies. It just does real bad on doing it with any level of efficiency. Like, you're gonna kill like 4 or 5 zombies. I mean, that's probably not fair. You'll probably kill like 12 zombies in a day. It's like the Sledge Wars. Oh yeah, no, it is. It's absolutely like Temu Sledge. Wish.com Sledgehammer. Was it essentially swinging a sledge? Yes, it was swinging a sledge, but instead of actually doing like serious damage to the zombies or whatever, you mostly just knocked them over. Like, it knocked them over extremely reliably. It's like that's kind of the advantage, is effectively a reliable crowd control for the zombies. But you swung it like 3 or 4 times and you were already at high exertion. Like, it was just a thing. Alright, so we're just gonna slam this whole salad. That's overkill, but we're getting to the point where our food's just gonna rot on us. So you can't waste what's gonna go bad anyways. Okay. Our character's life they're living can't be that bad. I mean, we're eating garlic still. Let's see. One of the family members, you know, is a Temu Wish person, and there is no cure. Man, I have seen so, like, the people I've known who have bought like the TemuWish.com stuff, they literally buy it because they know it's going to be hot garbage, and they're like morbidly curious on how bad it possibly could be. Um, and the vast majority of the time, it's like this is like they have their chuckle and then it goes into the trash because it's like irredeemable garbage. There's been once in a while they've gotten so it's like, okay, I can see that this thing is cheap and it's junk, but like it's actually usable. That screwdriver you got in you? Because I could use one of those. Yeah, you can, like, I don't need to combine it. I could literally just grab a, I could grab something that is stale, you know, quote unquote, cook it by, like, cutting it up and putting it in a bowl, and it just magically makes it better. Salad's more, efficient calorie-wise. So, cooking of all types over time as you level it up will make it slightly more efficient, like regardless of whether it's salad or a roast or whatever. Cooking just gives you a little teeny tiny bit more oomph out of the same food. It's not a lot, at least not last I looked, but it is more, and more is more. It's better than less. All right, let's see. One of your little pet peeves is there's, and you're sure there's a mod for it, but you'd like to just wear the whistle as a necklace instead of having to equip it in the offhand. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, you can put it on your keychain, but no, it would be an interesting thing to be able to have it some manner or another where you could use the whistle without having it in your hand. Not even so it's like the advantage of being able to use a two-handed weapon or not, just so I don't have to go through the process of, like, re-equipping it or whatever. Love the keychain can opener? Oh, I haven't been watching for that. I saw one earlier. It didn't even strike me that it's like, oh, right, it's a can opener. In my head, it's like bottle opener. I'm like, oh, right, bottle openers aren't a thing in this game that you have to have. What's going to be the next staged weapon? Good, drop the plastic pipe. Yeah, there's a lot of those like nice little quality of life things that's like, this is a major bonus to you, but it's not a thing you normally think about it. Like being able to have like a super duper light can opener that goes on your keychain. It's just like a nice quality of life. As opposed to have to drag, what was it, like 0.6 encumbrance or 0.5 encumbrance can opener with you. Don't keys have weight? Yes, but it's nowhere near as heavy as like the normal can opener. The normal can opener, it's not super heavy, but it is a bit on the heavy side. Which is fair. A lot of your like 1993S can openers were not little things. Like you had the metal ones, and those ones weren't too bad, but the ones with the plastic handles, those things could be pretty chonky. I wouldn't call them heavy, but they were definitely not a thing you're gonna like pocket or something. Let's see. Well, technically a bar, but whatever. Let's see. It's always funny to you looting an entire liquor store and making the character drink all of it in one go and, like, look at him go. Yeah, and then your character's, like, you know, plastered drunk or whatever. And you hope, like, nothing shows up. How are we doing? Yeah, so no muscle strain. That's the blessing of the short blade right there. That we're just going to town with this screwdriver and just not really building up any meaningful muscle strain. Put an axe on here, watch your arms fall off. And even though I've already got a bunch of keys, this is where a house alarm was. There's a good chance these keys I'm finding are actually for a bunch of different houses in the area. I'm not willing to pick up the key rings and do that kind of stuff in the area. We've done it a little bit earlier, but while I'm in the middle of fighting in an area, you know, putting it in your offhand so you can get the key off it and yada yada. Or dropping it on the ground so you can get at the key. It's a mod. We did add just one, or it's just 2 mods to this playthrough. We were running modless before. We added one that's like collectible cards, and then, or it's like collectible core or something like that. And then the other one is the Pokemon cards mod. It just basically makes so you can get binders and then like the booster packs. It's a random thing to collect. It's just mods. I use the same mods command for all the games, and I just have the bot check the category I'm in. The interesting thing is on Project Zomboid, you can't like kill your character for overconsumption of alcohol or something. Like you can't overdose or whatever. With that, it is a thing that if you take painkillers and drink a lot of alcohol, I want to say that can still kill you. Like you can kill your character by mixing. Unless they change that, but that's been a thing for a long time. It might be sleeping meds plus alcohol. I don't remember which one it is, but it's something like that. What about rubbing alcohol? I haven't tried to chug rubbing alcohol in the game. Generally speaking, it's pretty rare I have my character drink any alcohol in the game. Once in a while, like if I'm having problems getting my character to get to sleep and I need some sleepy time medicine, like I've done that before where it's like, I need my character to be tired now, take a sippy sip of some bourbon. Well, the two main use cases for alcohol in Project Zomboid is as a pain relief and as a thing to get your character tired. That's the main use cases. As far as like consumption, like straight up consumption. And it works good for those. But generally speaking, pain, wound disinfectant, if you're getting injured, that's like the alcohol's irrelevant. And also, for the record, disinfecting wounds and products Zomboid basically serves no meaningful purpose. Sip bourbon before bed, relatable. Hey man, gotta make the most of your life. It's Kentucky. Oh, and I guess there's also a zombie apocalypse that also a little bit of downer, but I mean, you're in Kentucky. I actually don't have a strong opinion about Kentucky. But yeah, no, generally speaking, the the two main uses for alcohol in Product Zomboid is sometimes you'll be in a situation where, like, your character wakes up having a nightmare, or a zombie startles your character and you wake up and you deal with it. You're like, okay, I need to get my character back to sleep. But, you know, they're all wound up and they're not tired enough. So that's when you might pop a sleeping med or use the alcohol as a sleeping med in a pinch. And you can also use it for pain management. Most of the time, I'd actually say that the pain management is not a great use case for it, because if your character is in a lot of pain, you've probably already done something wrong. Like, you've hit muscle strain and you kept just pushing through, and taking a sip of alcohol to try and mitigate the pain so you can keep fighting isn't going to help your cause, because you're just going to keep pushing that muscle strain harder and harder. Yeah, there's edge cases, like you're talking about, claustrophobic, that you can mitigate it. The thing they got to keep in mind is alcohol in the game makes you sleepy. So it's definitely one of the things to be careful about, that you can go in and have problems. That's the reason, what did they call it? Was it the moo juice or whatever? That it was like you mixed, I think it was milk. It was like milk, alcohol, and coffee or something else in Product Zomboid that there was for a little while, that you'd have some ratio of these things. So you'd have the alcohol, which would be a thing that takes away some pain. You know, gives you happiness, takes away some pain. And then you, yeah, it was soda. Right, and then the caffeine in the soda would counter the fact that the alcohol is making you sleepy. And then the milk would give you calories. So you'd mix the whole batch together. And, you know, it'd just be that whole thing. Let's see, Krumi called it Pilk, because it was often orange soda, milk, and alcohol. You can't imagine it would taste good. Yep, it sounds like college. You never been fond of the milk alcohol in real life? Yeah, it's the same thing. That was I've told the story once before, more than once before. I've told the story before on the channel. It's been a while since it's come up. I used to work in downtown Orlando, like downtown proper and all that. And, you know, it was a software dev gig and all that. And I had gotten to the point where, like, I just finished implementing a major feature and all that, and it's only, like, halfway through the day, coming up on lunchtime. So I was like, okay, like, I got my big thing done for the week that needed it done. I'm gonna go out, and I'm gonna go get myself a drink. Like, I'm gonna go out and have myself, like, a cider or a beer or whatever. You know, just kind of celebrate that I got something, like, some major milestone done. No problem. Go to this place. They did wings and beer and all that. I'm like, cool. And I went in and I ordered my drink. I couldn't tell you what I got. It was some kind of beer or cider or whatever. You know, got myself an order of wings and whatever. I'm like, cool. Like, you know, just give myself that little pat in the back for a job well done. And there's this, I don't know what you'd call the type. Like, it's a person who's approaching the bar to try and get the bar to serve their drinks, but they were from a vodka company. Oh, what the hell is the vodka company that does, like, the Fruit Loops vodka or whatever, where it tastes like the milk after Fruit Loops? It's something Loops. It doesn't matter. But basically, they're trying to get the bar to carry their vodka. And so the guy was like, all right, well, hear me out. I've got my suitcase here. I got a couple of bottles. You've got a bunch of customers here. Anyone who wants one, I will, like, on the house, I will give them a drink to try, and you can get their feedback on it. And the guy's like, sure. And so he's like, hey, would you like a drink? And I was like, sure, why not? You know, someone's just giving me a drink, why not? You know, and I take it, and it was honestly not bad. I'm not big on milk alcoholic beverages, but it's like, you know what? Genuinely, if you told me that this was just someone just took a bowl of, like, milk, put a bunch of Fruit Loops in there, let it sit for a while, and then took the Fruit Loops back out so it had that Fruit Loop taste, sure. And, like, you know, the guy has, like, some conversation or whatever, and then that person went away to, I would assume, the next bar or whatever. And it was one of those things that, like, then the bartender's like, okay, here's a drink for, you know, humoring this whole thing. And I was like, all right, I have to stop you. Like, at this point, you know, I've had a beer or whatever. I had this like double shot of this vodka, and I've got this other drink here, and I'm like, I'm just at lunch break from work. Like, I haven't had breakfast or anything. I'm having wings. I'm just on lunch break from work. I can't go having like multiple liquor drinks and beer, which, you know, I drank what we got, and I got back there and, you know, kind of grabbed my, because it was like a startup kind of thing. Kind of grabbed my boss, like, all right, you know, kind of told him what was up. I was like, I'm just gonna go to my desk and lay low for the rest of the day. because that's pretty much what I did. I was definitely a little buzzed, going, you know what? I'm just gonna keep my head down at my desk for the rest of the day. I already got my work done. Their vodka, and it was like built like Fruity White Russian. Yes, it was sort of like that kind of thing. Like I said, it's not really my thing, but I was like, you know what? I wouldn't complain if someone gave me this. This was not a bad time. Speaking of Orlando, your girlfriend lives in a town near Orlando with a funny name. It's called Howie in the Hills. Howie in the Hills? Where the hell is Howie in the Hills? Because I know most of Central Florida. Howie in the Hills? I mean, it is a place, Howie in the Hills. Where are you? Where are you compared to everything? Oh yes, that's like northwest Florida. Okay, so that's west of Apaka and north of Winter Garden. Yeah, so that's outside of what people would call the Orlando metro area. But yeah, no, that's vaguely in the area. That's probably why I wouldn't know it. I like the only thing up in that direction is the villages, and I'm not 65 yet. Um, I'm not 65 or a swinger, so I'm not up that way. Because that's what you got in the villages. You got a bunch of people who are getting up there in years who get a little frisky. To be fair, not everyone up there is like that, but there is an entire subculture up there, and it is wild to read about. The people going around in their golf carts with the little was it loofahs or whatever, or like the lays up on their golf carts that are color coded about what they're down with. Um, it is a wild group. Swingers hit on group. I've been hit on by swingers. Not that way. There's a jazz club over on the East Coast that I couldn't think of the name of. It's south of Cocoa Beach, whatever it was. What the hell was the name of that place? I only was there like twice, and both times, they're like, because I was probably one of the youngest dudes in there. Because at that point it would have been like 25, maybe 23, maybe. Maybe even younger. Either way, but yeah. So this place is like, the average age was probably 50. It was probably like the average age of 50 in that place, and pretty much every time I ended up there, there was some 40-something-year-old women hitting on me, which was flattering, but also not interested. Like both times I went there, and it's like, this is not a venue intended for me. You know, and nothing wrong between consenting adults or anything, but that's not why I was there. I was meeting people in the area, and did they have barbecue? They had some type of food I was after, and it was like the only option for that food in that immediate area. And the first time I went, I was like, that was a weird experience. And then the second time I went, I was like, ah, that's the normal experience. I understand now. Okay, so we can go ahead and put that there. There's some wild places in Florida. That is for sure. We also had the place a little bit farther up the coast, where inside the middle of the bar, it had a pen with hogs in it. Shocker, They got in trouble a couple times after health inspections. I couldn't imagine why. Eventually it shut down because the place burned down, but, you know, that's besides the point. Didn't I have a shovel? Open box? Oh, that's for the nails. I thought I had a shovel head and a large handle. Was that not what I needed to repair the shovel? It's been a while. Or a spade head. So a spade head to repair it. Oh! It's not a long handle, it's a long stick. That's fine. We can chuck that back in there and use that later. Alright, so I got a mostly spent claw hammer that's going to break in seconds. Oh, if it's a mostly spent claw hammer, is it mostly spent on the handle? So we'll grab the medium handle, because then when we are out in the field, we can pop the head off of it, and then just make it again. We need to go to sleep. That's the equivalent of 28-year-old hitting on an ultrasound. That's... We didn't need to go there, because, again, it's not equivalent at all. Because being a 20-something being hit on by a 40-something, you're both still adults. You both still hopefully have enough competence around yourself to at least understand what you're agreeing to. Versus the other thing would be a crime. We don't need to dig in that any farther than that. Let's see, you were attending a party, was fun, but had someone buy shots for the whole bar, and here you are, were waiting for folks to collect. No one's here, let's do one. Still no one? Another one. It went on, no one came, we did all the shots, was a stumble home for sure. We've told the, so me and Tomb, this is on a cruise a while back, that, you know, we booked the cruise and we're like, okay, we'll figure out our excursions or whatever when we get on the boat. We're not, like, the prices are pretty terrible right now. We'll wait till we're on the boat and they haven't hit capacity and they'll probably offer them at a discount. Like, that was the plan. And we got on the boat and nothing was available. Like, it was all booked up. We're like, well, we're still going to have a fun time, but that's a bummer. And because of that, I was checking on their app on the cruise every once in a while and being like, hey, did anything come up that we can do? And, like, when something came up, I'd be like, all right, we're getting on that one. You know, if it was something we'd be interested in. And so we did, like, you know, I was just grabbing stuff. I was like, oh, well, there's a beer tasting. You know, Toom won't be as into that, but we can do that. Oh, there's a wine tasting. Toom will enjoy that. Oh, there's a mixology class. Sure, I've never done mixology. That would be fun. And it wasn't paying attention to the dates. Like, the app would warn you if you had, like, a conflict, but it wasn't paying attention to the dates. And so I ended up signing us up for, like, 4 different tastings that all wound up being on the last day of the cruise that we were out sea. Instead of, like, thinking it was coming up, like, 1 or 2 a day. And so we got in the last day, and we had, like, in the morning where they had, like, mimosas and a Bloody Mary or whatever to try. And then, you know, there's, like, a beer tasting and a wine tasting and a mixology thing. And then they had a mojito tasting. And it all happened, like, I think it's all but one of them was on one day. And it was like, this is too much. It's like, this was too much. And the thing that made it the worst is the mojito one was the last one for the day, and half the people didn't show up. But they already had poured all the things ahead of time. So there's, like, maybe 6 of us in this room, and it was clear that they were expecting somewhere in the area of, like, 18 or 20 people. And each of them had, I can't remember if it was like 4 or 6 drinks in front of them. And so they had already poured and prepared all this stuff. And they're like, okay, well, anyone who wants extra, it's here, free of charge. Aha! And so, you know, it was there. This is an expensive thing otherwise. So we drank a bunch of them. And yeah, it was definitely like the adventure back to the cabin was definitely like, oh, we are not buzzed. We're solidly past it. Like, it was a fun time. Definitely wouldn't want that. You never hangover. Yeah, I'm not someone who generally gets a hangover either. Not normally. But yeah, no, it's definitely way beyond what I would normally do. But at the same time, like, once he paid... Ooh, did I see a walkie-talkie? Who had the walkie-talkie? I thought I saw a walkie-talkie for just a second there. I did! Like, we weren't at any risk of, like, food poisoning, kind of... Or not food poisoning, like alcohol poisoning, or anything like that. Like, I've definitely... Young me making not great decisions has definitely been more drunk than I was there. But it was definitely like, oh, no, we are definitely, like... You know, if we were out and about, not on a boat, it'd be like, oh yeah, this is 100% we're getting a cab. That was actually one of the earlier dates me and Toom had, not our first one or whatever, but we went to Universal Studios, and there's a place called Pat O'Brien's over there, and they do hurricanes and a bunch of stuff like that, which is a drink. And we're like, okay, like, you know, we'll get a drink or whatever, and we both only got one drink. But it was like the hurricane came out, and it was like this big around and like this tall. Like, this is a big freaking drink. And you know, looking at the price, I should have realized it. So me and Toom both have our drinks, and they're like, her glass is a wider glass but squattier, but it was about the same amount of alcohol, and it was only the one drink. And both of us were like, we're finished with our food, and I'm like, I'm not good to drive. Like, I am not, like, I am solidly buzzed. Like, do I think I could successfully get home? Yes. Am I gonna try it? No. Like, I'm not good to try. She's like, I'm not good to drive. So we ended up, like, just wandering around Universal City Walk for a couple of hours. You know, just kind of, you know, letting the alcohol work itself out of our system. It was just the one. For the record, I'm not actually someone who tends to drink very often. Like, younger me drank a bit more. Never to the point I was drinking, like, daily or heavily or anything as a regular thing. Like, even today, usually the way it'll end up working in practice is I'll go a month or two without having a drink, then I'll have like 2 or 3 drinks, and I'll go another month without having a drink at all. Not as like any health decision or whatever, it's just I don't go out of my way for alcohol. But every once in a while, you want a cider. And we're backing off because we're using a rolling pin, which is a terrible weapon. And we're exerted, so I'm just backing up. We'll kill those zombies, but I just want to give a moment for a character to recover. Yeah, exactly. Like, socially and the rare occasion. So equip you on the secondary. And I believe it was 92.6 was the frequency? 92.8, that was close. So, add preset. 92.8. Okay, we can go in here and rest for a minute. Let's see, in your youth, you worked the bar nearby. Proximity plus you knew the bartender, so you often got the, here you go, even though you didn't ask for it. Yep. Let's see, that's normally when someone finds themselves at Taco Bell or Waffle House at 300 or 3 a.m. Me and my friends didn't do that, and this is more LAN parties and drinking kind of parties. But we were definitely the ones that was more of Denny's. Denny's at 2 in the morning. That was the one we would do. Ah, man, I don't remember what it was that they had. It was one of their meals like, oh, okay, well, that's concerning that that light's blinking out. Let's see, you can add a mod called Twist on Fire Stats. It'll show the information about your character, how many Zeds you have killed. I think my main light for my stream might be dying. It's doing weird stuff up there. That's a bummer. Wasn't exactly a cheap light either. Well, I mean, it's still lit now, but you saw it probably flick out a second there, and that got bright for a second, so I don't really know what's happening with it. In real life, lights out. Oh, we can go ahead and oh man, I had this jacket, like this long jacket that I had gotten from the thrift store. What? I'm trying to remember exactly how this went down. So it was at Denny's, but I had this long jacket because, you know, it was winter in Florida. It wasn't really cold, but, you know, I had just gotten this really cool leather jacket at the thrift store, so who cares if it's like 50, 60 degrees outside and nowhere near an appropriate temperature for a full-length, long, like, leather jacket? You know, I was proud of my, you know, good find. But, like, I went to use the restroom, and they had, like, in a separate hallway kind of thing. And, you know, this big biker guy kind of came around the corner, saw me, and he's like, "You know you lost the war, right?" Because I guess to him I look like a Gestapo cosplayer, like a neo-Nazi or something, I don't know. Which I've been taking German classes, so I yelled at him in German. He got all like weird and ran away or whatever. In hindsight, probably not the right thing to do. Which, don't get me wrong, later on in life, looking at that jacket, it's like, you know what? I can see where he was going with that. Like, it straight up looked like the kind of jackets they would wear. That's not why I got it, because, you know, I was a teenager. I wasn't aware of these things. I forgot about that. I still have that jacket. Nah, I don't think I put the fear in him. I think he was more like, oh, like, I was just making, you know, a dumb joke. Maybe I've legit found someone like this. There's a lot of people who would come to that town because of, Bike Week and all that, that we call them fair weather riders. They're, you know, they're the person who they visit from out of town that they don't ride their bike but like 2 or 3 times a year just when they're going to Bike Week. And out of all the people who visit Bike Week, they're the absolute worst. That they're the ones who are constantly like harassing people and breaking stuff and being, you know, terrible. To such a degree, my cousin used to run hotels, like manage them. And it was a thing that one time that he had just these you know, people giving him a hard time, that again, they were the fair weather bikers and all that. And you had some like kind of hard time bikers, you know, like they're all, you can tell the type, like their sleeves are all shredded up and everything, their jackets are well worn in and everything. It's like, you want me to kick their butt? We'll do it. That's not the words they said. They used different words, but that was the sentiment. It's like, hey, do you want us to like teach these people to not be a-holes? We can manage that. It's like, no. It's like, I don't need the police coming in here because someone got assaulted in my lobby or whatever. As you bought a fatigue long jacket to wear, German military surplus, it was standing on the road, waiting for a crash, waiting to crash the street when someone starts shouting, "That's only for active duty." Oh, interesting. Interesting. So they were selling whining across the street. Gotcha, yeah. So they're basically like, yeah, you're not allowed to actually wear that. I haven't run into anything like that, but I wasn't someone who ever like got military garb or anything like that. I've never been a big military person. If it's in the store, most of the time it's not active anymore. Yeah, I could potentially see like a mom and pop thrift store making the mistake though, not realizing it. You know, versus like if it's some chain, then yeah. But it was always the mom and pop ones that were the ones that were interesting to go to. Yeah, you're from Germany, so the concept of legally owning anything remotely military is wild to you. Yeah, like I don't mind a lot of it. The ridiculous thing where like some of the people want, you know, military weapons at their homes, like because they're collectors and all that. That it's like, okay, I get it. It's like historic, it's collectors, yada yada. At the same time, okay, but I also don't necessarily agree with it. Like, I'm not someone who's against people owning firearms, generally speaking, but the people who want, you know, they want their AR-15 at home, and it's like, right, but what do you need it for? It's like, well, hunting. It's like, if you're shooting a deer with an AR, you shouldn't be allowed to hunt, because you have no idea what you're doing. Like, if you need 4 or 5 shots, you're doing it wrong. And thank you to follow, welcome to the stream. And then they'll have self-defense. It's like, well, if you're doing self-defense, actually, that particular weapon is poorly suited for self-defense. Collector's gonna understand. Yeah, if it's an operable, that's another thing. You're a military brat, and you're as tall as your dad is. He found the jackets for sale on Amazon. It was like, this could fit my son. You don't wear it as often as you did in the past. Yeah. I haven't heard of people doing that so much, but you'll have people who go out with like, you know, a semi-automatic rifle and all that for hunting a deer that, you know, could do a whole bunch of like, you know, magazine with like 24 rounds and everything. Is like, I'm sorry. If you need a semi-automatic weapon with 24 rounds to deal with a deer, you shouldn't be hunting deer. And they'll be like, but what about a bear? It's like, well, again, is masonry a long grind? I actually don't know. I haven't done enough masonry. Like, they'll be like, what about a bear? It's like, oh, come on, man. To be fair, the people I know who actually have gone hunting for a very, very long time also find individuals like that frustrating. They're probably like the fair weather hunters, similar to like the fair weather bikers. I should mention, when I'm talking about fair weather biker, usually what it is, it's someone who like, they live up north somewhere, they come down with Bike Week, they have their motorcycle shipped down for them. They don't ride it on the regular or anything like that. And so they ride their motorcycle all of maybe half a dozen times in the entirety of the year, which weather certainly being a factor. I'm not gonna be able to grab that off the ground that easy. Yeah, well, weekend warrior usually refers to National Guard. Here, where people are like, well, they're not the real military, which I don't agree with that either. But that's the connotation that phrase has. Yeah. I know for me personally, I have no desire to own a firearm and stuff like that. But I also accept, like, my personal view shouldn't necessarily shape everyone else's situation. But I definitely feel there's a limit. Oh, right, I need a table I can craft on to put that back. Yeah, now to be fair, I used to be a lot more open about it. Then I worked at a weapon manufacturers and research company. And, I worked around people who really liked firearms. And I learned that the people in that building who really loved their firearms should be the last people allowed to own them. Every last one of those people was a danger to themselves and pretty much everyone around them. Why cannot make hammer? Because I know it's a medium handle and then the head. Oh, I need an actual hammer. And the unfortunate reality is I used my hammer, my one and only hammer, and it broke. And the stone doesn't work. That's fine. Yeah, but anyways, we'll move on to that because I don't want people to be like, oh, Rual's just being all a jerk about this or whatever. Because there's definitely a balance. Because yeah, like as I'm assuming this is where it's going because I'm trying to peek over while it's going. Let's see. You'll say there's some circumstances where it makes sense for self-protection. When your sister, yeah, that's where I was gonna go. Exactly. It's like there are use cases, like when you're on the farm and you've got stuff like coyotes and that coming out in the field. It makes sense to have something to deal with that, to get them away from your animals and all that. You've got places where there are other dangerous animals that do just naturally occur in the area. And fair enough. That's the reason why I'm not someone who's like, no, there's no excuse or whatever. There are valid use cases. Yeah, no, generally, so in this channel, we don't have a strict no politics rule. We do have that we don't mention any specific politicians, we don't mention political parties, and then when it comes to, like, you know, quote-unquote, like, current events and all that, quite often we will be a bit hands-off on that, because I have personally found that once you stop talking about the like concept and broad strokes of things and you start getting into like individual policies and like individual politicians and yada yada, you get to political parties, the brain clicks off because you said the bad thing about my team and then people get mad. And like, I'm not saying that me personally, but you'll have people who stop having conversations about the merits or whatever of what's going on, and it then turns into just you'd said something negative about the people I identify with, therefore I'm going to get mad about it, you know, and then it starts getting to, like, personal attacks and yada yada. So we do try to avoid that end of things. Because it's one of those things that when you're playing games are an art, and almost all art, in some lens or a number, can be viewed as politics. Like, when we play a game like, Hard Space Shipbreaker, it's a game about company towns. It's what it is. It's a game about company towns, ultimately. Yeah, it's a sci-fi thing, but that's what it's about. So, big parts of it around stuff like unionization and all that. And you can't really have a conversation about the game and be like, oh, but we can't discuss politics because the game, by its nature, is political. I would agree with the game, but that's besides the point. I do recognize that aspect of the game. And then, like, a lot of games have a message or a moral or a story that, you know, at least, if not directly political, is arguably political. You know, if a game shows the military in a bad light, some people are going to find that as political. If a game shows the military as, like, absolute heroes, some people are going to also find that political, and that's fine. Same with Zomboid, the government spreads a portion of the lore covering up being incompetent. Well, yeah, no, in Project Zomboid, there's a lot of stuff that you can consider very political. Like, there's, with some of the new stuff, they actually have in the Project Zomboid universe that the CDC is actually manufacturing viruses, you know, for basically the highest bidder kind of thing. It's heavily implied. And that they also cover up what the virus is doing then, propaganda and stuff. Yeah, no, and that's fine. Like I said, it's one of those things that, like with the guns, we don't need to go into that. The fun thing about Shipbreaker is that the gameplay is so fun that you're fine with the company taking advantage of your character to some degree. You just want to break ships. Well, yeah, no, that's the whole thing. I actually I really like the game, and I think it's a good way to have those games that kind of cover, things that you don't read that much about anymore. Like, you go through American history classes here in the US, and there'll be brief mentions about the company town kind of thing, but it's kind of a cliff note at this point. That's like, oh yeah, there was some exploitation that happened. Okay, promptly moving on. It's like, hang on, it was more than some exploitation happened. There was a pretty rough chapter there where a very large number or a very large percentage of the working population in a lot of our core businesses around mining and all that were basically slave labor, only not on paper. For those who don't know about the history of company towns, and this isn't an exclusively United States thing, it's just the one I know, is what they would end up doing is usually they'd have some mine in the middle of nowhere because that's where the ore was. Like, silver was a big one. And so what ended up happening is you'd be like, you're someone, like, the economics right now in that period are very difficult. There's not really any kind of meaningful safety nets out there. And so, very genuinely, you're trying to figure out how the hell you're going to feed yourself. And you'd have someone be like, hey, we got this mine. We'll take care of you. We'll set you up in a house. All this good stuff. We'll even get you out there. You'll have to pay us back overworking about it, but that's no big deal. Like, we got you square. We'll take care of you. And you're, again, someone in a desperate situation that you're looking at potentially, starving to death in the street. So you take him up on it. And, they put you on like a train, or they put you on, a carriage or whatever it is, and they get you out to the middle of nowhere in this mine. And what ends up happening is you are horrifically indebted to the company. And they make you pay for your tools, they make you pay for any services they use. The only place to buy food is the store run by the company on the property. It's not like you can go to the next town over. There isn't a next town over. They get to the point where they don't even pay you in actual cash. They pay you in what was called scrit, which is effectively monopoly money that only the company town or only the company accepted. And so all in all, once you got there, you really couldn't leave because you're in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, no, exactly. And there was interest that made it so you couldn't pay it off. And when your tools wore out, which, shocker, mining wears out your tools pretty fast. Yeah, well, the one in Florida was less company town and more straight up slavery. I can go into that one. I know a bit about that one. But yeah, so it's definitely one of those ones that, like, you're trapped in this, you're indebted. There's no way to get out of your debt. And so you have to keep working because otherwise they'll kick you out of your home and you will literally die out in the wilderness in the middle of, like, often desert areas and whatever. And so there's been tons of songs and all that come out of the years, about, like, working yourself to death, and you're literally just going more and more into debt as you work. Yeah, 16 tons. But yeah, no, the one with Florida, if we're assuming we're talking about the same one, as I believe it was tomato farms. That it was kind of in south, like when I say central Florida, I'm not talking actual central Florida, because when we say that, that's north-south, but central Florida, east-west. But I believe it was kind of middle of nowhere, south central Florida, that they had these tomato farms. And it was kind of one of these things that it's, these towns that only have one or two ways into it that would be growing tomatoes. And they would get people to come out there to work the farms. And they had, for a town that probably had like 100 people in it, it had a sheriff's department, which should already be a red flag when you're like, how the hell are you paying for that sheriff's department when you've got so few people? Like, where's the money coming from? This wasn't even a corporation thing. This was the people on that farm, which is a small local farm and all. Well, not like a mom and pop farm, but it was just one of these things that you had that small little farm there. That was just, they get you in there, and the sheriff basically just watched the ways out of town, and if you tried to leave, you'd be brought back in. So it wasn't even like indentured servitude. It was straight up, you were forced to work there, and it was not legal, not okay, but the people couldn't get out to tell anyone. And it operated that way for a good long while until the regular truckers that would bring the stuff in and out. I don't remember if what the deal was, whether like they couldn't work that day or they were overloaded or what the deal was, but they ended up bringing in outside people. And they had a reporter try and showed up and get turned away, investigating. But this trucker basically was like, okay, went in there. Everyone was kind of acting weird. Something was definitely not right. And so kept his head down while he was there and then got out and was like, something's going on with this farm over here. Like, I don't know what's deal, but something is not right here. And eventually, like I said, that reporter got turned away, and it was, again, very suspicious. And so what the reporter did is they got with their person who runs their newspaper and a whole bunch of things, going, okay, well, I'm going to this town. If I don't report back within like so long, like send somebody. And so the reporter went in there, started snooping around and figuring out something wasn't on the up and up. And thank you, Nerddroid, for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I hope you had a good time streaming. If we can get a shout out for Nerddroid, I'd appreciate that. But what are you playing all stuff? But yeah, so let me go ahead and like finish my thought. So what ended up happening is this reporter was, going in here trying to figure out what was going on. Like, clearly something wasn't right. And it was basically conspiracy that the person who was also playing Product Zomboid. Hope you had a good time, Product Zomboid. If you're looking for more Product Zomboid, you can find it over there with Nerddroid. Love the channel icon, by the way. But thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, so what ends up happening is that like the person running this little farm and the sheriff's department there were in cahoots, and that they were basically keeping these people, forcing them to work, and again, basically unpaid and everything else. And again, the sheriff was watching the exits to town, and it's in the middle of nowhere swamp, so it's not like you could just sneak out. There was nowhere to go in a reasonable walking distance. So you'd be taking your chances with the elements, and they weren't good chances. And so it was one of those things that this reporter's investigating and gets caught. That they're like, this person doesn't belong here, and they drag her to the prison and all that, and she fails to report back at the time. And so a bunch of these vehicles from the news agency, they've got like the county sheriff and a whole bunch of people, and they all roll into town, to make figure out what's going on. And that at that point they figure out what's going on, about that it's effectively forced labor and everything that's going on there. And this was only like 15-20 years ago. Like, it's not been super long. And yeah, it was a whole thing. To be clear, none of what was happening was legal. It wasn't, some like, oh, here's this gray area loophole. They were straight up breaking the law. It's just they found that, they were so remote, who was going to check in on them. Eventually, it probably would have gotten figured out, regardless of this reporter. But, Let's see. Yeah, in-game, the whole blockade they fabricate to isolate for isolation reasons. They start locking up Kentucky phone lines. Say the river is contaminated, and tons of random bits throughout the news channel, newspapers, advertise. It's rather cool to explore. Was it? Oh, I don't remember. I don't remember where it was. I don't remember the city it was. It's been too long. But yeah, like, it was a whole big stink when it got outed and the news came out about it. Like, and it literally led to there was going to be a bunch of regulation passed about what companies could and couldn't do. And it was pressuring a lot of the grocery stores and restaurants in the area that, those tomatoes went somewhere, and that's where it went. And granted, the restaurants didn't know what was going on. All they cared about is that they were getting tomatoes at an unusually low rate. And it was kind of a big fiasco at the time because, these restaurants and all that, like in grocery stores, wanting to avoid a lot of regulatory oversight, were like, okay, we're going to put together a self-regulating group that we're going to put a bunch of rules that we all promise we're not going to buy food from these types of places and yada yada. So they're kind of doing, like, putting in their own industry self-regulation to avoid, heavier-handed regulation. And it was a big stink that, like, one of the big grocery chains refused to jump on board with it because they already weren't getting tomatoes from that place. And so, like, we didn't do anything wrong. We don't need to be regulated. But it was a big stink at the time because, like, really bad optics for that grocery store chain. But there's also our employee agency that do the same thing. They'll charge the potential employees and the farms. So our farms essentially enslave their contracted workers to recoup it. Yeah, I haven't heard that one, but it wouldn't shock me. There's so much shady stuff, and a lot of that shady stuff, it's not legal. It's not like, again, loopholes in the law and all that. It's one of those things, and unless someone has the money to go and take it to court and see it through to the other side and all that kind of stuff, it slides. Like, we have lots and lots and lots of labor violations that are, really, really awful that happen here. How's it going? Pretty good. It's kind of amazing how many conspiracies crop up in small, isolated towns. Well, right, because when you have a small number of people, it's way easier to control information. It's way easier for a subset of those people to rally together to do abuses. The more people you have, the harder it is to, really control things. Not that you don't have, like, organized crime and that kind of stuff in big cities, but usually it's stuff trying to stay hidden, among the masses. It's like back alley deals, that kind of stuff. Versus, when you got a town of 50 or 100 or whatever people and you get 10 people in on the conspiracy, you've already got a measurable percentage of the town in on the conspiracy. With the people in the right positions, they can basically control things in town to make sure people are blissfully unaware or that they can't do anything if they are aware. Got any good hits? You have a golden? Imagine just forgetting your golden cap. No, I'm teasing. Yours Imagine really, really, really doesn't like Danish. Oh yeah, like companies that have to operate in multiple countries. Yeah, no, I've known when data protection laws. Oh, the Pokemon cards. We've gotten 2 holos. Nothing super exciting though. At least I don't think anything super exciting. Well, screwdriver is a weapon. I will take it. But yeah, no, it's been fun. It's been an interesting mod. I had to start a new save really to do it because it has world settings and all that. But yeah. Alright, so that's all rotten. We're getting to that point. You know what? I'll grab Carzone. I can't remember the last time I actually watched a VHS in this game. We're gonna eat this creamsicle right now. But yeah. No, I remember when GDRP was coming into effect. That's one of the main European Union like privacy laws. It's basically the thing that says like, here's how you have to store your data, here's like what you have to like get permission for certain data storage, you can't just hoard it, yada yada, like that whole bit. And I remember a lot of the companies, because again, my background is in technology and working at a bunch of these things. And I remember there's a lot of companies who are really bristling at that, being like, oh, we're gonna have to do this stuff, and we're gonna have to put all these extra protections. And to be fair, looking as like, well, 1, we already do half of these, and 2, if you look at the other half of those and you're upset about it, maybe you shouldn't be allowed to have that data, because a lot of what's being asked is fairly reasonable. There was a few, like, edge cases on, like, data storage length and all that that, weren't perfect and all that, which is what people would point out. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. But I remember sitting there, it was with the CEO of the company I've been working for, and he was just kind of, being frustrated. He's like, oh yeah, GDRP's coming out, it's gonna be such a headache and all that. And I kind of sat there, I'm like, in what way? And it's like, oh, well, we have to do all this extra work to, make sure we're storing the data correctly and all that. I'm like, it's like, 1, we're going through a third party to handle our payment stuff, so we don't store, like, zip codes, credit cards, or anything like that. Like, none of that is in our storage. We don't have anything to worry about that. You go to enter your payment information, and we pass you over to, like, Visa or whatever. So all the really dangerous data we don't even facilitate. Oh, well, we can't store private information. Like, what private information do we have? We keep your username and, like, what courses you've taken. And as well as things, I kind of sat down, I was like, there's literally nothing here that we have to worry about GDRP laws. The only thing we got to worry about if someone asks us to delete their information, which we already had a policy for doing that because we worked with federal government and they had to have that permission anyways. So it's definitely one of those things you sat there, it's like, you're griping about this law and how much it's going to impact our business, and it's literally irrelevant to us. And it was just because he would go to his conferences where he'd talk to all the other CEOs, many of them who legitimately had problems because, you know, they were doing the kind of stuff that why GDRP became a law in the first place, i.e. collecting copious amounts of personal information and then selling it. And yeah, it's one of those things that very much was just wild to, like, see how bent out of shape is. Like, this doesn't even apply. Like, it applies to us in the sense that it could apply to us, but what we're doing, we're already effectively in compliance with, like, one or two minor details that we'd have to adjust. Let's say, I was recently reading, because Australia's new age verification gaming law, that they recently disabled all gambling in GTA 5 in the country, as it cannot verify who is over 21, which raises interesting questions about what constitutes owning the game if they can retroactively be applied. Yeah, no, that's a different animal. Like, a lot of the age verification stuff, like, I am glad I'm not dealing with anything that has to do with anything, because even if you want to comply with that stuff, it is a no-win situation for companies. I also don't agree with requiring age verification for a lot of that kind of stuff. Like, I get it at the time of purchasing certain things, sure. You need to verify the person is old enough to enter a legally binding contract with that purchase. Because most purchases fall in there. Sure, I get it, whatever. But, like, to access social media and having to, like, put in your government ID and all that stuff, it's like, alright, hold the hell up. Hold the hell up, no. Like, I don't... Oh, yeah, you got caught by a thing there. No, you're good. I have, like, one set of words there because the times it would come up in chat was usually people with, what's the word I want to use? Bad faith arguments is what I'll go with. It's people making an argument, making a big stink over literally nothing. So you're good. But yeah, and the phrase you were saying, so the comment was like, the protect the children BS is an excuse for data harvesting. Yep. And that's exactly the reason that phrase is on there, is because of the people trying to make the bad faith argument, the protect the children argument, that 99% of the time when you hear that phrase, you're like, but the thing you're proposing is actually bad for the children too. Almost specifically bad for the children, in fact. Because in a lot of those cases, it's going to drive the kids from using legitimate websites and all that to ones that don't do the age verification, and, you know, into the more suspect parts of the internet. And that's definitely not to the benefit of their safety. I would argue in a lot of ways the age verification thing is bad for companies as well. It opens them up to a lot of concerns around stuff like liability. Like, don't get me wrong, some of them are going to be excited about having the data and all that, but with having legal precedents that they have to go and set up all these types of age verification and hold on to a bunch of this information and all that kind of stuff, that is, that's just a like, that's a grenade with a pinpole just in your hand. The most of the people I know who are working at a lot of the tech companies hate all this age verification stuff, because they were getting the data anyways, because people would voluntarily enter it. So, you know, requiring a person to put in their ID, they could already figure out you're a teenager. They could already figure out, like, you know, you're a teenage girl between the age of whatever and whatever, who likes X, Y, and Z, who lives at this rough location. Like, they could put all that together with what people just openly share on social media. Getting your government ID doesn't doesn't change much about that. Most of the tech companies I know want really nothing to do with it. Because it's just going to be a headache, because every different place is going to have their own implementation of the law. They're going to have to pay a bunch of developers boatloads of money to develop all this stuff. And it's going to be another thing that's going to change every third to fourth year. So it's going to be this constant game of whack-a-mole that's just going to be a money pit. So a lot of the tech companies genuinely don't like it. Let's see. Your position is, do you want social media or do you want to be happy? Pick one. I mean, it gets that way sometimes. I joke about sometimes, like, I was having too good of a day, so I went ahead and pulled up, you know, insert name of social media for the week. Like, I was in too much of a good mood, so, you know, I went ahead and opened Blue Sky or Twitter or looked at the news or whatever. I actually don't use Twitter anymore. But you get the idea. That's fine. It doesn't matter. It's like I was in too good of a mood, so I went ahead and just opened social media to, you know, bring myself back down. Sometimes just need to not be happy. You still don't know what that means? What part? Alright. So go ahead and cook that. Oh, you still don't know what Keck W means. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it was a meme going around for a while that it's used as a meme, like, one person's like, oh yeah, this whatever happened, you'll have the guy like uncontrollably hysterically laughing. And that's just the face of the guy who is uncontrollably hysterically laughing. So you found any of the NASCAR cars? Do you need a key for those? Well, any car you'll need a key for in the game. I believe the NASCAR cars you need as well. If you want to find those, if you go down to like the far west side of the map, there's a racetrack over there. That's your best bet to find the NASCAR looking cars. I believe there's also a drag track, a bit south of Louisville and over like there's the mall and then there's the drag track. I think you can find them there as well. Yeah. Yeah, I want to say those are the two big places you look. But no key spawned? Yeah, so you just have to get to the point of hot wiring it. You could replace the window if I wasn't paying attention. We just burn that. That's fine. It's a TV dinner. It's fine. We got so much food in this run. Like, genuinely, we're just swimming in food. I don't care about burning a couple of things. Like, genuinely, we're running into the problem that I cannot... My freezer is full, and I am not dragging another freezer over here. So periodically I'm going in here. Let's just slam an entire tub of ice cream. Our characters earned it. Some days you just wake up and you invert a tub of ice cream over your mouth. And then it gets all over your face, and that's not necessarily the best. But, you know, for a brief moment, there was some joy. Man, I can't tell you the last time we watched television in this game. I want to say they nerfed the shows. That it used to be you could use the shows to just blast yourself all the way up to like 5 or 6 if you read the book and then watched the shows. I want to say they nerfed it so you can only get to like level 1 or 2 or something with it, and then they stopped giving you any stats at all. We can check this. Where's our cooking? 160, 267. Nope, that's still giving it to me, at least at level 3. I remember the whole busted thing of like you'd read your book you'd turn on the TV show and read a magazine at the same time, read like a different book and all that, and you could just stack a bunch of these things going on at the same time. That said, I've never been one for like staying to watch the TV shows and all that stuff. Alright. So you can remove that VHS. Plunking Car Zone. I don't have the mechanics book, and I don't care. Because they usually don't even bother with TV at all in the game. Oh, I missed the bacon. We need to cook that. Alright. Let's see. So how and when do you get the chance to read level 2 books? So the way the books work is level 1 book, you can read it for level 1 and 2 of the whatever the skill is. Like, as long as you're below like that higher level, so like level 1, once you hit level 2, doesn't serve a purpose. Sorry. The level 1 book, once you hit level 2 in the relevant skill, it no longer serves a purpose, because it only helps you level up level 1 and 2. At which point, then the level 2 book becomes available when you're working on 3 and 4. The level 3 book becomes available at 5 and 6. You get the idea. So each book covers 2 levels of the skill. So I'm explaining this terribly. Yeah, so let's look here. So the level 1 cooking book, these first 2 skills, it'll give me a multiplier on that. Once I finish that skill, when we're going on to level 3, I lose all benefit from reading the level 1 book. Then I can read the level 2 book once I've got, 2 skill points done, and then I'll get a massive multiplier to my XP, which you'll see here, it's a 5 times multiplier for the next 2 levels. When I hit level 4, then I can read the level 3 book, and it'll be like an 8 times multiplier, and then when I hit level 7, or when I get to level 7, I can read the level 4, and it's like, I think a 10 or a 12 times multiplier, and then when we get to level 9, we can read level book 5, and it's something like a 15 times multiplier. Books are busted strong. Yeah, no, I heard Mr. Nice Gamer was changing his username. I was surprised about that, because I was like, oh, I thought Mr. Nice Gamer was an excellent username. But I could see where not people have unusual expectations where that might not work out the way they want or whatever. They went with Mapbound. Interesting. I wonder why they went with that. Like, not that it's a bad username. It's one of those things, it can definitely be worth it to change your username at times. It's also one of those things that I would be very hesitant to change the username and all that stuff. And so you just need to cook more, for instance, keep leveling, do magazines for a purpose. Magazines will usually give you recipes that you wouldn't otherwise get. So like, for example, you can get a magazine that teaches you how to make a fishing pole. And actually, I take that back. I think you can get the recipes still without the magazine by just leveling enough, but they give you the recipe much faster. All right, let's cut that into bacon strips. But yeah, so the magazines are mostly about recipes. The books are mostly about leveling faster. And then where the books give you a multiplier, what the TV shows do is they just give you raw experience. Is there a way or a mod to see roasting recipes in the crafting panel rather than improvising a mix? I am not sure what you mean by roasting recipes. The way all cooking in the game works is you just put in ingredients. There's not like some magic recipe where it's like, congratulations, you made a lasagna. It's you just put in the individual ingredients one by one, and each additional ingredient you add will give you, a bit more happiness, a bit more nutrition, a bit more boredom removal. And then the more of the same ingredient you add, the more it penalizes boredom and that. Roasting pan? I mean, if there's specific recipes for the roasting pan, I don't know because I don't worry about the roasting pan. He didn't want to say Mr. Nice Gamer forever. It was meant to be temporary, and he held it for years. I think his new avatar is pretty cool, though. A smiley robot survivalist. Yeah. Well, I could also see the fear that Mr. Nice Gamer could be seen as a generic name. Not that I've seen others, but like just broadly Mr. Nice Gamer, I could see multiple people having very, very similar. There's no list for it. You're saying to right-click on your pan to see what you can put in it? I'm seeing if I have a roasting pan here so I could figure out what we're talking about. When you right-click? Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not sure because I don't bother with the roasting pan. Which, that might be related and me not remembering. Generally speaking, I will always try and grab the, I'll try and always grab, like... It's almost always a bowl. I find the bowl the easiest because almost everything goes in the bowl. I know a lot of people use the frying pan for mostly the same reason, that just about everything goes into the frying pan as well. I think they're looking to have, like, where you can right-click on the bowl, for example. So where I can go here and I can right-click, and I can choose salad, add ingredients, that kind of thing. And that the comment is, like, that's not doing its thing on the, for them. We're gonna add all the different ingredients. That's how you do it. It could just be the particular ingredients you're trying to put in the roasting pan don't work with the roasting pan. Yeah, the classic, do you have mods? I know some people see us like a cop-out answer, but very genuinely, you'll be amazed at what gets screwed up by mods. I was doing some tests for this, and the only mods I added was like the Pokemon card things, and then I added a mod that shows like how my endurance is all doing that engages, so I can explain mechanics as opposed to just being a guess with the Moodles and all that. And then the thing that would show stats from like how many kills and all that as text down here. And between just those two mods, because the Pokemons worked, something made it so I couldn't drag inventory between the other, despite none of them working with inventory in any capacity. And it was just like, why is this stats mod or this like UI mod causing my inventory to not work at all? Let's see. You loaded a CDDA run and died instantly, though what? Then unchecked all your mods, and one of the stats mods is killing your character? Oh yeah, no, that's one of those things that, like, very much... Mods that seem to do absolutely nothing can just break things. Even if it seems wholly unrelated. I've had that happen before. Not the instant death one, but, like, a mod that should be utterly benign. And then, like, something that seems entirely unrelated gets completely broken. Because, again, a UI stats mod kind of thing, and I wasn't able to loot. I would go to drag one thing from where, you just see the error pop up for each item I tried to drag, and the item wouldn't disappear, it just wouldn't move. And it's like, but why? Masonry is only slightly tedious to grind without books. I figured it probably wouldn't be too bad. For most of the new skills, if you're actually trying to focus on leveling them, they're not awful. I know blacksmith gets a bit rough because, like, most of them get rough because it's acquiring the resources to do the skill. Like, the skill itself is usually not awful. It's awful from 0 to 1? Gotcha. I know maintenance is a little rough, but it's one of those things that, like, if you're looking at a normal run, as opposed to the nonsense that we tend to do, a normal run you can usually acquire enough weapons to get your maintenance one versus our sweaty, try-hard, whatever stuff. You know, you may not get your hands on weapons at all. You need a club hammer, sledge, or pickaxe to start in a normal run. Right. Yeah, that was the club hammer, because I remember Ultra found a club hammer in her playthrough, and she was like, I remember the club hammer being, you know, useful for something special. And I was like, I think it was mining. Because I remember running into that when Build 42 was pretty new, that I was like working on learning all the crafting skills, and I had a pickaxe that I eventually broke, and then I, you know, realized the club hammer can be used to mine as well, and I was just not as good at it. You know, which, who cares if it's good at it versus being able to do it and not being able to do it. Yeah. For me, admittedly, I don't care. I put in all the time when Build 42 first dropped to get my blacksmithing really high, and then how fast I was breaking the weapons, and I'm like, I hate this. Because you put all the effort in, and like right when Build 42 drops, like, what is this paper mache sword I built? Like, it hits like a truck. It's a good sword from the damage perspective, but like, I'm going through more than one of them in a single day's clearing. And I understand it's way better now. But I remember getting genuinely frustrated with getting like high-level crafting skills in all my weapons. You know, it felt like, it wasn't as bad as like using utensils like where you grabbed a fork or whatever. But it'd be something akin to like where I'm using the screwdriver right now, where like the number of zombies I kill versus the basically the number of zombies I kill before the weapon breaks was very low versus, you know, other things. And I found it very frustrating when when it first dropped. I need to get a character back up to a decent level in a lot of the crafting stuff. And like, you know, genuinely see where at. Like, I know there was a reason why the short club became such, or short bat or whatever it is, became such a, you know, popular one, is it actually had relatively decent durability. And, you know, the crafting of it was very easy and inexpensive. So once you got your carving to like 7 or 8 or whatever the heck it was, you could just churn those things out nice and easy. In a lot of ways, it was like, in a lot of ways, it's kind of like spears used to be, where spears used to be, you could go up to any tree, whack down the tree, and suddenly you're sitting on like a giant pile of spears. Let's get around these trees so I'm not fighting where I can't see. Alright, so there's a group going for a stroll. Yeah, no, I remember if you're clever about how you approach your carving, you could take, like, a log and carve it into a plank, and then take your plank and you could carve it into a long stick, and take your long stick and you could carve it into, like, whatever handle, and you could take your handle and you could carve it into, like, a shiv or, you know, a stake or whatever. That you could take, you know, one thing and just keep carving it, you know, multiple stages down. So once you got, like, you know, axes and all that, you could just kind of continuously carve it down to less and less and less stuff. We haven't opened our cards in a while. I think I only have like 2 packs because I didn't adjust the drop rate, so it's 1% chance. You're just carving spoons into forks. Yeah, well the big point was you could double dip. That for one resource you could take it many steps, and each one of those steps was a little bit of carving XP. But do you still think they should give the spear users a stat? They took away their toys effectively. They deserve something. Yeah, no, it's it's definitely one of those things that, like, the big advantage of spears is, one, on a DPS side, it was really solid. Like, it was the best to very similar, and all that kind of stuff. Well, no, so there's not a blunt skill. There's short blunt and long blunt weapon categories, and spear has its own category. It's just, it used to be the balance of spears was that they were basically paper mache. Like, the durability on spears was horrifically low. You could take a spear and break it on a single zombie at times, till you start getting some levels. What's its name? It should be spears. Yeah, spear right here. Spear is under the spear category, just like long blunt and long blade and all that. Let's see, more like quadruple dip. Logs into planks for carpentry, planks into small handle into spoon, spoon into fork. Yeah, no, that's basically what it's saying, is you could keep dipping and dipping and dipping. So if you were trying to level up your carving, once you got like that basic first step to being able to get started, because I think you had to like hit carving 1 or 2, and then once you hit that, you could just kind of open up everything and just start carving everything apart. You could like really just go for it and get it going really fast. So here's the thing. I understand like the short bats are still really strong. I haven't used them in a long time. And it's time for a can opener. A terrible, terrible weapon. Yeah, no, absolutely. There's both maintenance and masonry. There's a couple of them that, like, getting that first level is kind of the big hurdle. Yeah, like, once you get the first level, you're kind of, like, off the ground to start. There's a good chance this breaks before the zombie does. Alright, I'll take a free key. Alright. Is masonry just smashing rocks into a useful shape? Yes. Effectively, every crafting skill is a cyclical XP grind at the moment. The hardest skill to level is probably still reloading, even with books. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, we made a friend. I really shouldn't be going in here without clearing behind there, but I'm pretty much getting tapped on weapons. And I've been very much holding off and trying to craft a bunch of weapons. Granted, we've got our maintenance skills, so now it's just a matter of picking up a bunch of sticks, you know, grabbing stone and doing all that stuff. There's the can opener. Do we have anything else? Nope, we are out of weapons. I'm actually happy there's almost no food in this place. Alright, so let's pause for a second. And mark that house is looted. Alright, so I think we're back. because we're basically tapped on weapons. So what we're going to want to end up doing is we're going to go back towards the house. I'm going to start grabbing some stones and other stuff like that. When we get close to the house, I'll probably rip up some clothes on some zombie bodies. Way up here, I don't want to get overburdened on that crap because we got it everywhere. And these bodies will last longer than the other ones. I guess I'll grab the clay for now. We're not going to use that for a bit. Effectively meaning, with the tools, you are worse at hitting rocks together. Yeah, and there's definitely some weird ones where, you know, the various decisions they made on, like, what skills require what and all that. There is some very odd choices. Okay. Huh. Oh, large tree branch. The meme weapon. Probably be near the edge, that way I have a chance of checking for, like, sticks and all that, and the stones. So surprisingly, this whole time, normally in a run, I'll end up being, like, really, really in solid shape with foraging because I'll just do it constantly. Nope. Tree branches, in build 42 no longer can be made into spears. You have to use saplings for that. And saplings are not very common. Now, granted, nowadays, if you cut down the really big trees, they almost guarantee you saplings. So you're not sure if it'll ever get buffered out. You had your hopes that they were going to coming pretty stable, but it means the break won't save. It won't break the saves, right? I'm sorry, what won't break the saves? I missed something. Okay. Alright, and how many days have we been alive now on this character? It's not long. 10 days. Actually, so we've hit the point where the bodies will be disappearing. That their fixes post won't break saves. Yeah, no, that was like one of the big points with an old break. Okay. Hey, it's a heavy-duty break that's in good condition. Sure, why not? So we're gonna go ahead and organize this as best we can. There we go, properly organized car parts. I actually want to leave that on. I mean, as you can see, there's a skeleton down here. We used to have more bodies, and they're all slowly vanishing. But that's fine. We can go around, we can check for shirts and all that. So basically we're just kind of, when we say processing bodies, I'm not getting rid of the bodies. I'm just going through, collecting junk off the bodies. Okay. Because this will start getting us electrical skill. We'll be able to start crafting weapons, which will give me durability, and then I can use weapons for the respective things. This is one of those things that happens in these runs, is eventually you start winding down on your equipment. And this one's not been bad, because we are on a population between insane and very high pop. So not a particularly, like, super high pop or anything like that, but a relatively high pop. Whereas normally when you're doing 16 times pop, I made the comment at the beginning of stream when we were doing this, 16 times pop, it would have been on the far end of the road, like trying to find a way to sleep outside, you know, in the wilderness as we slowly fought our way into the first house. So for the whole stream, I probably would have gotten my foothold in the first house or two. And a big part of that would be just losing tons and tons and tons of time just crafting weapons and all that between engagements. That canteen was a good find. Still waiting for a halberd? I wouldn't imagine we could get something like that. A lot of that kind of stuff is getting more into mod territory than anything I expect to ever see in the game itself. Okay, so let's evaluate what we got here. So I could technically make a drill plank out of that. We don't need that. And I don't have much in the way of things to carve. Yeah, because we check on the carving skill. If we find saplings, I can carve the sapling into a long stick, and then the long stick into a spear. And I don't think you can carve the spear into other things, unless memory is not serving me correctly. There was a funny vanilla use with a garden fork where you can make an abomination axe. It doesn't work on trees well. Alright. So let's go ahead and we can drop the clay in here. Put the large branch in the ground. Get the rest of this and drop it on the ground. Yes, I didn't find much. So you can carve... I don't want to carve the handle into things. We're gonna have to find more wood. Because of course the product Zomboid main character would put a stick horizontally. Alright, so I gotta remind myself of half the things. Can't you cut the trees? If I can make an axe. I need a stick for that. We haven't gotten a stick yet. Because again, we only just start foraging. Yeah, so I can make a drill plank. That's the only thing I can do with that. Right now. We'll get there. I actually don't remember what all you can learn with that. Have you ever played with Romero's style zombies? You mean the ones that move gradually and they don't have sprinters and all that? I'm not sure what you mean by that, because that's just normal product Zomboid, I assume, would be Romero style zombies. Okay, so we can nap an owl and everything. That's interesting. Like, chase your location? Oh, no, nothing like that, where they have, like, kind of, they just home in on you. No, I haven't done anything like that. Have you ever played with no zombies? No, that would get very boring very quickly. Like, when it comes to Project Zomboid as just, like, a survival game, the survival mechanics are pretty bare bones in a lot of ways. Not in a bad way. They're not hard to survive. Like, very, very genuinely, you can boot up the game and just run out in the wilderness, not grab a single thing, and survive and thrive. So, like, removing the zombies would really kind of very rapidly diminish the things going on. The hive mind was oh, so it's just like when a zombie becomes aware of you, all the zombies become aware of you. That's interesting. Sorry, I'm trying to snooze the ad that's coming up here real fast. So it's just gonna take 1 second to snooze it as much as I'm able to. There we go. You can create a character that starts with forging 1 and forge everything you need if there are no zombies. Yeah. And that to me doesn't think it'd be very, like, I wouldn't necessarily find that very interesting. Now, granted, if you're someone who just wants to build a base, sure. You could definitely do that and have fun with that. For me personally, though, I'd just get bored. I need something creating legitimate friction for me. You can kind of do it with no skill too with zombies. Rising is good for folks who want to play farm sim. Yeah. There's definitely harder and easier ones. You wonder if it's impossible to become a one-man army, aka going and clearing every single zombie. So about that, I've personally cleared many of the cities on the highest population settings in the game. I've cleared all of Rosewood, I've cleared all of Riverside, I've cleared all of March Ridge. Not Louisville. Louisville, I got about a little over halfway through it. You cleared your room. Do you get credit for that? If I check underneath your rug, will I find anything? Under the bed? Tucked in the closet? You have no rug. That's fair. It's the classic, I clean my room, Mom. Can I check in the closet? No. No, I would rather you did not. I would very much rather you did not check in my closet. But my room's clean, don't worry. Just come back. Just come back in a couple minutes. Yeah, no, you could absolutely clear Louisville. You're talking a major undertaking. Like, it is 100% doable, but just be aware. You are not talking about something you're gonna knock out in a couple of minutes or something like that. You are committing to a fairly long investment of time. And I probably should be picking up these sticks and all that kind of stuff, but with all the bodies disappearing now, I'm kind of in the, well, let's get the junk off of them before I have to drag it all the way back home mode. Yes, now remove the log, it'll be too heavy. Multi-year runs are an undertaking of endurance, less about actual skill. The skill is not messing up for songline. Yeah, the skill is consistency, not in, like, just general execution. It's one of the reasons why, like, we would have people in the community who would try and, like, stir the pot and be like, oh, Rual Storge beat your score, but they weren't running whatever setting. Or this other person beat your score, but they weren't running this, so it shouldn't count. Like, you'd have all that stuff. Or they're using a mod that gives them, like, information about the durability. That shouldn't count. It's like, man, none of that is relevant. When you're playing and you're doing, like, hundreds of thousands of kills, it doesn't matter any of that stuff. If you're not running a mod that just gives you, like, a minigun so you can just pour through the zombies or something that broken strong, it's irrelevant, because it is just doing the thing again and again. Because by the time you start getting to like 100,000 kills, you're maxing out a lot of your combat skills, where you'll just walk up to a group of zombies and just thwack them down 1 or 2 hits each, an entire rally group, and you'll go through like 2 or 3 rally groups before you have to back off and heal up. And when you're talking about that, you're talking somewhere in the area of like 50 zombies just died in a matter of minutes. It gets silly how fast you can just burn through the zombies in the area. But that's once you, like, really, really ramp up. Let's see. Do zombies eventually migrate from Louisville surrounding areas? So, there is migration in the product Zomboid universe. But it isn't a thing where it's like Louisville just grabs a group of people and it swings them down to West Point or something. When you're looking at Product Zomboid, the whole world is broken up into a grid, where each section of the grid is known as a cell. And here, I'll be easier to explain if I have this out of the way. Give me 2 seconds. And I always get the terms wrong between distribution and migration. But if we look at this, let's pretend for a moment on our grid, this is the border between me, where this is one cell, and that's the other cell. And so when you're looking at that, what the game does is 2 kind of mechanics between distribution and migration. So on one end, this cell, let's say, and this is too small of an example, but let's say I have 100 zombies here and no zombies there, and this is inside one cell. The game will try to balance the zombies out where it's equal-ish. It won't try and like be perfect or about it. There's a bunch of like math that happens behind it. But it will naturally cause some of these zombies to go over here and fill in the empty spot. Which obviously I live here, so they're going to go wrecking my stuff. That's one of the mechanics. The other mechanic is this is the other cell, and then there's my cell. And so let's say this cell is supposed to have 100 zombies in it. And this cell is supposed to have 10 zombies in it, based on my settings. These are numbers I'm making up to make the math easy. And I go to this cell and I kill 50 of the zombies. So I have killed half of the zombies in this cell. Eventually the game will go, okay, it's time for me to shuffle the zombies around. And it goes, oh, I have 100% of the zombies I'm supposed to have here, but I only got 50% of the zombies over there. So something like 5 or so, like 4 to 6 of the zombies will walk from this cell over to that cell to balance them out, where both of them are roughly 50% of the zombies. So they will do that, but it is only like one cell to the next, the neighboring cell. And it won't go like, say the cell's supposed to have 0 zombies in it. It won't randomly just chuck 50 zombies over there. You'll have some who end up over here between meta events and the helicopter and you running around with your cars and all that. You'll end up dragging some over and they'll stay here or whatever. But it does try and do that where it's effectively moving the zombies around to be balanced, but it's got weighting behind it. So there's all that kind of stuff you deal with. But as far as like the zombies just straight up rolling out of Louisville and in mass like taking over the map or anything like that, or just moving out gradually, eventually they would eventually make their way over the top of the map, but you're talking probably hundreds of in-game years before it'd work out that way. Enough that it's like you would be incredibly bored to the point you'd never want to play the game because you put in hundreds of thousands of hours at that stage. But that said, as Allison's saying, there's always another zombie. no matter how much you think you've cleared an area, unless you're going into debug mode and like verifying every single zombie's dead, you're almost certainly going to have missed some zombie in some closet, no matter how thorough you are. There's going to be a zombie you've missed. And if not, there will be that one zombie who migrates over. Especially, again, with the example of the road. If I'm driving up and down this road constantly in my playthrough, I'm going to be pulling zombies in from all over the place, little by little, as I make noise and move by. Alright, so, chat, it is getting to be, like, I was going to try and finish out the day, but I kept talking and all that. But I got about a little over 5 minutes before an ad's going to happen that I cannot stop or delay or anything like that. And I'm not good for another day, so I don't want to sit there and do, you know, hit you with the ad and then immediately be like, ad's done. Okay, stream's done. So I'm going to get you out of here before that ad hits. But thank you so much for tuning in. If you've enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. That is how this all works. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly over there because I do not have a host ready on the YouTube side, but thank you so much for tuning in. And then for everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and all that good stuff. As far as tomorrow